Ladies and gentlemen, it's Movieblob Part 2! $5 from Chris Canole. Is there enough news to say about Movieblob? Either way, accept my tithe, Clawfather. Oh, no, probably not. Probably not. No. But we just looked at Bob Shapiro, and I was like, who's like the left-wing version of him? And I came up with both Movieblob and Mr. Girl, so... Claw, you're loud as fuck. Am I? Oh. I'll work on it.
Should I speak and they'll call me a liar? I retreat to my funeral pyre.
Well, this song continues for like another 3 minutes. It's a nice song, but... hello, ladies and gentlemen. Wait. There you go. There you go. Am I loud? Hang on. Let me listen to myself. Hold on. Wait. There you go. There you go. Am I loud? I guess a little bit. If I start screaming, then that might be a problem. Hang on. Let me listen to myself. There you go. Am I loud? I guess a little bit. If I start screaming, then that might be a problem. I mean, I don't know. I think I sound fine. I think I sound as annoying as usual. Welcome to the stream. It's early morning, kind of. I mean, late morning, I guess. Look at Movieblob and Mr. Girl. And why? Why? For what reason? Well, not really any reason. I wanted to do a stream. I wanted to look at Movieblob again, just because, like, you know, it's been a while. There's not much to say about him, probably, but like, it's always interesting. He is, I genuinely, I was like, you know, because I don't know, I like to be kind of equal opportunity on this channel. If we're gonna make fun of somebody like Ben Shapiro, it feels wrong if we don't also talk about somebody like Movieblob. I tend to agree sometimes with things Movieblob says, but he's just such a pompous dickhead about how he says them. And he's really not that interesting. So welcome to the stream, everybody! He's not that interesting, but, you know, it generates some buzz in the chat. So we'll be looking at some of his stuff. We'll be looking at Mr. Girl. Do not let me forget to look at... Well, hang on, let me just check now. Let me just check now, if this is... Hang on. Let's see. I gotta see if somebody uploaded something. I gotta see if there's somebody here who's... Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Oh, hell yeah. Well, I have another bonus, our old friend, who some of you might not even know about. Some of you might not even know about him. I have to make my video about this guy. Because I've talked about him over the course of, like, a couple years, but I've never, like, done an edited video or even, like, a live clip of this dude. But we'll get to him. We'll fucking get to him. Don't let me actually, I have to save that so I don't forget. I don't want to forget. I want to do this on the stream. Save that guy. Get rid of that from the search bar. And, yeah, so I've got a few people to look at. I think, firstly, oh, now we're playing Dialect. That's cool. Firstly, oh, I am kind of peeking, actually, looking at that waveform. Yeah, that's like solid bar of noise. What happened to my mic? What? Why am I loud? What the fuck happened? Hold on. Yeah, Yeti microphone. Oh, because it boosted the oh. Wow, it usually doesn't save that. Hang on. Yeah, there you go. Put it down a little bit. There you go. That's a little better. Yeah, normally I turn the mic volume up to like 100 or whatever, and then it immediately turns it back down to like 17. It's always on 17 for some reason. And it's like, I want it to be higher, please. People tell me my mic is quiet, and so now I've turned it up to 26 instead. It was at 49 there, so I guess it was a little too spicy, but that's okay. Let me see. Will you do the Movieblob or Nazi quiz? Is that... Can I find that? I'll just look that up and find it. Did you break it during Halo Night? I mean, no. Halo Night went okay. Halo Night was enjoyable. Sorry. So somebody... Well, $5 from a lady class. Will you be reacting to the drama between Mr. Girl and Destiny? Someone on the subreddit wanted you to look at that. I guess. Because it's notable. It's noteworthy. I don't have the frame of reference of giving a shit about Destiny or anything he ever says or does, so, like, the fucking unhinged manifesto that Mr. Girl wrote that's, like, the length of a Wheel of Time book, criticizing Destiny. I don't really know anything about that, but yeah. Yeah, we lost the voice of Dale Gribble yesterday. Johnny Hardwick, I believe. But also important is to point out that we lost Tamatoa Gaming Da, ladies and gentlemen. As far as I know, Tony Sonic and his grandpa are still okay, but Tamatoa Gaming Da was apparently, like, banned for some kind of sketchy behavior that he was doing that's not maybe the best behavior. Pour out some pocket sand, that's right. Hashtag Bob Mob rise up in the house. In the house! Wait, Mr. Girl and Destiny aren't the same person? No, decidedly not. He got bullied. What happened? Please elaborate. Well, I'll read the comment that I got. That'll be my elaboration. I think somebody in chat mentioned it earlier too, but I will read the comment, which said, let me see. Good news, y'all. Tamatoa Gaming is now gone due to some dodgy pedo actions he did. And somebody said, wait, really? Can you explain, smiley face? And he goes, unfortunately, I can't be it seeing what Mr. L and multi-fandom fangirl said. It's probably something like saying sexual shit to a kid or something. And then this guy says, oof, which, welcome to the stream, our old friends, number 8. This is number 8, oof. And then he says, I mean, I can't expect anything less from a guy that RZA's one of the Madoka characters, Raffle. So... I don't know all the facts of the story, but apparently he's gone. He's gone. I don't know if that means he's gone off of, like, YouTube forever, or what. I mean, listen, I'm not intending to cause ripples throughout the fucking community. Although I will say that there was that one Mario adult who the guy came into chat and he was like, hey, I know this dude, and he's like creeped on high school girls at the Dollar General in my town or something. So there was that situation, but, yeah, is Jason Gomez okay? I don't know. I do not know. It's hard to say. It's hard to tell. It's hard to know. But, what I do know is that apparently Lil Tay isn't fucking dead. I don't know if you've heard about that situation. Speaking of an old friend, how about somebody nobody's fucking thought about since, like, 2017? It's Lil Tay, ladies and gentlemen, who died at the age of 14. When I learned about the situation, I was like, wait, Lil Tay? You mean the 9-year-old? I mean former 9-year-old? I think that was on the Loud Equals Funny podcast. Go check out Loud Equals Funny. That's a podcast. Go check it out. But I think I said that on the podcast. But yeah, Lil Tay, not dead, apparently. Just not dead, don't worry. Just being horribly abused by her weirdo father, supposedly. Allegedly. I don't know. Get a wellness check on... No, I don't think it was a hack. It was the dad... Really? It was a hack? It was just a hack, because there was some out... Because the dad was the one who said that it happened. So if he was the one who got hacked, then I guess so. But there was other stuff with the dad from, like, years ago. And also the mom, I think, was, like, up to some weird shit. Is this Jesse Slaughter all over again? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. There's also a brother involved. I don't even remember the dad being involved. I remember the mom was, like, the one who let her, like... Wasn't the mom the one who let her, like, hang out in that house and pretend it was her house and, like, oh, I got this cool-ass house, yo! Or whatever. Because I'm so cool, like... It was a very strange situation, but, I mean, I guess it's also something to do with, like, It's also something to do... yeah, the dad might be okay. The mom and the brother might be the abusive ones. The dad was... The dad was the one the brother threw under the bus. It's a whole situation. It's a whole situation. But what I do know is that you can apparently invest in Lil Tay coin or something. There's like an NFT scam or something. I don't know. I don't know if that's still happening, but wild stuff. Wild stuff. We're gonna get into it here with a little bit of Movieblob. Start off the scene right with some Movieblob. He actually just... Wow, this is great. This is great. I know exactly what we're going to watch. He just uploaded this. Oh, it's a re-upload. Okay. But re-upload. Twilight Saga Complete Movieblob Retro Review. Bro, I want to hear what a 40-year-old white dude has to say about A Wrinkle in Time, because that movie was made for him. I want to hear his take on Twilight Saga. Let's go. These reviews were produced... Oh, they're retro. Oh, I thought that... Okay, I thought that this was like a retrospective. Concurrent to the original release of the films and under a different channel and branding. Many attitudes, views, and language are likely to have changed. Well, why did you re-upload them then? I guess just for like archival sake, but maybe put that on another channel or something. I don't know. It's like random reviews from 2008 or something. Like I don't know. Do you... He says, like, many attitudes and views and language. Like, are you, like, proud of these videos at all? Are you just doing this for content farming? Like, oh, people, you know, people will... Like, I clicked on this, you know. But, like, why would you upload this? This doesn't seem like something... I mean, if I was somebody who was making, like, embarrassing, like, videos that I didn't agree with anymore from 2008 or whatever, I would probably not, like, post them again. I might not take them down, necessarily, but I wouldn't post them again. I don't know, that's strange. We're one frame in. Present day context may be offered at the producer's discretion at the end of the video. Oh, well, just clue us in if you decide to do so, Bob. That's wild. But just let us in on the magic if that happens, please. Oh yeah, $2 from Ted Comet. Quick's Pokemon Go account is active. The way he spelled that is more like Pokemon Go. I like that. Yeah, he's been active. He's been busy. He's on the Switch. He's got some form of internet access again. And let me just say that I've got a short story coming out sometime soon featuring a somewhat Chris Chan inspired character by the name of the Pixie Sparkle Dilemma. You know, maybe, I don't know. That's all I'm giving you. That's all I'm giving you. It'll be out soon. But, you know, little Chris Chan related thing. We might look at a little Chris Chan because either there is news. There's news. And I don't even know if he has like a control of his accounts. Because, like, there were other people involved in Chris's life who were, like, pretending to be his friends or whatever, and he would give them, like, his passwords and shit to, like, run his account. Well, like, I don't know. I think there was stuff like that going on, so it might be because immediately after he went to jail, there was, like, an upload on his YouTube that was his YouTube that he was running, but it was, like, the A-Log Julie video, and I don't know who uploaded that, and, like, who immediately got access to his account, why they didn't do anything before then. But the other theory was that somebody else that was, like, a friend of his, like, there was, like, a cameraman guy that often would film for Chris, and he was kind of a friend or whatever, kind of pitying him, whatever. I think that was it was implied that was maybe the dude who did it. I don't know. I don't know if Chris has access to those channels, if his friend does or what, but we might look at a little Chris Chan stuff. Let's get into this Movieblob shit, though. Wait, release the Pokey Floats DeadwingDork episode? Why does that sound familiar? Why does that... Wait, where was there a Pokey... What? That's a reference to something that I did on stream, and I don't remember what it was. What was that about? All I've heard of Chris is he was seen in a store and he smells like death, according to the cashier. He was seen... He's like a... Like, the joke has been made, but he's like a cryptid now, and people, like, just take shots of blurry photographs of him from across the mall or whatever. It's wild.
Here's a movie that sucks about a vampire who doesn't want to. Is that pithy enough for you? No? Alright, fine. Here we go. Did you know there's such a thing as Christian teen romance novels? It's basically the romanticism of blue balls, but whatever you want to call it, it's selling. Now, consciously or not, Stephanie Meyer's Twilight series takes the basic formula of this one hokey subgenre and imposes it onto the even hokier subgenre of vampire softcore.
Like, I don't know. I'm not even gonna watch this. This is from 2008. It's like the most... It's like watching a Dogs Eating Dogs 6 video. He has nothing... It's very old commentary. There's not much anybody can say about that. It's like talking about Movieblob in 2023. Did I predict the MCU Fantastic Four plot? He's got an Oppenheimer review. I guess we should listen to what he says about Barbie. If he had a modern Twilight review, that would be great. I want him to dissect Twilight for 6 hours from a male feminist perspective. And, like, in light of Trump and everything, you know, that would be great. It would be great. Why does this remind me of Razor Fist's videos? A little bit. This feels like a Red Letter Media parody of a movie reviewer. Like, this is, again, I always reference the fucking Jurassic World, where they just, like, they fake review it, and it's like, I really like the dinosaurs, and I love Chris Pratt. I love Chris Pratt. He was really great, and there was so much action, and there was just, like, background. This is, like, the theme song they used for that. It was great. Remember, Bob's been doing this for, like, longer than Red Letter Media at this point. God, oh, jeez. Age is hitting people. Man. Movieblob is like one of those people, like Pamper Chew, where you're so used to seeing the version of him from like 15 years ago, that when you do recognize, it's not even like a diss about, oh, you look so bad or whatever. It's like, no, dude's just aging. Just like, well, Pamper Chew was like on a bunch of meth and shit too, so he looks a little worse than he should at this point. But I don't know, Movieblob looks probably about as I would assume that he would, based on how his, you know, older pictures look. It's just that we're so used to his older pictures.
So obviously, the thing with a Barbie movie, you know, spoiler for end of the review here, it's really good, it's funny, go see it, a lot smarter than it needed to be. I think everyone sort of always knew that when you have Greta Gerwig co-writing and directing a movie like this, with someone like Margot Robbie as your executive producer.
Okay, and I have to take the bait, chat member. What do you mean David Zaslav is a sinner? Are you talking about, like, are you like that guy who said that saying the word, calling somebody the goat is referencing Satan? Are you like that? Or, like, did he actually do something? Like, is he like a Harvey Weinstein? I don't even know who that is. As, like, a producer in the fucking movie or something? I don't know. Why does he look... Speaking of Harvey Weinstein, he does look like Harvey Weinstein. That's a good point, actually.
This is going to be a better thing than the thing a lot.
Does he have like cataracts or something? Why does he have sunglasses? I guess that's his thing, right? He wears sunglasses like inside, even though I don't know, that just kind of looks silly.
People would have expected that it would otherwise be. Obviously, this was always going to be a bigger deal than most other movies made based on licensed property, dolls, whatnot, just on the virtue of this is the rare version.
Oh, he's the CEO of Warner. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know, dude. You know, I get voting with your wallet or whatever, but Warner trying to like boycott Warner is kind of like trying to boycott fucking Nestle. It's like, well, I hope you don't ever want to eat any food. Like, yeah, I guess you don't partake in any media, because like 90% of it is probably owned in some way by like Warner or Disney. I mean, with that, it's like, what? I don't know. Now I'm like grilling a chat member, but it's like there's probably a lot of bad people who fuck things up at Disney too. You could just boycott all of that too. I don't know. It's like, where do you draw the line? Yeah, ethical consumption and capitalism. Now I'm turning into Movieblob.
Where they don't really need a movie to sell the product. The product is more selling the movie because this is such an iconic thing. Much like with the first of the Lego movies, it can afford to poke a little fun at itself and be more about the existence of itself in popular culture. What I'd say is most interesting about it as an entity in and of itself is that by now I think going in that almost anyone who sees these knows that most films like this, like the Lego movie, the Super Mario Bros. Movie, the Barbie movie now, we've gotten used to these being quote-unquote meta in a way that they're about themselves and about the nature.
God, he's just so boring. Like, I'm waiting for him to get his fucking point across before I cut him off, which I now have done. I'm waiting for him to get his fucking point across, but he just meanders for like minutes at a time. It's like it's impossible to even talk about this guy's content in like a quote-unquote fair use way, where you're not just like watching a full minute and a half of his fucking video because he goes on like these run-on fucking sentences.
Of reality, almost all films of this nature have now an amount of acknowledgement that you know you're watching a movie about product, and that's supposed to make it okay, neutralizing.
Yeah, we're just doing 2 times speed. Fuck it. By the way, speaking about watching a movie about product, a reminder that this is the what is it, 30-year-old consumer meme, 40-year-old, whatever. The meme of the consumer literally originates from a Movieblob picture, and from a lot of the Movieblob mannerisms on Twitter and such. So, like, I don't know, just if anybody doesn't remember that, there you go.
The amount of criticism that you're able to throw at it, and you're like, well, yes, we all know we're watching a commercial, so get over it and just enjoy it, and et cetera, which sometimes is grating and tiresome, and sometimes isn't if you can do something interesting with it. This one takes it almost one step further in that it's a meta movie about watching meta movies, wherein the characters are not only aware that they are in a meta situation, but that they're aware of the familiarity of familiar meta situations, where it almost takes for granted that we have seen this basic kind of story play out before, that you've probably, if you're watching especially this movie, you've seen the branded characters, toys, being alive, walking around in the real world sort of thing, that if you've seen this movie...
I guess that's an interesting take. I haven't heard anybody say that this is like a meta movie about meta movies. Usually it's good or it's fine or feminism or something.
You've probably seen Toy Story, Life Size, etc. And not only do you not need to be caught up on the story, that you probably think you're one step ahead of it, and that it needs to be getting ahead of that. Such as it is, the plot concerns the main characters living in this artificial Barbie doll-ish universe, where they are nominally aware that they are representative figures of children.
I just can't believe that he's never... I don't know, like... He strives so much to be taken seriously as this guy who wrote a fucking Mario 3 Let's Play book, or whatever the fuck it was, brick by brick. Like, he strives to be taken seriously, but so he like refuses to inject, like, he tries sometimes to be like a little bit funny or whatever. He would do that in like his older videos, I guess we should watch one of his, like, some of his older, like, Game Over Thinker stuff, because man... Because, man, like, at least he tried a little bit to be, like, nostalgia critic or whatever. There were, like, skits back then. Nowadays, it's so dry. He just doesn't say... It's like, yeah, I guess that's a good point, Bob. It took you fucking half of the video to, like, explain your point so far. I guess I agree. Sure. But man, this is unentertaining.
Dolls in the real world and the brand mascot nature of Barbie dolls and what they're supposed to mean in the pop culture sense for young women.
Yeah, no,
in
somebody's right. At least he's not Cole Smithy. Like, it could always be worse. If you've never seen any of the fucking reviews that Chris Chan's brother does, or half-brother, whatever, Cole Smithy is, I mean, like, I don't think people are watching him for the purpose of being, like, entertained. It's for snooty film people or whatever. I guess that's what he's going for. But you can have, like, a fucking personality. You can have, like, a sense of humor a little bit. Like, YMS is a snooty fucking film dude. But at least he has, like, fucking memes and stuff in his videos. He can make a joke here and there, and he's kind of funny. This is just, like... It's like those game those game journalist people from, like, a decade ago who felt like they were just desperate to be seen, like, seriously. Like, oh god, I'm 30 years old and I still just play video games and write about video games, and I'm not okay with that. So I have to, like, talk about the Marxist doctrine of fucking pipe dream or some shit. You know, like, just this, like, desperation to feel like you're not just a child. Even though there's nothing to be ashamed of just watching the fucking Barbie movie as a grown-up, like a grown man, whatever. But it feels like Bob is just so... The game overcompensator is just, like, so desperate to be taken seriously. And he's still... It's just... It's like... It's only gotten worse with time.
Which, in that sense, they think is a wholly positive thing, as traditionally represented by Mattel's self-congratulatory Barbie marketing, where we have President Barbies and CEOs and whatnot, and aren't we great for doing so? So when you have the inevitable plot of the main character undergoing an existential crisis, which of course a toy character like this is not supposed to do, and going through the traditional plot of a movie like this, or seeming to, of venturing out into the real world to resolve this conflict, we understand that coming into conflict with the real world, even before it happens, is going to be a sort of system shock, and have some sort of nominal conversation about...
Somebody says Gamergate killed Bob's personality. Like... Yeah, I mean, before Gamergate, Bob did have a lot more joie de vivre. You know, he had some more life about him. And then after that, it's like he, you know, I don't know. It's like the pressures of feminism finally got to him, you know? Being a woman in this society. Man, what a shame.
Popular culture not seeing Barbie as the greatest thing ever, and isn't that
Go
sad?
Go home, gamer girl.
And then having a back and forth about that, but instead of dwelling on that or having a congratulations one way or another, or some sort of revelation one way or another, it takes a more unusual path. It would be quite...
I was expecting... I mean, to his credit, he's not going off about fucking feminism in this video. We guess we got another half of it, but I'm not fucking watching it. This is boring as shit. Where's Game Over Thinker? Yeah, so this is his classic series. This is his retro series, the good shit. Now... Let's be fair to Movieblob immediately out the bat and just say that this does not reflect how he is now, necessarily. And there might be jokes to be made about, like, oh, what the hell, but, because I remember this was a thing in the first video that I did where I was a little disappointed with myself, where I was like, oh, Bob, how could you be a male feminist, blah, 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 but you've got, like, titties in your video, and it's like... You know, it's like, I don't know, this was from 2008. He probably wasn't that much of a male feminist at the time. And, like, I just don't know if he would necessarily, like, stand by some of the stuff that he's done. Like the disclaimer said, I'm just giving another disclaimer. Like, you know, this is old Movieblob. So maybe it's better. The thing is maybe it's better, though, because we were just getting bored to tears by his fucking current content. Let's watch In Defense of Video Games. Wait, no, okay, no, hang on. Lost Girls. 9 forgotten game heroines who deserve another chance. Let's do it. Okay. Tell us all about the women of video games, bro. This was in 2015. This was, like, during Gamergate. Oh, boy! Episode content is produced with title Updated Graphics? Okay. So this is literally like when AVGN joked about, like, updating his old videos with new effects. Okay.
Greetings, I'm the Game Overthinker, and today I'd like to conduct an experiment. I'm going to talk about video games. I'm also going to talk about women.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, this is gonna be... I'm gonna turn the speed back to normal, because this video is not completely insufferable, probably. Well, not yet. We'll see. We'll see. But, I don't know, it sure is promising right out the get-go.
In fact, I'm going to talk about women in video games. Okay, this should be fun.
Man, looking wide. Hey man, listen, it's difficult to be a male feminist in 2015, alright? Cut him some slack.
There's been a lot of criticism in recent years over the roles of women in gaming.
Is there some Gunt? Is that Gunt or is that his pants? I think it's his pants because his shirt's tucked in. Wow, did he think this looked... I mean, I don't think he think it looked good, but like, I don't know. It's always this feeling when I see somebody dressed like this, it's like, you chose to do this. You chose to have your fucking paunch hanging out of this, and you think it's hidden because you're in the black shirt, but I can see the paunch. And you could have just worn, like, a baggy shirt, or, like, not even baggy, but just don't tuck it in. And why is it such a tight shirt, too? And then he's got this, like, cult leader suit on, too. I mean...
Specifically, the roles of female characters in video games. Much of it reasonable, some of it not. As tends to happen, I'm left feeling like a lot of people are arguing past one another, in part due to the games industry's appalling lack of investment in its own history, with those challenging the industry to create more game heroines, often ignoring or seemingly unaware that the medium has in fact boasted more specimens thereof than the 2 or 3 noteworthy examples
Specimens thereof. God, dude. Ugh.
Peeking out from the margins of this generation's
I've never seen, like... He really does remind me of Ben Shapiro a little bit, because Ben Shapiro, he just, like, well, Ben Shapiro is different a little bit, because this guy will draw shit out for so long, like these run-on sentences, like I said. Ben Shapiro talks in, like he's already in 2 times speed. If you were there for the Ben Shapiro stream, we tried to turn him down to 0.75, but it didn't sound right. So, like, Ben Shapiro talks way too fucking fast. He's slightly different in that way, but they both are so intent on sounding like they're fucking smart, and they just have to, like, talk in this way that's like, God, we get it, you read a book, fuck off.
Complete homogenization into macho mediocrity, while the industry itself appears unwilling or unable to bring these facts up itself, even when it might help them win an argument once in a while. Long story short, as is often
Is he gonna tell us Miss Pac-Man is a... Like, I don't know... Because the general thing is like, we need more strong heroines. I mean, that's just true of any game, really. We need more well-written characters who have good arcs of any gender or whatever. But like, I don't know if it... This is kind of like the YMS, like, Critical Drinker video where he was watching that stream or podcast or whatever. He just kept going like, oh, there's lots of women characters. There's Ellen Ripley. There's like, it's like, bro, you keep naming the same 2. Like, Ms. Pac-Man, is that gonna be... I don't know. I don't know what his point is, but why is he showing Ms. Pac-Man?
Case,
I don't think that counts as like a really good female protagonist. Neither does Pac-Man as a male protagonist. I don't really think a lot of people are looking up to Pac-Man as a symbol of masculinity or something, so...
I find that the solution to problems in gaming's present can be found with a quick look back into gaming's past. Here are 9 ass-kicking video game heroines who already exist.
How did you manage to get your text behind something? Why is it framed like this? What is this, fucking Bionic Commando or something? What is this? Why is it framed this way? Well, I guess this is because it was re-uploaded? Yeah, good job re-uploading it, dipshit. You fucked up your text.
And who really deserve a comeback. Number 9. Princess Athena from Athena. Athena was an early 80s platformer from SNK, not
Okay, so what... Yeah, no, but this is that thing. This is that thing of like, no, but there's totally good female heroines. Look at this pixel art character who has no story, probably. I mean, I don't know Athena, but like...
popular or best remembered thing they ever produced, but it was ambitious in combining platforming with exploration, power-ups, and physical character changes, plus many other elements that would become standard to that genre later on. Suffice it to say, the titular princess is basically a female Super Mario by way of Toriyama meets Frazetta.
I gotta say, like, we are on normal speed now, and this does feel like Ben Shapiro. He's talking so fast now. Like, he's still... It's like he'll draw shit out forever, but he still talks really fast. I don't get it!
What's not to love? Now, in SNK canon, she's actually the distant ancestor of the equally badass Athena Asamiya from Psycho Soldier and the King of Fighters series, so she's actually turned up a few times.
Why is she badass, though? Like, this is such a stupid... It's like, oh, my favorite dudes in gaming, like, fucking Bill and Ted or whatever from Contra, like, yeah. I don't know, these aren't characters, really. I don't know. Maybe there's, like, lore to the fucking fighting game. I don't know about this game. But, like, if you're using Ms. Pac-Man, what the fuck?
Time since, but it's more than
I'm
high
not even
time.
being a fucking male feminist or whatever. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. This is no better than saying that, like, I mean, even, well, Mega Man is better. There's, like, comics. There is lore in Mega Man. Again, I don't really know this game, necessarily, but, like, I don't know. What this was reminding me of immediately is the fucking Ready Player 2, where they spend, like, a full chapter or two or something, like, playing through this fucking Sega Master System game, I think it is, or like Sega SG-1000 or something. It's like Princess Ninja or some shit. And it's basically just like a GameFAQs walkthrough of this fucking game, but like as told by the characters of Ready Player 2. And that's what this, and it was like this, it was like this whole thing about like, oh, well, this game's really important because it was made by a woman and it stars a woman and most people don't remember it because that's misogyny. Because like this was the book where Ernest Cline decided to get like really woke or whatever. There was like a trans character too, and he kept every scene. It was like every scene, But yeah, I don't know, just like this reverence for some random game with like, I guess there was a girl in it, sure, I suppose that was rare for the time, just having a female, but that doesn't necessarily make it like, oh, strong heroine that we need to remember, like, I don't know, I guess, give her a fucking game where she's got like, you know what, I'm gonna go full gaming in the Clinton years, give her a game where she has to deal with having breast cancer. Wow, that would be amazing.
She got a feature shot of her own.
If you don't want that, then you're just stupid. I'm sorry if that's harsh, but that's the truth.
Number 8. Moby from Worm, Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Often called a lost
what?
gem of the late period NES, Worm combined large sprite platforming with brawling and shoot-'em-up gameplay involving a flying drill tank and even first-person shooting gallery sections. Think Blaster Master meets Bayou Billy. Now granted, Moby herself...
Okay, this is just Samus Aran. This is like exactly what Samus looks like without the suit on in the first Metroid game. But, again, this is just some fucking character in, like, is your criteria just that she is a female? And that makes her, like, a badass heroine we need to remember? Whatever. I guess. I don't know. What's your
isn't
point?
big on personality, but that in itself is kind of notable. There isn't some special narrative reason why it's a female protagonist, it's just, why not?
And not for nothing, folks, but everyone keeps talking about how if Nintendo refuses to provide fans a proper Metroid game, someone else should step in with a franchise that's similar but fresh. Well, here's a pre-existing franchise that's pretty much just begging for someone to use it for that.
Okay. What the fuck is this game? Worm. It's from Asmic? Yeah, I'm gonna assume that the rights for this game are like some kind of weird fucked up shit. To be fair, I've never heard of this game and it kind of looks cool. I kind of want to play it a little bit, but I don't know. Again, it's just find any game that has a woman in it, I guess, and that's like criteria for being in this video.
There isn't some special narrative reason.
Keeps talking about how if Nintendo refuses, that's begging
Deceptive
makers.
Mischief Makers was the overlooked gem of...
I guess this is kind of fair. There's like a story to that game. People like Marina, you know. I guess this is a fair one. Why isn't there another Mischief Makers? Like, why not? That game became a meme, too. It's like, it's high time for, like, a Bubsy 4 or whatever, but like, good, and it's Mischief Makers.
The early Nintendo 64 release schedule, arriving looking deceptively last-gen at a moment when the lack of games justifying that console's next-gen hype was making everyone really, really grumpy. Not exactly the best time to release a side-scroller about an ass-kicking robot maid, even if it was a much-hyped collaboration between one-time Sega console hit machine, Treasure, and Square Enix. The game has gone on to stature as a one-off cult classic.
He's saying stuff that could basically be like a Scott the Woz video. I've been rewatching some Scott the Woz stuff lately. He's saying stuff that I could imagine Scott the Woz just including verbatim in his script. Just like when he talks, when he's not making jokes and stuff, and he's just telling you the facts of like a release or like something that happened. But like, I don't know, there's like a fucking charisma there. Like, it's remarkable. I know some people don't like Scott the Woz that much. There's the people that find his skits cringy or whatever. I don't know. I find they have some charm. But you know, that guy is like kind of new-ish to the I mean, not new, but like he's been around since like 2016 or something. But, like, he's like a younger guy, and he's kind of newer to it, and he's already way better at, like, you know, talking about games and, like, you know, and there's so many people who are. There's, like, lots of people. It's just amazing to me that, like, Bob has been at this for so long. This is from 2015. We saw a video from recently that was even less charismatic than this. Like, I swear he was better at the start. I don't know what the fuck happened to him. He's just been getting, like, boringer and boringer as time went on. This is crazy.
Meanwhile, Marina sits on the shelf as yet another unique, perfectly viable 90s protagonist gaming hasn't managed to do jack with since.
I think that the thing about fucking Movieblob that's fun is that he actually is so boring that it comes around to being kind of fascinating how somebody can be this fucking lame. It's great.
Sparkster was good enough for a revival, but not her.
Alright, I'll do Movieblob or Nazi. Okay, alright, fine. But you know what, we'll finish this video first. Stop spamming the chat with it, Bilge, and just let me know when the video's over, and we'll do it.
6. The Tarantula from Deadly Creatures. Pretty much everyone forgot that the early post-hype period of the Wii played host to this enthusiastically unique game where you played as a scorpion and a tarantula who
we're talking about the fucking spider from... What the fuck? What are we talking... What the fuck?
Hasn't managed to do jack with since. I mean, Sparkster was good enough for a revival, but not her. Number 6. The Tarantula...
What the fuck, dude? You're like... I mean, is this a joke? I mean, like, because the thing is, like, this was 2015. This was during, like, Gamergate era, kind of after the actual event, but, like, this was when Movieblob would have been on Twitter defending Milady's honor super hard. This is that era. And so for him to come out here with this video, this is like something that I would make, like, oh, what do you mean? What do you mean, Anita Sarkeesian? Games have tons of great protagonists. Look, there's the spider from Deadly Creatures. Like, what the fuck, Bob? This is bizarre. Why, like, is this, like, against your... I don't know, is the point of this video that there's not enough women in games? Because, like, that's... Is this, like, too smart for me? Is this ironic? Because what the fuck?
Tarantula from Deadly Creatures. Pretty much everyone forgot that the early post-hype period of the Wii played host to this enthusiastically unique game where you played as a scorpion and a tarantula whose struggle to survive became incidentally intertwined with the grim exploits of a pair of human criminals in the American Southwest. And yet even more people have forgotten that the tarantula in the story was female. Yeah, how about that? She's not even gendered in any kind of anthropomorphic sense either, so that's pretty cool, right? Am I the only one who's...
What the fuck? Yeah, why would they remember that? Wow, that's like a fucking... That's like on par... If this isn't a joke, that's like on... This video suddenly became funny. If this isn't a joke, that's on par with like the fucking turning red not having 9/11 in it thing. Like, yeah, why would they remember that it's a fucking girl spot if it's not gendered and is it like, I don't know, does she have to protect her fucking eggs or something? Is it like Spider Mom? Is that part of it? I don't think so. Not from what he showed.
Wondered why there aren't more games where you play as animals, insects, whatever in their natural habitats? I mean, the possibilities would seem to be endless. Number 5. Ptolemy from the Fairyland Story. Fairyland Story was the clear-the-screen arcade title that Taito made in between the obscure Chack and Pop and the Megas and Bubbles. To me, Spectrum mainstay, originally developed when things went awry with what was supposed to be...
There might be some really funny stuff in here. Wait, did we skip to... Okay, Cauldron. We've got an evil witch.
The Witch from Cauldron. If Old Snake can headline major games, why not old women? Really, really, really old women. I mean, it can't...
Yeah, that's why Returnal was so good.
...all be perky anime cherubs and warrior maidens, right? Cauldron was a Commodore 64 and ZX Spectrum mainstay.
Damn, this actually looks like a game I would like. I really enjoy these, like, shitty old, like, Legend of... What is it? Montezuma's Revenge or whatever? The, like, early fucking computer platformers where it was, like, all on one screen and it like, moved in fucking increments of lag. I love those.
Originally developed when things went awry with what was supposed to be a game based on the Halloween movies. It was a platformer shmup hybrid, today best remembered for atmosphere and punishing controls. But I say there's potential for Grandma Gross out here. I mean, playing as a scary old hag, flying around on a broom, blasting people with magic...
The one thing that I'll say for this video so far that I think is like a decent point is like, yeah, I mean, somebody in chat's like, who cares about age? Well, here's the thing. There's a number of games where you play as like a dude, like an old dude, you know, like Geralt or something. But there's comparatively very few games where you're playing as like a 50-year-old, 60-year-old woman. So I mean, I guess the fact that he has to use this very obscure old platformer for the fucking Spectrum or whatever as an example of one that does, before Returnal came out anyway. And she's only like in her 40s or something, and that goes to show everybody was like, oh, she's so ugly, how could she be in this? It's like, well, I don't know, I mean, how beautiful is like what's his name from The Walking Dead, or you know, whatever. Like, there's a lot of characters who are I don't know.
Powers and potions, I'm already sold.
That's like
Number
one
3,
decent
Vanessa
point.
Z. Schneider from PNO3. PNO3, or Product Number 3, was part of the Capcom 5, a quintet of high-profile releases intended to jumpstart the Nintendo GameCube as a viable platform.
Yeah, well, that's also, I don't know, his point about Old Snake. It's like, yeah, it wasn't, that's a bad, like, this came out the year that Witcher 3 came out, let alone Witcher 2. You could just say Geralt. I mean, he's not even, like, supposed to be, I think he's, like, old, because he's, like, aren't they, like, immortal or some shit? So I guess, but the gray hair isn't because he's elderly, but he's still, like, he's an older dude. There's a lot of old white dudes in gaming, and it needs to stop.
AAA development, but instead produced only a single genuine smash hit, 2 cult classics, and a cancelled title called Dead Phoenix, along with this third-person shooter featuring a cybernetically enhanced heroine who grooved out to the game.
Fucking play this game. I've actually never seen footage of this, and I'm realizing, like, it's criminal that I've never seen or played any of this, like, Capcom GameCube game that I probably would enjoy in some degree.
Game's kicky electronic soundtrack while blasting enemies and obstacles with show-offy acrobatic posing.
Alright, say what you will about this Movieblob video, but I'm gonna play this game.
A lot of ambition during its development cycle, combined with a disappointing sales, and is today remembered mainly for its heroine and the offbeat persona suggested by her unique character animation. Many of its developers went on to form platform games, which makes sense given that Bayonetta and Vanquish are essentially this game split into 2 different franchises. Either way, can't we always use another sassy, doesn't-give-a-fuck cyborg chick, right? Number 2, Clarice from City Connection.
Talking about the fucking car, bro. So your list of game heroines, like, is this going to be revealed? Is this going to be revealed at the end of the video that it's a joke? Like, yeah, look at this list. There's obviously not enough game heroines. We need more female representation. Because, like, that is legitimately the takeaway for me, is, like, you're convincing me that I think that feminism is right. Like, way to go, Movieblob. Your list of, like, forgotten game heroines includes a fucking spider and a car. Yeah, no, fuck it. I think we need more women in games. I think you're right.
Arcade classic where you race around the world's greatest cities and prove it by leaving a paint trail covering all the streets you've driven across. Splatoon crossed with Crazy Taxi? Why would it even be a question whether or not we should revive this? But yeah, the rarely seen driver of the car was a gal named Clarice. Now don't feel bad for not remembering that fact. When the game was ported from the arcades to the NES, they turned Clarice into a dude for no good reason. Lame. Now fortunately for her, she was restored to a more visually prominent role in a recent Japanese mobile gaming revival of the franchise, but I say this one belongs back in the big leagues. What new could be brought to the table? Well, for one thing, Clarice's signature car is a 1982 Honda City, a trendy vehicle in Japan that never came stateside. One of that line's niftier value-added features, optional built-in collapsible mini bikes in the trunk. Yeah, now you're excited.
What the fuck was that about? What was all that rant about? Like, fucking car, something about the car? What the fuck is your video about, Bob? Alright, here it is, the #1 lost girl in gaming. I agree, the bottom text. Oh my god, who the hell cares? I was slightly interested by the fact that I think that car was, like, I don't know, wasn't that, like, associated with, like, the fucking, like, city pop kind of era or whatever, something like that. So, like, you know, I don't know, something like that, but he just goes off about fucking something to do with collapsible bikes, like, whatever. Anyway, here's the #1.
Number 1, Francesca from Cryon Conquest.
#1 heroine in game. You gotta love the fucking NES box art, by the way. Look at this fucking game. Look at this tiny little fucking palette swap of Mega Man. Like, is that enemy literally a Mega Man enemy? I think that's just a Mega Man enemy. I think that's just a Mega Man enemy. And then look at the box art. It's not even the same color. She looks like she's like a medic for the Ku Klux Klan.
One, Francesca from Cryon Conquest.
Yeah, it's just Mega Man. I mean, this looks good, I guess. I've never fucking heard of it. I guess if you want more Mega Man... You know what else is a good NES game that nobody else has fucking ever talked about? Power Blade and Power Blade 2. Everybody always talks about Shatterhand as like, classic NES games nobody remember. No, the real under talked about, underrated ones are the fucking Power Blade games. And I guess also this one, because this looks pretty alright. Yeah, that's just the fucking Mega Man
Cryon
face.
Quest was basically Mega Man, but with a little witch girl. A full lot of witches in the female protagonist backlog, come to think of it. That could be a show in and of itself. But since we've resigned ourselves to a present where basically every other game stars just this guy, a revival for Mega Man, but with magic and...
to be fair, I mean...
...to a present where basically every other game stars just this...
I mean, like, this is just military shooters, but to be fair, in, like, 2015... I have noted... oh, the lavender. The Montreal steak seasoning. I have noted in recent years that, you know, it's crazy when you look at, like, a game conference, like a Sony showcase, or even a Microsoft one, and, like, compare it now to how it was, like, a decade ago, where... like, basically every other game was some kind of brown and gray thing, or it's like a reboot, or it's like a military shooter or something. And now there's a lot of, like, artistic creativity. There's, like, new interesting stuff being done a lot of the time and being pushed really heavily. So, like, I think that that's a good thing. We are out of the brown and gray era, but, I mean, you know, this is kind of also just nitpicking. He's like making a joke, I guess, but still.
This guy, a revival for Mega Man, but with magic and ovaries, would feel pretty close to revolutionary at this point.
Magic and ovaries, yeah.
Is that sad? Damn right, but I'd still love to see a new game with this character.
Jesus Christ, epilepsy. It's like, but she's not a character, though. Like, literally, if your point is, in this video is not that there are not enough, like, I don't know, you could name, like, adventure game protagonist. What about the lady from Siberia or something? Like, there's that lady, or the Dreamfall games, like The Longest Journey. Like, there's those. There's some female protags there. You could talk about those who are actual characters that have some kind of character, but this is like, yeah, like, what the fuck, heroines? Like, I guess it's just a fucking sprite character. You could just tell me that this is Mega Man in a hat, and I would believe you.
Now, let me get real here for a moment, folks. When I first sat down to do the necessary research and compiling this list and making sure I had all my facts straight, I was worried that I wouldn't actually find enough characters to get a full set. But instead, it turns out there were enough. I could have done 3 to 5 more.
Serious? Is he fucking serious, though? Yeah, I mean, okay, yes, he's right. Yes, there have all, and this is a point that people, like, who he disagrees with have always been saying, is that, yeah, there's always been women in games. They're not maybe quite as popular all the time, but there's you know, there's more than just Samus and Tomb Raider, you know? Like, Lara Croft. There's more than just, like, those two, and, like, a few. There's a few. There's a few. And there's even, if you count these ones, that's great. But, like, I don't get why you made this whole fucking video. This seems like a video that somebody who Movieblob would have blocked on Twitter would have made, which would have been like, shut up, feminists, there's already enough women in games, look at all these examples, look, Miss Pac-Man and a spider. Like, but this is Movieblob saying this. This is strange.
This list. Maybe I will at some point. And while I guess I kind of knew that in the back of my head, actually seeing it laid out in front of me, it kind of blew my mind.
Now, I'm not going to tell you that gaming was some kind of gender egalitarian paradise back in the day. Hell the fuck no, nothing was. But the simple fact is that female characters headlining major release games was a lot more frequent, even commonplace of an occurrence from the arcade golden age right up until the start of the Xbox era. And to my mind, that puts a serious dent in both the cultural criticism view of gaming as an eternal irredeemable boys club, and even more—
What the fuck? Why is Bob being kind of slightly based? Because he's right. Because again, he's like, brooking no foolishness. He's correct right now. There have always been women in video games. It's possible that it's, I mean, you know, you want to get into that whole discussion of, like, why is it considered that way? I think a lot of those games don't sell as well, and I think it might be because, like, based on everything I've ever seen, video game marketing was heavily directed to boys. So, like, yeah, boys wouldn't necessarily want to play the girl game unless she was, like, hot or something. I don't know. You could get into that, but, like, I don't know. This feels like the point that you people are... I don't know, this is strange for Movieblob to be saying this. This is strange.
More of a serious dent in the counter-argument to that says, it's always been this way, so why change? No, it has not always been this way. Once upon a time...
Well, yeah, I mean, he is also just talking about, like, a spider in a game as being a fucking character. You know? Like, this is dumb. Make no mistake, this is both kind of right and also dumb. Like, I'm not totally sticking up for Bob here. I'm just saying. Like, the point that he's trying to make is, like, I guess right. But I don't know.
What? Rad Racer
it's so
drove
strange.
The same streets. Once upon a time, Moby and Dig Dug explored the same inner Earth. Once upon a time, Athena and Mario battled evil in the same arcades. The strong female protagonist is not some invention of media and political agitators being forced into video games. They were here from the start, and they were pushed out along with so many other good things by the Doritofication of this medium's pathetic present-day state. But they...
Yeah, I mean, I do kind of agree a little bit with that. It's like, it's because of marketing, a lot of it. No One Lives Forever. Blood Rain was earlier. Somebody in chat mentioned Orchid from Kai. There's also like Primal in PS2 game. There's like the what is it? Kaya Dark Lineage is another one. Like there's a lot of like women characters that you play as. Obviously like Beyond Good and Evil. I don't know what the point of that is though. It's like I guess in 2015 it was interesting to say that because that was the era where people like Bob were going out on Twitter and just, you know, blindly retweeting all this kind of stupid shit about like, oh, women have never been welcome and all this stuff. Like, you know, yeah, there's always been women in games that, you know, it could, you know, the fucking presentation of whatever. But I'm just surprised at this point that he's making, and this roundabout video that he made to make it. That's like fucking using like it's like disproving his argument while he's arguing it. He's like, oh, but no, there's enough women, and it's like, I guess if you count fucking like, I don't know I don't think people are not talking about like pixel art characters with no stories. Even, I mean, if they are pixel and they have story, like, you know, a Final Fantasy character, that's something. People are talking about like a fucking, you know, adventure game characters or like whatever, like actual characters. You know, I don't know. He's arguing with like nothing. He's making a weird like straw man argument.
And should make a comeback. And it shouldn't even take a miracle. All that needs to happen is for modern gaming to wake up and start respecting its own rich and diverse history.
On second thought, the miracle might be more likely.
Okay, the overthinker has spoken, ladies and germs. Well, that's that video. Again, very strange. Kind of correct, kind of stupid, kind of pointless. Oh yeah, I also had to show you this. We're gonna do the Movieblob or Nazi quiz. But I have to show you this. I was mentioned on somebody's channel yesterday or the day before or whatever, and I looked at it and it was a community post and it was this. DeadwingDork's upcoming live stream. This is from Super Charmander Logan. Watch Mojo. This is my upcoming live stream, everybody. Watch Mojo's worst things that happened to 20 Fairly Odd Parents characters. 1. Worst thing that happened to Timmy Turner the day Vicky was first hired to babysit him. 2. Worst thing that happened to Cosmo and Wanda. So this is just going through every... So I'm supposed to stream this Watch Mojo video that probably doesn't exist? Like, is this a joke? Is this somebody making a fanon post about me? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I'm scared and disoriented. Why Fairly Odd Parents? I don't know. I don't think that video exists. I mean, worst things that happened to Fairly Odd Parents. The worst episode. No, none of I don't think this exists. There's a lot of downfall of Fairly Odd Parents, what ruined it, you know, that sort of thing. But that episode does not exist. Although, when I was typing that in, worst things that happened to, I could type in, like, Meg Griffin. Okay, no, so, because this is actually a thing that they do on Watch Mojo. Alright, this is a genre on Watch Mojo. Top 20 worst things ever done to Meg from Family Guy. So, like, I guess this is a fanon... A fanon wiki style community post suggesting that my next live stream will be a video that doesn't exist from Watch Mojo, and these are the top 20. He's written them out here, so that's cool. I'll get to that, bro. I will. When they make it, I'll do it. I'll do it, and the list will be exactly in that order. Thank you. So we're gonna do the Movieblob or Nazi quiz. I think it's from EFAP. Let me see here. Yeah, r/Mahler. Movieblob or Nazi quiz. Alright. Here we go, baby. Final version available here. Ah, here we go, here we go. If you do not watch the... Well, no, this is not true. Let's see this. Movieblob or Nazi/neo-Nazi number 4. The finale. Let me get my weed ready. Well, no weed is needed. I'm reading. This quiz was made for the EFAP podcast, so if you do not watch it, most of the jokes will not make sense. I disagree with that. If you're aware, I mean, I haven't seen it yet. Maybe there's a lot of in-jokes. I've watched a bit of EFAP, but, I mean, Movieblob, I think Movieblob jokes resonate, you know, worldwide. The quiz is still functional as a demonstration of how insane Movieblob is. I'm sorry for not giving sources for these quotes because I only thought about doing that halfway through making this quiz. However, all of the Movieblob quotes are sourced from his Twitter. The Nazi quotes have primarily been sourced from Mein Kampf and the Daily Stormer. Hi, wags. Hello, all my N-words. This quiz will test the limits of your massive intelligence. Even the great spider oracle... Okay, this is like the in-jokes, I think. Wow, it's really hard to tell the difference between the quotes. Quote from Adolf Hitler. I plan on making a condensed quiz based on the best questions from this quiz. Once I get around... Okay. The way this quiz works is that you will be given a quote. You have to decide if it is a Nazi quote or a Movieblob quote. You have to do this for a total of 100 quotes. Okay, hang on. Just, let's get some background music going. We're gonna do it. Let me see here. Okay. The Nazi quotes could be from any Nazi. From the original Funny Mustache Man and his edgy book to whatever Tismy stuff I could find on Richard Spencer's Twitter. Also, I removed some of the words that make it obvious who the quote is from. I will censor the obvious word by putting theme in the censored words place. Okay, so, right. Alright, we got it. I'm not going to lie, Movieblob looks more like a war criminal than Hitler. Who did eugenics better? Film Robert or that guy with the funny mustache? Well, I don't know. He's got a funny beard. So, you know, and that leather jacket is pretty swank. Drill Sergeant Bobby is going to chew out the new recruits. Make sure you read the instructions before starting. I'll never forgive the troglodytes who stole the future I earned to prolong their... Oh, that's Movieblob. Do I not get told immediately? Oh, that's a shame. I wish it told me outright. I think that human beings, if you talk about our differences in terms of talent or intelligence or any other area... Man, I'm not doing this for 100 questions. If you're not going to tell me... I'm sorry. If you're not going to tell me what it is outright, I'm not doing 100 questions to get this. But you can kind of see, if you aren't aware... If you are just slightly unaware of Movieblob and his bullshit, well, you know, now if you don't know, then now you know. Moviebob's the shit, and he, yeah, Movieblob is notorious for his very Interesting Twitter present. You know, let me just take a look, because I had a thumbnail. I used this for a stream at one point. Movieblob, and then it's this one here. No, this isn't a thumbnail. This was just a video. This was just a picture someone made. I used this in the Movieblob video. This is, yeah, this is the classic, obviously. These are actual Bob Chipman tweets. Real tweets. There's no such thing as a bad tactic, only bad targets. Most people actually don't know what's best for them. A problem with building a politically philosophy around personal responsibility is most people don't know what's best for them. The only negative image anyone is taking away from... Right, SV... Two fundamental questions underline 90% of my decisions. Does this get us to a better world? And is this morally correct? In that order. Good God, Bob. Fuck off. What happens to everyone else? What is this? Human labor. Well, then what happens? Becomes a hateful jackass. Like, he, you know, yeah. It's just a lot of, like, big concepts. I don't know, Bob. You're kind of rising above your station a little bit, you know? But that's the classic. That's the classic. We're not gonna do... We don't need to do this. We don't need to do the quiz. You get the gist of the quiz, but it's 100 questions and you don't get told which answer is right when you click it. So I'm not doing the whole thing. Is this really Movieblob? I mean, this is like... He does look like a drill sergeant here. Like, I believe this cosplay. I guess it is Movieblob because he's got his consume cave behind him. He's got like his Power Ranger figures or whatever. That's a He-Man. A Skeletor. Right. Well, that's fine. That's fine. We don't need any of that. We don't need any of that. We're gonna go back to Movieblob. Go back to the Game Over Thinker here, one of his old episodes here. And Game Over Thinker is piracy ever justified? Well, that's okay. Complete. You know what? Complete. Oh my God! Can the Nintendo NX save the world? We gotta watch this. Man, dude, I'm actually into watching Movieblob now because like. I thought about how boring he was currently, like modern Movieblob, but shit, like his old stuff is kind of funny, and he has a lot of weird stuff to say, and like it didn't age well. Can the Nintendo NX save the world? I wanted to click on the piracy one because like, yeah, obviously piracy is fucking justified. These companies are not gonna let you buy a lot of these. A lot of the games he said needed revivals are like not able to be purchased legally unless you buy them secondhand. So yeah, piracy is fucking justified. Of course it fucking is. And I don't know if that was like an accepted viewpoint in 2015, but I think it is now. I don't know if the NX saved the world though. It was kind of right after the NX. Like a few years after the NX actually came out that the world kind of went to shit, frankly. It was actually in the middle of all of that, too. So when...
I'm the Game Over Thinker.
2015,
and I don't want to alarm you, but I think I might be psychic.
He's dressed like Kiryu in this one. Why does your fucking interface block the text? Why would you ever do that? Like, did you not look at this before you re-uploaded it? Why even re-upload it? If you're going to block... Like, it's not major, I know what it says, but sometimes I might not. There was text earlier where I didn't know what he was fucking saying because it was covered up by this shit. It's fucking stupid.
Okay, so here's a clip from the 18th episode of the previous incarnation of this show.
This one is both a suggestion and a wish. Nintendo, you want to spend a very small amount of money in order to make a shitload of money? Here's how. Re-release Super Mario All-Stars. Wait, not on Virtual Console. No, as a proper Wii game.
Listen,
Why?
I feel very sorry. Some people in chat are making jokes about Yang Ye as Kiryu. I feel very sorry for Yang Ye right now. Because, like, I think he's a fine voice actor. I think he would be fine to play a character in that game. But, like, fucking Kiryu? I think he's, like, fucking 40 years younger than Kiryu. Yeah, of course he doesn't sound great. Like, I don't know why they gave him this role, and now people are just clowning on him, and it's a shame. He's fine. Justice for Yongye, man.
Because you're going to include a level editor. That's right. Make your own Mario levels with actual sprites and gameplay engines from the original games. Share them online with friends. Instant platinum seller.
He's talking about Mario Maker, alright.
We haven't changed at all, right? Heck, it was only a couple of months ago the show still looked like this.
This fucking... Look at... So we've got this stupid fucking computer thing that he does. And then we've got this, like, other layer, like MST3K shit of, like, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles watching his show through a TV. Bro, this is so... And now I'm watching this through my monitor. I'm looking into infinity, and the end result is Bob in a wig. We really need to watch some of those videos where he was in, like, a wig. Some of this shit. Like, this is, this is... It's... I was kind of joking when I was like, he has only gotten worse with time. But, like, legitimately... He used to be funny and do the stupid fucking Nostalgia Critic skits where he would dress up and it was, like, really embarrassing, but, like, at least it was something. At least in this era, he's still kind of entertaining a little bit. But the further along you go to his most recent videos, God, Bob is boring now. I don't know what happened. And with my overlay, yeah.
Anyway, what you saw there was not only me predicting the Wii re-release of Super
Hang
Mario
on,
All-Star...
looking at Movieblob has made me hungry. I have to go get a cinnamon bun. I'll be right back. Did I get one cinnamon bun? I got a whole plate of, I think, two whole cinnamon buns. Fucking go me! I'm living large like Bob.
But also the existence of Nintendo's new Super Mario Maker, both of them several years before release. Spooky, right?
Now, it's not going to shock anybody that I think Super Mario Maker looks great, apart from the all-consuming sadness that, as a grown-ass man with adult responsibilities, I will not be able to spend 15 to 20 hours a day playing it and living out my childhood Nintendo game designer dreams at last. But even beyond great, I think that this game, or rather this game creation tool, could very well be a key part of saving the future.
Controversial take here. Alright. Does Movieblob count? I'm gonna say, not only as a Mario adult, but as perhaps the alpha Mario adult, I want to say. I mean, Movieblob is unparalleled. All the other ones are like Mother's Basement, whatever, but Movieblob is an evolved intellectual Mario adult. I don't know, I think there's merit there. I think Movieblob is the king amongst... What is a king to a god? Movieblob is a god amongst Mario adults.
Future of the games industry.
Providing, of course, that it can be saved.
Now, there's no use poring over the various evidence.
Brains is going off on him in chat. I'm liking some of these jokes. Ham, theft, auto, obese city. Damn, dude.
But what tends to worry me is that whether the medium survives or not, will there still be enough games worth playing? You see, in an era where, despite plenty of real, not-to-be-disregarded bright spots exist, neocon military propaganda and free-to-pay cash vacuums are the face of popular gaming, let's just say I'm very happy that if Mario Maker sells especially well, and I'd say it has the potential to become the first genuine modern blockbuster in terms of units sold in the consumer-grade make-your-own-games genre, there's a high possibility that the result of this is an entire generation of future game designers having first experimented with game creation using a toolbox culled from some of the greatest, if not the greatest stuff the golden age of gaming had to offer. The future of gaming
what does this have to do with the
another
NX?
Generation of developers who grew up worshipping Miyamoto's baby. I'll take it.
Now, speaking of the future and my predictions, here's another one.
In May 2011's episode 51, Putting the Cart Before the Cloud, in addition to the first glimpse of the supervillain Pyro Thinker,
Don't ask.
I reflected on the then-recent death of Jerry Lawson, the man who invented the video game cartridge and in doing so solved early-gen game consoles' first big tech hurdle of how to make games both process in real time and be interchangeable. At the time, I concluded like this.
So yeah, that's my first big crazy idea for the industry in 2011. Bring back the...
We're like halfway through this fucking shit. In 2015, we didn't really know shit about the NX. So, like, whatever he's getting at, keep in mind, this is a video that is eventually going to get to being about the NX potentially saving the world. I don't know what the fuck he's getting at. Like, that it's gonna have cartridges, maybe? Maybe, I guess, did he predict that? Maybe he'll be right.
Cartridge. Let's see if Jerry Lawson's invention can revolutionize this industry all over again. What does that have to do with anything? I'm glad you asked.
Even as the Wii U has finally found its new killer app and seems poised to produce at least one more, everyone knows that it didn't do what it was supposed to sales-wise, and Nintendo is already working on what many believe will be a
he's
replacement
sourcing
and/or
himself
upgrade
in
console,
this
currently
video.
codenamed the NX. Now, that's not its final name, no one actually knows what it is, what it's going to do, and Nintendo has already said they aren't planning to even talk about it in detail until 2016. Despite that, I'm making an episode about it anyway. Here's the thing, one of those lovely US Patent Office info dumps hit NeoGAF recently showing off a Nintendo filing that looks like a piece of gaming hardware that many assume could be the NX, or whatever they decide to call it.
I just want to say... Man, I gotta make more cinnamon buns. I just gotta say, talking about NeoGAF, if any of you guys ever needed a reason to get into the artist JPEG Mafia, he has a song called, like, My Thoughts on the Death of NeoGAF. And I just saw that in Spotify and I was like, alright, this guy's cool. Yeah, I'm a fan now. I haven't even listened to much of his music, but I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
The standout information appeared to be a controller...
And the whole song was just him going, I don't care. I don't care. It was great.
...interpreting some kind of screen, which, if so, would answer the question about Wii U backward compatibility somewhat, and one really conspicuous absence. There's no space for an optical disk drive, meaning that whether this is the NX or not, it looks an awful lot like a gaming console that doesn't load games from discs.
Oh!
Now, we heard rumblings of this kind of thing before, and when it came from Sony or Microsoft, the idea of no optical disk drive raised the specter of a download-only device that would have effectively made you only a partial owner of your own games. But while not even I think Nintendo is somehow too wonderful to pull something like that, I doubt that's what's going on here. A company still as Japanese-centric and skittish about online commerce as Nintendo is not going to be the first ones to throw open that door as far as I can imagine. So what could they be up to? Well, just throwing it out there, maybe I was right again. Here's the thing, optical discs, first CDs, then Blu-ray...
This whole thing is just cartridges. His prediction thing, like about it saving the world, oh, is it because of, like, landfill waste or something? What the fuck? Is that what this is? Maybe... His whole thing is just, yeah, I guess he was right about it using cartridges, alright.
Became an industry standard because they were the best way to read and write large amounts of data at the time, and necessary to let consoles become multimedia players. But neither of those things is true anymore. Anything optical discs used to be able to do best can be accomplished much more efficiently using flash memory now, and wouldn't you know it, Nintendo's machine that might be the NX has a spot for reading from flash. Let me throw out a hypothetical here. The reason consoles keep getting more and more expensive is partly because games need more and more processing power and storage space, and devices are built in preparation.
The thing I hate about it goes in hand with him being like, taking fucking forever to get out a sentence or whatever. Like, taking fucking forever to get to his point. That's the whole thing, is like, he has spent this entire video leading up to his point. Like, I can't even refute anything in this video until, like, the end of it. The whole video is just, like, a lead-up. The 7 minutes of, like, and then I'm like, oh, I see what you're saying. I still don't get what he's ultimately getting at here. You know, yeah, I guess maybe it'll use cartridges. I guess it did. Good job, Bob. You got it.
For that. But what if you don't play every game, or use every game feature? You're paying for unused space. If games were being stored on a cartridge-like device via flash, extra space, save for DLC, saves, mods, content, etc.
You know, it's embarrassing that, like, this little skit of the flash drive with the him, you know, or the like SD card and like the footage from the movie and the music or whatever this is. I don't know. This is so much more interesting than his current content. Like, this is what I'm saying. At least his old videos had stuff like this, but his current stuff is just, God, it's just so sterile in comparison. I don't even want to watch it. If you missed it, don't even look at it. Don't look at his new videos.
Extra space, save for DLC, saves, mods, content, etc., could be stored on board with each individual game to its own unique specifications, also using Flash. This way, console costs can be kept down by the core device only requiring enough space for its own onboard apps, while the games do the bulk of their own work, maybe even up to including each game having its own unique optimized user interface instead of having to conform to the console defaults. Hell, maybe this could finally be the thing that gets some extra honesty.
If only Nintendo cared more about their user interface. They've had this fucking thing out for like 6 years, 7 years, however long, 5 years, whatever, however long it's been. The fucking thing still has the same, like, stock-ass menu. How long was it after the Xbox 360 came out that they updated the menu? Which sucked, because the original menu was better. The old, like, 2005 360 menu was way better. But, like, 3 years in or something, they changed it to a new one. And they were like, oh no, we gotta update it. Nintendo never has, for some reason.
And sensibility into game pricing, i.e. games that require a ton of extra storage don't need to cost
Why
the same
did
as a smaller...
people watch Movieblob? Yeah, I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know. An Angry Birds movie. When did gamers become such wimps? The Smashing 7. This is the remaster. We need to see his, like, old shit here. Oh yeah, episode 33, Building a Better Gamer. I remember this one. Let's click on this, a response to Roger Ebert. This is gonna be like, games are art and you're stupid. Like, this is gonna be one of those, I think, probably. This is this is classic era, Bob. This is the retro era. The real retro era. Shut the fuck up, phone. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's Sunny and Skip the Dishes wants to notify me. That's cool. Thanks, phone. Appreciate it.
Hey gang, it's me. This is my actual couch. That's not relevant to anything.
With my actual cum stains.
Mention why I'm on a couch. Anyway, this is the new episode, and I thought I'd like to share with you a little fact about making these. Do you know what is the hardest thing about making Game Overthinker episodes? Finding all the videos and pictures to go along with what I'm saying, because, frankly, you can't always. That's why sometimes you'll see me run some video from a game or reuse the same picture over and over and over again. It's kind of what happens. Look, I'm on a budget, alright? You might have just noticed a jump in the edit there. That's because I had to take a breath. Production value. Yeah.
Bro, bro, eat less cheeseburgers, dude. I'm sorry. Like... what? Like, that's either on you and your physique, or it's on the fact that you can't talk faster. Like, he talks fast, but he can't get to the fucking point. He just can't get to the fucking point. He's literally out of breath with how much he can't get to the point.
Anyway, for this one,
holy
I thought
shit,
a little different to fill the time when the words are important, but there's not
what
really
budget, by the way,
corresponding visuals to use. See, I got this forest right near my house. It's called Lynn Woods, Lynn, Massachusetts, Lynn Woods Reservation. I'm told it's the second largest municipal forest in the United States.
What is bro talking about?
I thought I have all this nice little nature footage of it to use, and I'll, use that to run.
God, if Movieblob had a cooking channel, that would be amazing. Because either it would be horrible, or it would be, like, surprisingly decent. Like, have you seen... I know I streamed about it at some point. Some of you might have seen. And it's actually fine. I mean, it's not, like, super amazing, but it's like she's making pretty advanced level, like, Asian food recipes with a lot of interesting ingredients, and they look good. And it's, like, very surprising that the lady talking about her men with balloon penises infected by Lizzo is making stuff like that. And so maybe Movieblob, like, he's a somewhat rotund male. Maybe he would be able to provide some good cooking expertise. I don't know.
During the period of this video when there's nothing really visual going on, please enjoy some lovely nature footage from one of our many, many national parks. So,
Oh
yes.
yeah, I guess he doxed himself, like where he's from, near his national park or something. I'm sure that information is, I don't know.
We're going to talk about Roger Ebert and his now infamous series of quotations in support of his position that
He
video
really
games...
needed to spend like a minute and a half talking about how he was gonna use like fucking footage from like he's gonna use B-roll. Great. I mean, you could. I guess fucking park footage is nicer than watching some dude play Call of Duty or whatever. CS. What was the game? It was like Counter-Strike. Is CS:GO Slide or whatever, the one that Leafy played? It was that sliding shit, the surfing, the surfing thing. It was that. You know, it's better than that. It's better than that, or watching like, "What's up, everybody?" and the guy's playing like Siege or something. Yeah, I guess I'd rather. I get good on you, Bob. I'd rather see forest footage than that. I'll give you that.
...are not and/or can never become art. But before I address Mr. Ebert, it behooves me to address Mr.
Behooves me.
Us. Him. Attention, gamers.
Oh, God.
Stop being dicks to Roger Ebert about this. And don't look at me like you don't know what I'm talking about either. Odds are someone watching this has fired off a nasty letter.
This is nice. This is the nicest thing that he's done so far. This is my favorite. Unironically, best thing Movieblob ever did was decide to use like nice nature footage for his background. Because it's kind of mesmerizing. It's nice. I'm looking at it. It is nice.
Ebert over this at some point, since this has been going on for like years, and in case you didn't realize it,
But
you're
also,
not helping.
He could just be on camera for this too. I mean,
If you think someone is wrong in their argument, 9 times out of 10, sending him angry letters or bitching him out on Twitter is going to have the
he's
exact
like,
opposite.
who's Roger Ebert? Jesus fucking Christ. I guess that's a fair question. That he did die like 30 years ago or some shit. I don't know. I don't think he died that long ago, but yeah, he was relevant like 20 years ago or something.
Of your
Pretty influential film critic person.
intended effect. Never mind the fact that this isn't Jack Thompson or Michael Atkinson or any one of our other useless douchebag nemesis who are just fun to tool on. Roger Ebert is a titan of the popular culture, whose opinion, right or wrong, carries an incredible weight. If nothing else,
Especially to the 98 Godzilla movie.
he should have earned your respect, especially in disagreement. In fact, let's explore that part a little more. After all, if you're going to try and engage someone in debate, it's a good idea to know just who it is you're dealing with. Those of you getting the sense that this is going to be a long one, yeah, it is. So
Well, it
Don't
fucking
go
looks like it.
put
dude.
on some coffee. Anyway, Roger Ebert first came to prominence in the late 1960s, one of the
We're really-
vanguards of a new generation of fresh, open-minded film
Okay,
critics.
no, yeah, he's a film critic. He's great. Yeah, okay, good. What does he have to say about video games? Blah,
Debate
blah.
on the artistic merits of video games versus film. Unsurprisingly, Ebert came down on the side of the movies, but it was the logic of his conclusion that struck a nerve. In Ebert's estimation, film was the superior form almost by mere default. In his opinion, film could be art, while video games could not. Now, it's likely that Ebert wasn't aware that the question of games as art was already the subject of a long-term, passionate debate in the gaming community. But it's basically understandable that said community reacted as strongly as it did. When you're already the proponent of a somewhat controversial position, having one of the most prominent voices in the popular
Is
culture...
it controversial? Like, somewhat controversial? Really? Like, in when was this? 11 years ago? 2011? I guess the concept of it ever being controversial that games were art is like, I mean, that's just such a... Like, anything can be a art. Trolling is a art. Fucking, like, yeah, games are fucking... What do you mean our games are art? They have art in them. Of course they're fucking art. What is that? Why is that even a debate? Why did we even argue about that? Like, fuck. What is this shit?
Come down on the other side isn't precisely good news. And since the gamer community and the angry vocal internet community so often tend to be one and the same, Ebert got an earful.
Guys, that's him. That's Movieblob.
Angry vocal internet.
That's him. It's Superman with an NES t-shirt on. That's what Movieblob sees himself as, I think.
Internet community so often
Except with a mustache.
and tend to be one and the same, Ebert got an earful. In fact, responses to Roger Ebert like this one are only slightly less commonly seen throughout the gamersphere than sarcastic PS3 photoshops and Triforce tramp stamps. Well, let me just jump right in then. Roger, Mr. Ebert,
Yeah,
I
I'm pretty sure Movieblob is a high-functioning artistic, that's true.
disagree. Or at least, I think I disagree.
I think
See,
he is.
this has gone back and forth so many times, it starts to become apparent that the debate is only partially about video games, and at least partway about semantics, i.e.
Bob's about to get anti-semantic on us.
the specific meanings of words. That's where it starts to get complicated. When it's
Controversy.
just, yes they are, no they aren't, yes they are, no they aren't. Back and forth for infinity, it's nice and simple, but it doesn't go anywhere.
Hard
Exploring what it
truth!
really is we're talking about might
Ask
just be
the
the key to
real
mutual understanding.
questions!
See, art is one of those words that's taken on radically
Rip Robert Eggers, everybody. That's rest in peace.
different meanings throughout history, so settling on a definition becomes a difficult matter of personal
Robert
interpretation.
Edgar.
I can't pretend to know exactly how Ebert intends his use, but I can give you my definition, and since, name of the show and all, I can explain where I get it from.
God, he's really gonna go
Art
off
is
on this.
useless. Speaking of Oscar Wilde, and since I've probably gone
It's
too...
like, if you want to get pretentious and be like art has to be good art, then that's just you being an asshole, really. Because obviously art is subjective, so it's like, yeah, you've got like music and graphics. Those are both art in and of themselves. Let alone the art of designing the game and programming as an art, which it is, and can be. There's a lot of course it's fucking art. There's art to anything that you have in your home was probably built in some fashion that could be constituted as art. I mean, maybe it's a fucking IKEA or something, but if it's a table, there are people out there that make tables, and that's their art form, is they make really nice tables. You know what I mean? I've got speakers here on my desk. There are people out there who make fancy ass speakers that are works of art. Anything in my fucking vicinity that I'm looking at, I've got a fucking light for my videos. There's probably a fancy fucking jabroni light that I could get that's okay, maybe that's pushing it. I don't know that people are making artistically designed fucking film lighting or whatever. But I mean, a lot of the stuff that I'm looking at here is people build this shit. Even my base case. There's people out there who are oh, I really care about the construction of a base case, and I'm gonna make it special. I don't know. The fucking concept of this as a debate is bizarre.
far too long without
We
saying
have to have this
anything either about
20-minute video about our video games art. That's all this is. I think we're good on that video. I think we've seen enough of that. We're gonna do maybe one more, and then we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to Max Carson, the great, the best, better than the rest. The Emperor Has No Clothes. Here's his Metroid video. I think I've seen that before. Worst Person, Double Trouble, Anti-Thinker, History of Video Games, Anti-Thinker, Mega Man. What is the fucking Anti-Thinker? I don't know. I was told to look at episode 90 something. Things I Learned in the Dark. Setting Sun. He's got a revisit of the Metroid thing. Oh god. I think I've watched these on stream, but I really want to watch that again. God damn it. I want to see what he says about Metroid. I would be here all day. God damn it. Why do you love video games? Crass Effect, Aftermath. What the fuck? God, I don't want to click on any of these. Ask Ivan. I'm not a gamer. What is this? Fine. I'll click on
Hi everyone! Stay tuned after the show for a special announcement concerning the future of the Game Over Thinker.
God, I'm sorry, but there's just something about this footage that reminds me of Mr. Anime for some reason. I don't know what it is. He doesn't look like Mr. Anime. I don't know what it is, but it's just reminding me of that.
A special announcement concerning the future of the Game Over Thinker.
Pathetic.
No!
Roger Ebert recanted the statement, but there's still people that'll shitpost about our game's art. And the fact that that ever was a thought. I mean, I guess back in the era when it was a thing, when people still were, like, having that debate, it's like, I guess I didn't consider it the way that I consider it now, either. But now it is like, of course they fucking are. Well, this is not a topic of conversation. You know, like, I don't know. You know, and he was just an old guy who didn't really know what he was fucking talking about, so I don't think anybody should really necessarily hold it against him for not having played, like, fucking Final Fantasy IV and gotten a full picture of video gaming, you know, as one does when they play Final Fantasy IV. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. This is what we're here for, by the way. Movieblob action scenes. Hell yeah.
Achievement unlocked. Overthinker defeated.
Okay. You take this one.
Hello, folks.
God, this is a fucking meme, dude. Like... I swear to God, like, yeah, the further back you go with Bob, it's just like... It's just these cringe skits and shit, and I mean, I know it doesn't reflect him now or whatever, but this was at least entertaining. This is so fucking funny, his series. He's got like 100 episodes of this series, and it's like Nostalgia Critic, but nobody cares about it and nobody wants to watch it. Nobody has nostalgia for the game Overthinker, and there's like 1 million fucking episodes of it. You'd think that somebody... There's like people that like Irate Gamer, and nobody cares about the game Overthinker, dude. This is like a parody of this type of channel. That would be in like a TV show or something. Yeah, the skits are funny. They're great. They're great. Yeah. No, but people do like Nostalgia Critic. People do go back. You know your modern stuff is crap if DeadwingDork is asking for skits. I mean... Obviously, I don't think they're, like, good unironically, but man, it's fun. At least it feels so perfectly like that type of thing from this era. And then just, like, all this stupid action and, like, there's explosions. And he's, like, lying dead on the fucking floor. And then it's just this fucking dude with a bald spot sitting in his grandma's couch watching fucking Teletubbies on his laptop. Like, come on, man. You can't make this shit up.
Hello, folks. I'm the Game Overthinker, resting up here at home because apparently I can defeat my own evil doppelganger, 2 elemental ninjas, not 1, 2 elemental ninjas, the Lord of the Video Undead, hundreds of thousands of video creatures.
VidSpawn.
What?
We're calling them VidSpawn now. Marketing said
Vince Vaughn, what the fuck?
video creatures was a little clunky.
Fine.
VidSpawn.
VidSpawn.
Sure.
Whatever. I can defeat tons
I
of
think I prefer Vince Vaughn. I'm gonna go with that.
those, but apparently my luck runs right the fuck out when it comes to a robot.
This is like every joke I've ever made. Like, this is actually a great... I'm so happy we did more Movieblob, because this is a great thing to return to after doing the fucking Linkara movie. All of the jokes about, like, oh god, it's his dark phallus form, and, like, the Mario adults, too. Like, this is what I was talking... This is all of those videos. Just Movieblob fighting his 700 fucking alter egos for fucking truth and justice while he has, like, a Navi fairy at his side. And it's just this fucking... God damn, this is embarrassing. Like,
same difference. So, now I get to sit here, I guess, while the Omega Thinker sorts out my robot problem.
Android problem.
Ivan, cut...
VidSpawn, the only spawn that Bob will produce. That's true. That's true, Brains, yes.
that out.
Sorry.
What we need to be doing is figuring out how to pass all this extra time.
Organize the game shelf?
Did it?
Do your laundry?
No.
Go to the beach?
Ah!
It's October.
Laundry is for fucking normies. I do not do that shit.
Bean eating contest?
Probably not, I guess.
Play Resident Evil 6?
Oh, God, no. Hell, is that scorpion-eating thing still on the table?
Scorpion.
Let's watch TV then.
I mean, I do, you know, some Resident Evil 6 joke is kind of funny, I guess.
Some people think I'm all song and dance. Truth be told, I'm into everything artistic.
Oh, it's a
And
DS.
where? Like everyone I've never heard of, but the TV insists is famous is from Glee.
Or from iCarly.
What's an iCarly?
I have absolutely no idea.
This loud-ass music. This feels like Dogs Eating Dog 6, too. This feels like Dogs Eating Dog 6. He's got his alter ego Mario character there while he has it's Zelda character, while he has loud-ass fucking video game music playing. And he's, like, trying to act. It's fucking Dogs Eating Dog 6! By the way, once again, reminder that Tamatoa Gaming apparently is gone from YouTube because of, quote, dodgy pedo stuff, according to some guy on my comments. I don't know how true that is, but he is gone, apparently, so, and other people have corroborated that. So the weird, like, the dude who sang the JoJo song and wanted to be sat on by mommy whatever from fucking whatever show that was, little girl anime character. Turns out he's gone for various reasons, but you know, this is just reminding me so much of Dogs Eating Dog 6. It is a great thing that I decided to do Movieblob again, because man, he really is like the alpha prime Mario adult. I wonder if they know about him. I wonder if any of them have ever like watched his shit, because this is crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah.
An abstract piece of dessert art. My name is Diana Agron, and I'm not a gamer. With my 3DS, I'm an artist.
Huh.
That seems like a weird catchphrase for a video game commercial.
Yeah. Especially from a Nintendo handheld.
No, I think apparently, supposedly, it was talking to kids in some way that wasn't appropriate. I don't know. It's just, this is all like second-hand shit, third-hand, whatever, but, you know, I think he is gone, so.
Here's the bulwark of preserving classic gamer
Could just
culture.
be a bunch of
Hell,
rumors.
remember when we gave Retrothinker that special GBA?
Well, I suppose there's nothing wrong with making
I've seen
it.
the picture of him dressed as Mario. Of course I've seen the picture of him dressed as Mario. We've all seen the picture of Movieblob as Mario Bob. Everybody's seen the picture, bro. But I'm just saying that, like, in terms of his presence, his actual personality, and even the way his videos are, he really reminds me of, like, Dogs Eating Dog 6 and the Origami Kingdom ilk, including Tamatoa Gaming Da. And maybe even Tony Sonic and or his grandpa.
An ad aimed at non-gamers.
I guess. I mean, especially since that game they're advertising really isn't a game in the traditional sense. It's, you know, appropriate, I guess.
Are there any other ads?
I don't know. Let's see.
You know, I really thought this would be better. Like I was saying, oh, his content gets better when you go back further. This is like back when he had all the skits and everything and he had these characters. This is still fucking insufferable. I mean, this is just still completely fucking intolerable. I don't know. This is, this loud fucking music, and he keeps just talking to this character, and he won't edit this. There's just, like, this reverse shot of, like, this fucking character, the Navi, and then him, and then, like, occasionally something else will happen, and God, this sucks.
Oh, sweet. My name is Gabrielle Douglas, and I am not a gamer. With my 3DS, I'm a coin collecting champion.
What?
But that's...
That's New Super Mario Bros. 2.
But New Super Mario Bros. 2 is a game. I mean, it's like the most
Heavens to Metroid.
game-ish game you can make.
It's a 2D Nintendo exclusive platformer, based around a character universally recognized as being synonymous with gaming. That makes near constant reference to a 23-year-old NES game.
If you look up game in the dictionary, there's a picture of that next to it.
Oh, God, this is 20 minutes long. Holy shit. We're not even into the whole video? This is the intro? This isn't even the real video?
So, Nintendo...
Holy shit! Fuck you! Oh, that's cunty!
New I'm Not a Gamer campaign seems to have pissed a lot of people off. It almost feels designed to, featuring as it does spokespeople from backgrounds considered to be outside the traditional gaming demographic, essentially declaring that they play games but don't consider themselves to be part of what's currently labeled gaming culture or the gamer community, and then inviting others to come and do the same.
Not to mention, they're leaving themselves open to being ostracized even more from the so-called hardcore gaming demographic.
You know, this is before the, I mean, it always comes back to fucking Gamergate, but especially talking about Movieblob, it does. This is before the Gamers Are Dead articles came out that were all like, oh, gamers are all harassing misogynistic men. We need to become, like, people who play games. Players. Like, weird shit. Some kind of weird fucking shit that, like, 50 different, like, journalists were all pushing at the same time. There's, like, this push. Like, oh, gamers are we don't want to use that term anymore. We don't want to use the term gamer. That's embarrassing. We don't want to, we want to move beyond the term game. I think it is embarrassing, but for different reasons now. Because actually now we're watching Movieblob and he's, like, talking about being a gamer or whatever, and I think, you know... Yeah, actually, I think maybe we should Gamers Are Dead. We should dead and bury that one. That's fine. I'm good with that.
Who will no doubt look at these ads and say, yeah, no shit, you're not a gamer. You're playing on a fucking 3DS.
Moviebob's Vietnam.
And it kind of feels like they're shitting on us in the process.
Yeah, that's the other thing. The overall tone of the ads really does feel like Nintendo is inviting non-gamers to move in and gentrify the neighborhood in a way, as though they're saying, yeah, we agree, gamers suck. Good thing we don't expect you to become one.
So having a game company, especially Nintendo, start basically affirming the mainstream culture's disgust for us in the positive.
Audio getting louder. Well, it sounds like the fucking the music he's using in the background. Look, here's the thing, man. There's a lot of cool music on the NES. There's a lot of Castlevanias and Mega Mans and shit, Contra. A lot of good music. And then there's a lot of games, like even games that have good music, like Metroid. That fucking shit just drones on and on forever. And you can't even hear it because it gets cut out by the fucking, like, sound effects, which isn't a problem here, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know, the reverence for, like, I don't know, a lot of this stuff doesn't sound that, like, a lot of it does, I don't know, he's not playing, like, Castlevania 2 music, though. He's playing, like, some shit that doesn't sound very good.
Nintendo start basically affirming the mainstream culture.
This is why I'm saying that it sounds like Dogs Eating Dogs 6, because it reminds me of when he has, like, a fucking, like, Mario and Luigi song, like, fucking overlaying with, like, Megalovania and like, the Family Guy theme or something. Like, it's just bonkers. And I don't know what this is from. I'm sure it's just a low-quality version. Maybe the actual composition is fine. But, man, he's using, like... And the one that he used before that, too. This like...
He insists his famous is from...
God.
Or from
iCarly. This is, like, ear-piercing fucking noise. I hate that so much. Jesus Christ.
Of audiences that wanted to use their product without necessarily being associated with the word gamer.
Lucky there's a Movieblob guy!
Well, it's good business for one thing. Part of the on-demand info revolution is that not everything requires a major investment of time or experience to get into anymore.
I cannot finish any of Movieblob's videos. I get, like, to the same point, and then I just stop caring. He like, shows his blog. I don't know. I want to watch a little bit more Movieblob. We're going to be here for a while. I might as well do a little bit more. In praise of clones. Let this be the end with Wario World here. Okay. The Next Crash. Starving Artists. Top 10 games of Generation 7. Ghosts Busted. Oh, is this going to... No, that's not about the Ghostbuster. That's before then. The Fate of Nintendo. Titanfall. There was one I was said to look at. The number 95, The Anti-Thinker Blabs. I don't know what this is going to be about, but somebody... Oh. Hell yeah, dude. Let's get into it. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. The Anti-Thinker here. Oh, he's an extreme so he's like the reverse of the... Okay. What's this gonna be? Yeah, I guess this is the Gamergate stream, everybody.
Guys, I just don't know about this.
Look, he's been on his best behavior. He asked if he could get a Spotlight episode. I figured we owed him a shot. And what does he even plan to talk about? He wouldn't tell me.
And what's with the props and the backdrop?
He wouldn't tell me that either. Hey, Anti-Thinker, do you need one of the wigs, too? Oh my. Nah, I'm good. Can you imagine if I had my hair grown out and I had all this?
Does he talk like that for the whole video? Wait, is it gonna be him talking for... Yeah, okay, let's get it well.
Shit going on? This would be a complete Spoonie ripoff instead of just most the one.
A Spoonie ripoff? Is that what he thinks he is? He thinks he's a Spoonie ripoff? I guess. A little bit. Spoonie's funny, though. I mean, the videos that he would have been ripping off in this era would have been, like, a lot better than Bob's, so...
Roll the special credits.
Razor fat.
So I'm the Anti-Thinker. That used to make me the bad guy around here, but now we got bad guys got way more interesting special effects, so I guess I'm more like the bad boy of the arrangement. Like, they got a guy as like Danny and Joey, and I'm all Uncle Jesse up in here. Really? What? John Stamos. So, John Stamos on Full House is your go-to resident badass reference? Yeah?
Man,
Not like...
I can't... What do you even say? I don't just... What do you... You know what? I don't have anything to say. I'm gonna go grab a fucking drink. I'll be right back. Movieblob is literally so boring that I had to like get up and walk around for a little bit so I would stop being so bored. I had to like walk up and down my stairs just so I could feel something. Let's get back to it. He hasn't even got to his fucking point yet. I really said that his earlier videos would be better because at least they have like this. But no, it's still Movieblob, so they still suck ass. So it's just more drawn out and annoying. He at least gets to the point quicker in his newer videos. It still takes him fucking forever. But he's like, oh, God.
I yell or someone?
God, this is intolerable. Fuck this.
No, those are like cartoons and shit. Uncle Jesse had a band, and he was totally banging Rebecca Romaine for a while.
Didn't she divorce him and marry one of the kids from Stand By Me?
You shut the fuck up.
What?
You don't get to talk shit about...
Yeah, I like to point out, it should go without saying. Well, maybe it doesn't go without saying, because Movieblob is like a lolcow, and a lot of people have preconceived notions about him. You know. I'm talking about watching his content. Not tremendously about him as like a human being. There was the stuff about his Nazi-esque comments that he makes, talking about eugenics and things like that. But, you know, generally, we're just talking about how fucking boring his videos are. You know, if he improved as a content creator, I wouldn't say that. So it's like, I'm not saying he's an awful human being and he should fucking whatever. I'm not, you know, and that's the thing. This is just terrible. And I really stand by hard that that I'm allowed to say that it's terrible. And also that there was one point in time where Movieblob had to block me on Twitter because because that I said that I joked that he was involved in a thing I was doing, and he was like, no, I would never get involved with misogyny, and it was kind of funny. So that was like 10 years ago or something. That was like in 2014 or some shit. But I just remembered that as I was talking. I was like, oh yeah, there was a time when Movieblob had to block me because I was like, yeah, guys, Movieblob's in my new thing that I'm making, and he was just like, no, I am not. It was pretty funny. That was pretty.
About Stand By Me. You just don't.
Yeah, Ivan, just don't.
I didn't say anything. I love that movie.
Yeah, Ivan, just don't get bros started about Stand By Me, okay?
You say whatever you want to about me,
Oh,
but you leave Stand By Me alone. You just don't.
We get it. We get the joke. You like Stand By Me. Thank you. Yeah.
Don't.
This is like a minute.
Anyway,
joke.
At this point, even the name Anti-Thinker is kind of a misnomer. Misnomer.
Are we really going to hear him talk like this for the whole video?
Misnomer. Hey, do you think that's what they used to call Garcia Parra's wife?
Video games, Anti-Thinker?
What I mean is, I'm more like the anti-overthinker. Because it's really just this one guy that I'm against, and I guess not so much anymore. I'm not against thinking. I got all kinds of thoughts you just don't want to hear.
Oh, so they reformed the villain of the series, and now he's just a guest on the show, like a normal character? That's cool. We love a good redemption arc. We stand.
Like, I think this series was better before they decided all you dorks could be in on the joke, too. I think Anthony got a raw deal. I think Frank Miller...
So we got some good comments here. Get to the point. Boo! Fart. This is so very, very unfunny. Bill CIA Wilson says to get to the point, Bob. We got 2 comments asking, where is the joke, Movieblob? Where is the joke? Yeah, this is really getting insufferable for people. Like, he's not being funny. He's taking forever to get to whatever point he's gonna make. I think he might be finally getting to it, maybe?
Makes a compelling point about geopolitics, you dig? I think Guy Fieri is a god amongst men. I think Corona really does taste that good. I think Chuck Norris is awesome without the irony, because irony is for people what can't accomplish nothing.
Anti-Thinker,
this is
video games?
Fine. I think your nostalgia blinds you to the fact that this was never actually that good. But neither was this, this, or this other stuff you fucking nerds never shut up about. I think all this anime-looking shit...
Okay, so is the whole video just... So this one isn't about Gamergate, then? What is this? Just about nostalgia? Is this just a whole video of him being like, actually, it's all bad? Is that... What? Okay.
Is way the fuck overrated, and there's too much of it. I think Trevor is the most important character ever, and I think y'all jumped way too hard on Franklin's aunt and his pals being racist caricatures, just because they don't fit with your white liberal guilt idealism of the inner city.
What the fuck is happening? Bro, what is he on now? He suddenly became woke again. God damn it. Somebody flipped the fucking woke switch on Bob again. God, he went off again. He's trying to get liberal pussy. God fucking damn it. I don't even know if he's right. I barely am even listening to... I'm just hearing buzzwords coming out of his fucking mouth, and I'm like...
Yeah, whereas you are clearly down with the thug life.
At least I know what those words and gestures mean, killer. Anyway, I don't get this guy's appeal. Or him.
Okay, so you just don't like the things? What? Okay.
Or him. Or her. Or her. Or whatever that is. But I do get her. And her. Better believe I get her. And also her.
Anti-Thinker, you know that poison is...
Yeah, duh. What?
I just wouldn't have guessed.
Maybe you should think outside your narrow perceptions of the human condition.
How long is this gonna go?
Maybe I should, yeah.
Huh. That's a very surprising and enlightened view from the Anti-Thinker.
Hell yeah.
What? Anti-Thinker spoils them... What? What the fuck? But did you just, like, write something and then when you were editing it, you're like, oh, this is embarrassing, I shouldn't have this in the story? In the video? Okay. That's cool, bro.
6 of one, half dozen of the other, right?
And that didn't last long.
Ah, jeez. Did we remember to put that thing about not taking him seriously at the front of the show?
Besides, it's a cartoon, you fucking kids.
That's the other thing. I do not get what's up with the big backlash against things looking like they really is. We finally got graphics up to where they can look like real, but every other game I see you gamer scrubs going all ballistic over is some anime bullshit or looks like a little kid's book.
So this is just a video where he's being stupid? Is that... okay. It's even, like, down-thumbed. What is the point of this? Much more attractive and stylish than usual. This is supposed to be like Razor Fist. I'd never watched Razor Fist. Okay, we have to click on this one. I think I've probably even seen this before, but like...
So, if you guys are watching this, it means I'm either dead or I've been abducted by the Ultra Thinker.
Oh my god,
Either way,
the fucking Ultra Who is this Jack Scalfani looking ass thinker over here?
I'm sorry.
Hard R thinker.
But I planned for this contingency, and now it's up to you to see it through.
Man, good thing as far as we know it's the second one, huh?
Retro Thinker, I know you're not sure of yourself.
Retro
I know
Thinker?
that you live in constant fear of the Necro Thinker persona taking
Oh my
hold once...
god, why is it like this? Why? What, like... I'm not gonna give Bob the credit of even suggesting that this might have been, like, an ironic joke about, like... No, this was just something he thought would be funny, and, like, this was just the lore of the series. Because all of these fucking people had to have, like, skits and lore back then. But god, the fucking Retro Thinker, the Ultra Thinker, the Anti-Thinker... Fuck, dude.
Again, but I believe in you.
Necro Thinker.
The Ultra Thinker came for you not because he saw your weakness.
Where is Thinkara?
He feared your strength. For a long time now, I've believed that your connection to the Golden Age, untainted by the myriad failings of our modern gaming, could make you the most powerful thinker of all.
I'll do my best, Overthinker. You're the best. Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the...
Not now. That's why you, Retro Thinker, must be the one to take the Overstones and the Lost Cross to Wario's Woods.
The Nega Thinker.
Enter the Tower of
Hey,
Mystery.
now, be careful.
And claim the...
I always love the Sonic character, Nega Eggman. Because, I mean, that is just a word that's not... You know, yeah, you gotta be careful with that
ultimate weapon. And bring this war to a close. I know you can do this. I believe in you. Now, to Ivan.
Ah, man, I'm gonna get all choked up here.
Is anybody fucking even listening to what this fucking bitch is talking about? I'm sorry, like, this... God, this fucking sucks. I'm just not paying attention. I'm like, chat is so much more interesting than this at this point.
Loyal
like,
friend to me, Ivan. Now, I'll need
but
you
for
to do
some
it
reason, I'm compelled to see at least a bit of this. He's talking about fucking Gamergate. Where does it actually start? The Lost Cross.
Arming the teleporter protocols now.
Oh, God.
Are you ready for this, kid?
Ready as I'll ever be.
On your signal, buddy.
Dr. Beardo, energize.
The Beard Thinker? Is that his real name? Dr. Beardo. I mean... You know, again, comparing this to somebody like Scott the Woz, another game discussion guy who has skits, you know, and is obviously more popular and more modern and recent, and somebody I've been watching videos from recently. You know, I've been rewatching some of his like Wii U video or whatever. Like, if people make jokes about, people say his like skits aren't very good and they're like kind of cringy. If Scott the Woz's skits were just him in like different costumes in his apartment and it looked depressing, like, cause like you've got the consume cave wall with all this like Mario Bing Bing Wahoo fucking He-Man bullshit.
Dr. Beardo, energize.
And Dr. Beardo, and I mean, you know, it's great that you have your selection of your media. You got your Dreamcast there. I see it, your Dreamcast, and I respect it. But I don't know, there's like an almost King Cobra-esque dinginess to this apartment. There's just something... It reminds me of like the time-honored image of the guy who goes home at the end of the day and he he watches one of those little tiny tube TVs with the antennas, and he's in like a folding chair, and he eats like a can of beans in his underwear. It's like Lenny in The Simpsons when he's like, "Don't tell anybody how I live!" Like that. Like, there's just something about this apartment. I mean, it's not even that bad. It's better than mine in some way. There's some nice furniture. That cabinet looks okay. And there's a Dreamcast. Who doesn't love a good Dreamcast? But also your air conditioning is positioned over these electronics, and it might, like, leak onto them. There might be some of that, so, you know, be careful with that, Movieblob from like 8 years ago. Yeah, like, there's just a dinginess. Maybe it's the lack of lighting, you know? I mean, I don't think he ever pretended to be like a filmmaker or anything. But there's something to do with Moviebob's incredible, like, pretentiousness and over-intelligence that, like, or his attempt to seem over-intelligent anyway. There's something to do with his pretentiousness and all of that that makes it like, why didn't he just get some fucking lighting for this video? Like, why couldn't he have, like, mic'd this a little better? I don't know. I don't know. I guess he didn't care that much. It's hard to say.
There he goes.
The boy carries the hope of us all. Think he'll make it?
I do.
Think we'll find the overthinker before this is all over?
Why is there like a stack of fucking cans back here? What is this? Is this like supposed to be art? Is this what Americans think art is? I don't know why I'm making this American. But if video games are not art, then what the fuck is this stack of beer cans? Does that count as art? Because, like, why else does he have them? Is this just... I am charitably assuming that he's got them stacked there in some kind of formation to be, like they're collectible cans or something, maybe. Maybe. That's still kind of stupid. I don't know. A little bit. I mean, and I like weird sodas or whatever, but I don't know about collecting the fucking cans, you know, if that's what it is. Or it could just be that he has a bunch of fucking cans over there. Like, just some Pepsis that he drank like a week ago that are just still sitting there.
I wish I knew.
So,
what is the name of the building where everyone lives? Depressing apartments.
what did you want to have words about?
Oh, is this the God Thinker? Where the world of games and the world of man collide, one man is called to maintain the balance. This man is... Get on with it. Holy fuck, how are we still on the intro? There's a robo-thinker, too?
So you are the game overthinker.
And you're the ultra thinker. What do you want, monster?
You are not afraid of me?
Look at this, like... Look at this little man. He's, like, A-posing. And he's, like... I mean, it's like Justin RPG when he, like, photoshops himself into, you know, like a wedding ceremony along with Lugia or whatever the fuck. Reshiram. Like, that's what this looks like. God.
If you wanted to kill me, I'd already be dead.
Clever boy.
So why am I here? Why is anything that's been going on between you, between me, between any of this happening? At long last, you at least owe me that.
You're in a hurry to reach the end of the game.
This isn't a game, it's life!
Fuck do we get to Gamergate? What the fuck?
It was the
How long is the... Holy shit with this. It's like, it's not... I reflexively say how long is the... It's 21 minutes, I see that. But, holy god, it feels... Like, how does he spend so long in just this fucking void with the Metroid music? And, like, God, get on with it!
Or that made gamers gamers.
Elaborate.
Even when the web first became part of the equation, video games were hugely stratified into a variety of fandoms and subsets. You had your arcade fans, console fans, PC fans. You had Nintendo guys fighting Sega guys and then fighting PlayStation guys. You had RPG fans and Mario fans and sports fans, people who only played Street Fighter, strategy games. Hell, you could even just have guys who were big into Ninja Turtles who had a console just to play the Ninja
You didn't have any women except for the spider from Deadly Creatures.
Turtle games.
And even those of us who were really into video games as a whole, you wouldn't really hear us say gamers all that much. You might hear us say video game fan or player or something more like that.
God.
Tell me of the war.
Well, you know how in the 80s we were convinced the Soviets were going to nuke us into oblivion, and then in the 2000s we thought it was the terrorists that were going to get us?
Of course.
Well, in the 90s, we were naive enough to think we'd hit some kind of historical tipping point where the world was just never going to be as scary as World War II or the Cold War again, so we found all kinds of other stupid shit to be worried about instead.
Huh? What is this?
Politicians like Joe Lieberman and Tipper Gore made violent video games into a policy issue, and there was talk of bans and government regulations.
Yeah, it's worse than
like Florida
Linkara.
lawyer named Jack Thompson jumped into it and started bringing lawsuits and getting all kind of press attention. For a minute there, it looked like actual censorship of games was something
not actually about Gamergate? Oh, it's not what you think it is, or is it? I see. It's like a meme. I got you.
That could really happen. Suddenly, just about everyone who was onto any kind of video game found themselves on the same side of this huge cultural conflagration.
And since any side needs a name, gamer fit the bill.
Setting aside differences to unite in common cause.
I can't fucking... I'm not doing this whole fucking video. I mean, it's gonna turn into something about, like... I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. What is this? Is there a funny ending, at least? I mean, you can't... Hang on. You can't tell me. You can't... Hang on. Like... Yeah, like this image. Like this image. This classic image. We're finally married, Reshiram! Like, this is exactly what it looks like. Am I wrong? I guess he's got a little more shading on him. This looks a little less natural. But God, that's impressive. That's some impressive work.
Only an elite from the Lion's Head. May he prove his worth. Oh, come on! Nobody can jump this! It's a leap of faith.
Bob, you do not... You're a little weighty, Bob. Okay. Like, what was that? What... Look at this... Wow, instead of... You couldn't even animate yourself doing a jump? What is this? What the fuck is this? What is wrong with you, Bob? You clearly had your guy jump and then you just cut to this? Is this like a reference to the game or something? Like, I don't know. What the fuck? It's Mike Dawson. I think this might be a reference to... I know it's like... I know that's at least a reference to, like, you know, Wile E. Coyote or whatever, but that might be from, like, the King's Quest or whatever he's fucking ripped this from. I don't care. Who gives a shit? This has nothing to do with anything.
Hi, everyone!
I'm
Stay
so
tuned.
fucking done with you, Bob. I'm so fucking done with you, Bob. That was Movieblob. We're good. We're good. We are fucking good. I don't even have any more cinnamon buns, man. I don't even have any more cinnamon buns. I could go get fucking cereal or something, but man. Movieblob, like, expended all... I had, you know, I drank 5 beers yesterday playing Halo. I drank almost a full 6-pack, and I already had the other beer, so I've got nothing. I got no booze to carry me through Movieblob, but thankfully we're done Movieblob. Now all we have to do is watch Mr. Girl content. So that's cool. There is, in fact, a video from Mr. Girl from his Clips channel, which I think is not actually run by him, but it's a, you know, it's a channel of his, like, stream clips or something. Video from Mr. Girl about Red Letter Media are bullies now. And that was what I saw somebody posted yesterday, and I was like, you know what, Mr. Girl, it's been a while. Because he would also fit with the concept of somebody kind of like Ben Shapiro, who's like an overly intellectual fucking ponce who won't shut the fuck up. But who's on the other side of the spectrum, I guess. Or whatever side of the fucking spectrum, whatever fucking part of the autism spectrum Mr. Girl is on. We haven't looked at him since, like, 2020 or something. I think it's been a while, because I've always been... Well, no, I did look at his song where he was shouting that he was a pedophile, and it was, like, he was on a school bus, because he actually, like, mentioned me by name. It was, like, I remember it was, like, so shoe on head, dead wing, and moist hypocritical. I remember that. That was a moment. That was a super cool moment. But it was a realization that he was mostly just looking for attention. A lot of other stuff happened. He got really popular with a lot of people, and I was like, oh, I'm too Movieblob. I'm too smart to fall victim to Mr. Girl's bullshit and him, you know, trying to, you know, get views or whatever. But it is entertaining when he dropped this fucking insane unhinged manifesto about, like, let me find it here. I think it's, is it you? Yeah, the Destiny Report. This was from, like, March I got sent this. And, I don't know if this is still available. It is. I doubt that we'll actually fucking read this. But you can see how long this is. This is from Max Carson. This is Mr. Girl. The Destiny Report. And I might have already shown this a little bit on stream. or something. I may have shown this off. But Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II, a.k.a. Destiny, is a 34-year-old political streamer and was an early pioneer of professional live streaming as it exists today. And it's just... 93% are male and 73% are white. Oh, I can quote that post. That's cool. So this is like an excessively long... Yeah, I'm gonna keep reading. Fuck you. This is like an excessively long post. You can see the fucking scroll bar on the side, right? Like, you can see that scroll bar? This is like unbelievably long post calling out Destiny. For various reasons. And I think a lot of it was, like, somewhat debunked. I don't know. I don't know much about Destiny. I think he's a bit of a piece of shit. I think this is two fuckheads talking about each other. But we've got... Oh, man, I do be burping now. We got, like, whatever, tuna chip is over here. I don't know what this is, but it's, like, longer than a fucking Wheel of Time book. This shit is so intensely long. And, like, I don't know. He put so much work into this shit talking about fucking Destiny. And there's no way I'm ever gonna read this because I do not give fucking two shits about Destiny. Like, I am not going to care about Destiny. Not the game, nor the person. But he's got other stuff here. He's got other stuff here on his blog where he talks about certain things, like Mr. Girl's Sound of Freedom review. My relationship with child sexual abuse in 2020 after posting my controversial cuties review, blah, blah, blah. But that's his blog. I wanted to look at his actual YouTube thing. His current YouTube presence, which is Mr. Girl Clips, I believe. Mr. Girl own fans confront him about Destiny. There's a Destiny clip. Destiny explains what makes Mr. Girl scarier than his other enemies. We're looking at the results here. The Mr. Girl talk. This is like somebody, I guess, who interviewed Mr. Girl. That's cool. That's something you want to give this guy time. Do that. Let me see here. For those of you, I guess, who are unawares, some people might not know of him. Mr. Girl. It's like Mr. Girl Clips, right? Mr. Girl is the dude who Yeah, this is the one. Mr. Girl is the dude who made a video a couple years ago defending the movie Cuties. It was very strange. It was a very strange review. The movie was like kind of, you know, questionable in nature regarding kids, and he was saying that it was effective at making him feel aroused for children and stuff like that. A lot of people had a lot to say about it. I had a lot to say about it. There was a lot of fun to be had. It was then found out that he had a lot of other crazy opinions and a history of strange behavior. He had some kind of girlfriend in his life who I don't know if she's still there, but he was like seemingly like forcing her into a very odd position of making these videos that she seemed uncomfortable in, and very like sexualized in a way. He's very super proto post ironic hipster type, as I think I've described it before. Everything has a layer or three of irony, and he's super removed and detached from everything, and that's Mr. Girl. And now we're talking on Mr. Girl's channel. Steven Crowder must be gay. Action movies are immoral. That could be interesting. Chasing women, Mr. Girl story time. You do drugs to conform. Black people can't be racist. Red Letter Media have become bullies. Well, I'm gonna want to look at that one. Callers' sex preferences conflict with. So he's got like a fucking radio show. Who is fucking talking to this guy? God, this is why I didn't want to talk about him anymore. This is why I didn't, because it's like, God, I feel sorry for, like other people were already discussing him. It's not like it's me that fucking blew him up, but like, man, I could to have contributed to this guy getting a career is such a shame. It's such a shame. I feel upset about that. Our shared nudes porn. You might have been reverse raped. So what is, what we got here? Popular. Yeah, it's this one. I guess we'll start with why I stopped loving Red Letter Media. Oh. Well, this is from 2 months ago, and then I guess this is the follow-up to that, maybe? We'll do this one first.
I want to talk about...
This is why I was reminded of the next person I'll be looking at after Mr. Girl. Because oh, you know, fuck it. It's Neo Jesus. He's got a couple videos that are interesting, and if you haven't seen me talk about Neo Jesus before, then yes, strap in for that. I wish I had more booze. I wish I had any booze. But yeah, he talked about Red Letter Media a few times, and his opinions were very stupid, and his opinions about other things were very stupid. He had his whole opinion about film criticism was baffling and insane, and yeah, this is I hope that this will be on par with that. Reminder that this guy is pretty much just a troll, basically. But it's one of those people where I always have to say, there's still people who comment on my video like, bro, he trolled you all and you didn't even get it. It's like, yeah, he trolled the world by merely pretending to be a pedophile. Good for him, I guess. I guess he got like some kind of weird job now where he's got like a radio show or something. Whatever this fucking is. I don't know how legit this is. I guess some people watch him. This channel only has like a few hundred subscribers, but I guess some fucking people watch him. You know, some people who are like morbidly curious about what this guy has to say, I guess. But like, man, this is just, it's revealing about the type of person who would be willing to like say a lot of the stupid shit that he has said. You know, I don't know. I don't know. People, again, he's maybe a troll, but like, as with a lot of people we look at, does that really matter? Ultimately, you know, you're still representing yourself in a very silly way. So, whether or not it's a troll, let's continue.
Hate content. Looking at this anti-Target campaign, and I'm just thinking about how much of the content that we consume and produce is about hating other groups of people. And it brings me back to, I guess what might still be my favorite YouTube channel, or the channel at least that originally got me interested in YouTube. The channel I probably watched.
God, even this guy. It's even true of this guy. I forget who it was that said that Red Letter Media is your favorite YouTuber's favorite YouTuber. But, like, yeah, even fucking this guy. I mean, Jesus Christ, even he was inspired by them. Fuck.
Most of...
What would YouTube be like? What would fucking the internet be like in general if they didn't talk about Star Wars, AIDS, and 9/11?
Out of any channel, which is Red Letter Media. And I, as probably many people did, I first heard about Red Letter Media with the Phantom Menace review. It came out in 2009. I think I first saw it in 2010, and somebody was
trying
like,
to be
somebody
like
told me,
Hugbees?
this guy made a 70-minute long review of the Phantom Menace. And that was like the big selling point, was like it's 70 minutes long. Can you imagine a video that's 70 minutes long? How could a movie review be 70 minutes? And at that time, YouTube only allowed videos of 10 minutes or less. So it was 7 10-minute long videos that you had to like watch one at a time. I want a rocking chair telling a story. And I loved it.
I cannot see
Something clicked in me watching it. It was like
fucking Hourglass.
I felt understood. You know?
Understood.
And it felt educational. Mike Staklasa was teaching us about story structure and character arcs and everything that was wrong with the Phantom Menace. It just felt like it felt educational, entertaining.
So what has changed?
Yeah, like it emotionally resonated with me because
Nothing has really changed.
Waited in line for 8 hours for the Phantom Menace. That opening day.
They just
I was
made
14 years old.
They just made this new thing that was like just the animation thing they did with they're just pitching Speed 4 or whatever, and it's just a bunch of nonsense. And that was pretty fun. And it's like, you know, that's not them hating on shit. That's just them being silly. They're making stuff that isn't just pure hatred on things. There's a lot of stuff they make. There's a lot of, I mean, if you click on the, one of the things that Red Letter Media hasn't been talking about, like fucking new Spider-Man movies or whatever a lot lately, because like, what are they gonna say? It sucks. A lot of the time it's just not a very good like actual film. They're not interested in seeing them. So like the movies they are watching, they usually have at least something interesting to say about them, whether they're negative about it or not. I don't know what he's getting into, like, oh, hate content. That's how he started this discussion. And I mean, arguably the Star Wars review was more fucking hate content than a lot of the stuff they're making now.
And I enjoyed it because I was 14, I think, but everybody I was with who was older was like, Max, that was bad. And it definitely was disappointing. I for most of the movie, I was like, I don't get what's going on. And the review just, I don't know, helped me make sense of all that. So then I've watched, I think, every Red Letter Media video ever since then. And over the years, I've started to become disillusioned.
Oh.
With Red Letter Media.
Is it because they haven't posted a best of the worst in like 3 months or something? Those fucking frauds?
Partly it's that their content doesn't seem to change or evolve as they grow. So I'm like,
please.
You're like 14 years older than you were when I watched that video, and it feels like...
Well, they haven't continued just making Plinkett videos. They've changed from that. They do occasionally do that, but they've always got new series happening, and they do interesting new things on those series. So, but I mean, they also feel consistent with, like, the feeling of the channel. I don't know what he means. What is it? What are they supposed to, like, go out and fucking, like, film a documentary about making movies or something? What is he getting at? The fuck? Oh, God, this guy.
Feels like it's about money now. Feels like the content is really safe. The stuff that, I feel this way about Eminem a little bit, too. Feels like the stuff that you used to do when you were risking it all is, like, gone. And now you're just holding on to what you got. Which is, you know, understandable. Happens to people.
Oh, God, he's such a fucking cunt. God. That, like, this is understandable. He puts on his watch smugly. Smugly puts on watch. Is the stage direction for that one. What is that? What is that? I mean, I would obviously disagree. You know, they're still doing... If you've ever seen the videos where they, like, tear apart the fucking sets for, like, half in the bag or whatever, There's a lot of, I mean, they made a video like a few months ago, like I think earlier this year, that was just them going over like, yeah, this is, you know, a bunch of like carpentry bullshit that we have to do to make the sets happen. And like, I don't know, they're still clearly having fun with it and having a lot of passion doing it, you know, so I don't know what the fuck he's even talking about. I mean, if he's claiming that he's watched, I guess it's an opinion you can have. But he's also, I guess, saying that, oh, because they aren't, like, what is it that they aren't doing that's like as edgy as they used to do? What? I mean, they were never that edgy. They think they still talk about, like, AIDS and abortions and 9/11 and, you know, I don't think that they're that different. I don't know what he's getting at.
Not me, but it happens to people.
Oh, let's hear this again.
When you were risking it all, is like gone. And now you're just holding on to what you got, which is, you know, understandable. Happens to people. Not me, but it happens to people.
Fuck you, society! I'll be a pedophile if I want! Eat shit, Hollywood! I don't need to conform to your rules! That's right, Dad! I won't go to bed early!
And so that's a little disappointing. But
Bottom
the
text!
main thing that I am finding unpleasant about it is when there will be a joke about like the elderly. They'll joke about how they're mean to old people, right? That they always call themselves out for that. And like it's funny, and the jokes are kind of funny, but it also just feels kind of mean-spirited. And sometimes the content, there's like little cracks that show.
Mean-spirited?
And I think in the last few years,
that's the fucking point.
Like, what am I watching? Like Best of the Worst as a series. They watch old bad movies or new bad movies, and then they vote on which is the worst movie. And it's funny because you're so disconnected from the movie, and it's fun to I don't know, like Mystery Science Theater 3000. It's fun to
I'm very confused. He's claiming that they're being mean-spirited by making fun of the elderly, but he's also saying that they're like safe now and not like taking risks. So is he like offended, or is he offended that they're not being more edgy? What is his point? And now he's talking about Best of the Worst, right?
A bad movie and make fun of it, right? Everybody does that. But then as they grow,
well, there's also the fact that they've been growing. They've been around for like 15 years or something, and they're getting old, and they constantly point out like, you know, Mike, you're getting to be elderly. You can't make these jokes for much longer. And that's part of why the joke has been more prevalent in the last few years. That's certainly part of it.
They start talking about stuff like when they feature a movie on Best of the Worst, it's the sales of that movie go up like 50,000%. And then it stops becoming this like scrappy little guy that, you know, David and Goliath. It becomes this like big institution.
Oh, they're punching down everybody.
To quote Mike, he became the system.
Wow, you really got him.
Red Letter Media is one of the largest movie review outlets. So
I appreciate that Red Letter Media is so Chad that they don't have to fucking respond to shit like this. Like, you are probably never going to see Red Letter Media respond to this video or the Neo Jesus video or really anybody who's coming out and saying this kind of shit. Because their beef is solely with William Shatner and William Shatner alone.
It's just like this big weapon that's being pointed at people with less money and who are just trying to make it as creatives and just shitting on them so you can make more money in an hour of shitting on them than they make from their entire movie that they made. And as somebody who's made creative work,
it's this fucking argument again.
Like this big weapon that's being pointed at people with less money who are just trying to make it as creatives and just shitting on them.
Yeah, how dare they point this weapon at the people that made some movie 40 years ago in the 80s about, like, a woman getting raped by sharks or something. What a shame. Yeah, no, they were just trying to make it as creatives. Yeah. No, that's a good point, Max.
You can make more money in an hour of shitting on them.
What is that, though, shitting on them? There's a lot of creativity to how they edit their videos and what they are doing. They're naturally very funny people. So is comedy not an art form? Is being funny and like, again, gets back to the idea of what is art. Like, I think YouTube videos are art. I think that Best of the Worst is art in its own way. And, like, it's the same thing as, like, a comedian's stand-up performance, like a George Carlin thing. Yeah, that's an art. That's like it's like a spoken word special or whatever. It's a very specific type of art, you know? And there's editing and stuff in those videos, too. But, like, yeah, there's, like, creativity to those as well. What are you saying? Oh, they can't express themselves because that's what they want to make. They want to talk about movies. So what the fuck? Who gives a shit?
They make from their entire movie that they made.
Yeah, D.B. Cooper versus Bigfoot is art.
And had people shit on it. It's kind of, like, disgusting.
They've also made creative work. They made fucking Space Cop.
And I slowly started to hate them. Like, I still love them, but I also hate them.
Oh.
And yeah, it just feels like uglier and uglier to the point where, like, I think one of the turning points was when Rian Johnson was like, I'm terrified to watch their review of The Last Jedi. And it's like, so the biggest of the biggest filmmakers are now afraid of, like, what you're going to say about them. I don't know. It just...
So what's your fucking point? They have influence, so what? They should... I'm so confused, because he said... One of the first things he said was that they are too safe now. But what are you saying? That they should shut up because they're gonna impact the guy who made Star Wars? What? I think he can fucking take it. I think he was able to fucking tank that hit, dude. What is your point? Like,
it just started to become clear to me that what I was enjoying about it was that it felt like a safe way to be horrifically mean to people.
Oh, I see.
And now I think that there isn't really a safe way to do that. And it just feels like they just are continuously trying to come up with targets that we can all feel good about them attacking. And then another major turning point was Bruce Willis.
Oh, God.
They had a whole video ruthlessly mocking Bruce Willis for his string of direct-to-video movies.
Yeah, because they're fucking terrible, and that was before it was known that he was, like, a dementia patient, and he was just trying to bank a bunch of money for his, like, treatments or whatever, which now people know, and they made a correction about that, because that came out, like, very shortly after. But, I mean, I think there was even some talk about them, like, about that video having been responsible for things being set into motion, which, again, you can't blame them for just having influence and talking about something. You wouldn't want them to be too safe now, would you?
Like, 20 in a year or something. And then, like, 3 days after...
Yeah, that's also, by the way, that is also not the whole quote. Rian Johnson said that he likes Red Letter Media. You've also got, like, people, like the guy who made Shazam, which I think that they were positive towards to some degree, who also made the fucking Annabelle Creation movie that they shit on a bunch. And, like, he's a fan of them. And, you know, he's also a fan of, like, YMS and them, because he was on the Sardonicast. So, like, there are just people in Hollywood who are, you know, involved in, like, YouTube film criticism circles or whatever. There's also the guy who made The Guest and the Blair Witch movie. Was also on with Red Letter Media. I mean, you've got Patton Oswalt, obviously. You've got, like, the guy from The Boys on there. So, like, yeah, you can't blame them for just having influence. If they talk about something and that causes something to happen, it's like, yeah, if Elon Musk tweets, well, that's not a good example. Every time he tweets, he says something fucking stupid, so never mind. Bad bit.
The video came out, it turns out that he has dementia.
Jack Quaid, yeah.
Can't understand language anymore. And they were like, he has an earpiece because he's so lazy as an earpiece. Maybe it's because of his hearing issue, but it sounds like they're feeding him lines.
They didn't know
and, like,
that,
it's just being framed in the most horrifically mean way possible. And then 3 days later they had to be like, oh, so we didn't know.
Nobody knew.
We didn't realize this person we were being horrifically mean to had a reason for being the way they are. But everyone...
Being horrifically mean. Like, these fucking guys in Wisconsin on a YouTube channel being horrifically mean to the guy who was in Die Hard for being in a bunch of terrible bad movies where he was being lazy and not giving a shit. Like, what are you fucking talking about? That's called criticism, you freak. You fucking shut up.
Like, and it's like, no, everybody has a reason.
And they also didn't know.
And they made a movie that fucking sucks. And they only made one. They'd stop trying.
They didn't. They made other ones. The big one was Space Cop, but they made stuff before that.
And the way it fucking sucks is in this, like, incredibly defensive, like, we're, like, campy, like, oh, we're gonna make jokes, but these jokes aren't supposed to be funny, guys. Like, they're just the most fucking insecure group of fucking assholes. Actually...
I mean... I don't know if I would necessarily say that Mr. Girl is even insecure. I want to make the joke that he's pot calling the kettle black, but I mean, I don't know if he's insecure. He's maybe got a false sense of security in some ways. I don't know.
Not Rich Evans. I don't think he's really like that. He'll play along with them, but really it's Mike and Jay are the
they're
heart
the evil
of
ringleaders.
Meanness there,
right?
And and so just I'm watching.
It's not as if Mike plays up the bully thing as part of his character or anything. That's not it at all. It's not as if there was a video where literally the first thing that happened was Mike making fun of Rich's shirt. Like, immediately you start the video and that was the first thing in the video. It's not like that ever happened. No, that couldn't possibly be part of the joke. I mean, this is like when I kept saying when we were watching, like, Kick-Assia and shit, I was like, is it possible that the view of, like, Nostalgia Critic as this, like, dictator or whatever in this movie might have possibly informed some of the view of him, like, lording over Channel Awesome or whatever as this horrible guy in the document that came out, where they were acting like he was kind of like an egotistical prick, and from a lot of things that I've heard, he kind of isn't. So I was like, maybe this movie made people think that he was more of a, like, acting a way that he actually wasn't, or, like, made it easier for people to believe that. This is like, are you just believing that Mike is, like, actually a super big bully who bullies Rich Evans and pushes over old ladies in public? Like, you think that this is, like, some horribly mean-spirited thing? I mean, dude, you're a pretty, like, mean-spirited guy yourself, I would say. You are kind of bitter and cynical. You made a whole, like, roast song about you being a pedophile and other people who made fun of you being bad for saying that or something. So I would say that's kind of insecure. There's a lot of, there's a lot of insecurities here. And there's a lot of stuff where it's, pot kettle a little bit. I don't really get, this is such a manufactured complaint. This is so baffling. This is strange.
I'm watching people decide to hate Target. They're like, okay, somebody who designed gay clothes there said something pro-Satanist on their Instagram once. Target is Satan. They're targeting children. Let's go. And it's like, it feels like the hatred itself is like the product that we're all consuming. And the packaging...
I mean, it's nice when you click on one of their videos and they have, like, a lot of funny things to say about a bad movie. I don't know if that's hatred. A lot of the time they make criticisms of movies with, like, out of respect. Like, there was that entire video they made that was, like, a dedication to a director who was, like, dying. And they watched a couple of his videos, a couple of his movies, and, and they were just kind of like showing respect for the guy kind of thing. There was an entire video like that, but he's not going to mention that. He's just talking about how horrifically mean they were to Bruce Willis. Shut up.
Changes, but it's just like all the same thing. It just feels like it's all the same. Also, Jenny Nicholson.
Uh-huh.
I like watching Jenny Nicholson, or I used to. And then at some point I was like, this is just hate content. She's just sitting on a bed and there's like stuffed animals and she's saying everything in a cutesy way.
Yeah, hate content. Like, I'm sure she just watched the Vampire Diaries all the way through. Like, super hardcore, because she just hates it. What is this? Is such a fucking stupid take. Everybody who's ever been like, oh, they're just haters, bro. It's just haters. Like, shut up. Like, are you, like, bro, aren't you like a fucking intellectual, intelligentsia fucking hipster motherfucker? Shouldn't you understand what a criticism is? I think you should know what that is. You received enough of it.
But she's actually one of the meanest fucking people on earth. And so, like, I just feel pathetic. I feel like I'm just going around trying to...
Does Jenny Nicholson have, like, a second channel where she uploads more frequently and she's being super mean? Because I've not seen any videos of her where she's being horrifically mean. Like, what? To the fucking actor from... I mean, bro, she's like a bread tuber. They're not allowed to be mean. They're not really. Not outside of Twitter and calling people toxic or whatever. She, you know, I think she made fun of the guy who was in fucking Dear Evan Hansen for looking like a 40-year-old because he fucking did. Like, that's just the way it is. It's like saying, this is the same type of fucking people who come along and they're like, oh, you know, Claw's like hating on people. No, this is fucking... I'm not bullying anybody. This is just, I'm looking at content and this is my fucking opinion. For it to be bullying, it would be like me going out of my way and like trying to like Photoshop your head onto someone's body and like a bunch of like there's like shit that could be bullying and I'm not doing it. And by the same token, like, I don't exactly think Jenny Nicholson talking about the history of fucking ponies or whatever is really bullying anybody. So
find hate content that convinced me.
Even less, you're talking about Red Letter Media. It's like, okay, at least Mike is like that, but fucking of all people, Jenny Nicholson, what the fuck are you talking about?
It can convince me it's not hate content, so I can just watch creators shit on people. And the people they're shitting on are always people who are like just trying to like, you know, you don't get like Taxi Driver or Alien or Terminator. You don't get those movies unless you have thousands or millions of people trying to do it. Like, yeah, it would be great.
What the fuck? What? It's great that you try. Yeah, you should try. And if you make something that's bad, then that should be criticized. Then why is this a what the fuck is he doing? What is this?
Only talented people made stuff. But also sometimes people make bad stuff and then they make good stuff. So it's like we need, like, if you love movies, you have to love the whole bell curve of all movies. And if you don't appreciate the people who try and you shit on them and it's like anti-art. You're like,
who are they ever shitting on? Like, when are they shitting on these people and they're anti-art? They're like, oh, these people that made fucking Ice Pirates in 1983 or whatever, they're terrible people and I hope that they all die. I mean, they'll make jokes. There will be like jokes about, oh, this person is awful and I hope she gets Ebola. Like, I remember that was a joke. Like, they've said some things, but again, he started this whole thing out by being like, Red Letter Media is too safe now. And now he's saying that they're like being too mean. He's completely 180'd his own point.
Creating a society where if you don't support people making bad stuff and doing their best and throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks, you're actually creating an anti-art society.
Anti-art society.
Where most, like, there is millions of hours of video footage of people shitting on movies now.
Yeah, and a lot of that footage is like its own art form. I enjoy watching a lot of those videos. Some of them are pretty bad. A lot of them are pretty bad. But some of them are pretty good, and they have good, you know, points in them. And, like, that's also a thing. I don't know what... Like, oh, anti-art society, because people are allowed to criticize things. And sometimes those criticisms might be negative. And sometimes people who are funny might be able to make negative criticism sound funny. Oh, shucks. Well, I guess we aren't allowed to let those people have the ability to be creative and express themselves with reviews anymore. They're not allowed. That's bullying. Shut up, Mr. Girl.
So like the ratio of shitting on art to creating art has like ballooned. And it's like everyone's just so fucking insecure and like pathetic now. Like, what are we teaching kids? Just like be normal. Don't step out of line. Join a group. Join a group that hates another group so you don't get hated. Dress like them. Talk like them. Think like them.
And this is this is what Red Letter Media and Jenny Nicholson are doing to the kids, right? I mean, it always comes back to the kids, but I mean, I wouldn't say that Red Letter Media is like the in-group of people that want to be popular. Maybe on fucking YouTube or something. But typically I would say that a bunch of white dudes in their fucking basement or whatever, their like warehouse in Wisconsin, you know, like, yeah, not exactly glitzy, glamorous Hollywood types. So I don't know that like the kids are necessarily aspiring to be like Red Letter Media. I mean, they should if they're smart. But like, you know, I wouldn't expect that necessarily.
Anything. What is TikTok teaching kids? All the like the vertical growth of TikTok of like if you do something once, do it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. What is Red Letter Media teaching kids? Episode 555 of Half in the Bag.
Well, yeah, and that episode might have a lot of things in it. There's a lot of stuff that you learn from Red Letter Media. I mean, just simple, basic. I mean, any film criticism people, if you're not aware of things in movies, you might be like, oh, the 180-degree rule, just like basic stuff. Or more significant stuff, too, sometimes. But, like, you know, yeah, there's stuff to, like, get out of that. And they're funny, and they also have stories going on in the videos too, so they're like, you know, there's like comedy skit stuff going on, so that also makes it like an art thing. At least if you consider like, you know, a movie like Airplane to be art, you know, with comedy skits, then I guess by that measure that a YouTube channel like fucking Game Over Thinker, Movieblob, is also art because he's got like comedy skits. It's bad art, you know. I don't know. Like this is so fucking dumb. This is an astonishingly dumb thing for this guy, because like I at least thought he was like supposed to be some intellectual fucking genius or whatever, and this is such a fucking 2008 ass argument. This is so dumb.
It's
literally like criticism is bad and bullying. Do not criticize people. It inhibits art. Shut the fuck up.
Anti-art.
Clown world.
And
I don't care if you even believe it.
Like, just don't do or say anything. And then the same people complain about cancel culture.
What?
Cancel culture is about two things. It's about money.
What the fuck are we talking about now?
Sometimes both. But that's what you lose when you run afoul of cancel culture. They take away your money. They take away your ability to speak.
Right.
And by organizing ourselves...
What does that have to do with Red Letter Media and Jenny Nicholson?
Like Twitter now is Elon Musk's Twitter, right? So then there's going to be Blue Sky, which will be... There will be a Twitter for each faction, and then you can just choose which one to join. And
is he just detailing the plot of New Vegas 2?
Primary product of that faction and primary discussion piece of that faction will be hatred of the other
faction. Not liking Sharknado is cancel culture. Yeah, criticism is cancel culture.
It's depressing.
Yeah, you're depressing. This is the most
I understand the irony
ever.
that you could say that what I'm saying now is also a piece of hate content. Maybe it's true, but I...
Wasn't your fucking 400,000 word manifesto about Destiny, couldn't you consider that like hate content? Like, hey, you know, to the same degree where it also isn't really, but it's like, hey, everybody, look at this negative, inflammatory shit that's directing criticism towards this person. But that's fine, because you're justified or something, I'm sure. I mean, I'm not defending Destiny, but I'm just saying, like, bro, it's just criticism that just happens. Just because they're, like, popular and they criticize things and you're, like, a pathetic loser, like, don't get mad. Just eat a grape. Can we re-listen to the pedo rap?
Disappointed.
I mean, maybe.
I'll still watch their videos. I would like for them to change course a bit.
God.
Some of their videos are not hateful. Some of them are thoughtful, but it feels...
There's nothing more fucking embarrassing than when somebody, like, more, like, obnoxious and pretentious than when somebody comes along and they're like, you know, I'll still keep watching you and, like, I hope you get better eventually. Or some shit like that. Like, fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't want to be just, like, sucking off Red Letter Media in this video, but, like, it is not a high bar to find a YouTube channel that's better and more respectable than Max Carson and what he does. So, you know, it's not even like about Red Letter Media. It's about don't talk. You shouldn't talk shit about any other fucking YouTuber, dude. This is embarrassing.
Like there's an undercurrent of selling hate, and I think
selling hate.
I encourage you.
I mean, that's true.
To look at the content you consume through this lens.
What's odd is that he's not pointing out, like, you know, again, I mentioned Critical Drinker earlier. Like, I used to watch Critical Drinker, but him and, like, there's a whole group of people who just, like, I don't know. It's like, why do you even watch the new Star Wars movie? You know it's going to be bad. You're just going to complain about culture, war, feminism, or whatever. So, like, go watch something else. Go watch, like, fucking a better movie. Watch some indie films. Like, don't worry about, like, the fucking shit Disney puts out. You know, there's a lot of people like that where you could maybe make the argument about, like, hate content. People who just, like, what were you expecting by watching Secret Invasion? You really think it's going to be... And I mean, I watched some of it too. But, like, you know, just, I don't know. Like, yeah. There's other people you could complain about who are a lot more guilty of this than fucking Red Letter Media and Jenny Nicholson. What are you even on about, dude? God.
And ask yourself if you're watching hate content.
Hey, Running Shine. Welcome.
Because the best, most addictive, most feel-good hate content is hate content that's disguised as non-hate content.
Like this, basically. See, like, yeah, this is the video. Red Letter Media poorly performs minor tasks, and it's just them, like, doing stuff around their office or whatever. Like, doing some fucking, like, carpentry work and shit. Trying to put up picture frames and stuff, you know? And it's just them having a lot of fun, like, working around the office. It's a fun video they did. And I would recommend checking it out. The concept of, oh, they just do it for money now, and they just... are like bullies. I don't understand what he's even fucking getting at, but he thankfully...
I want to talk about...
Thankfully, he has a second video. He has a second video. Red Letter Media have become bullies. And I don't want to just stick to Red Letter Media stuff forever. I think that's the only other thing he has to say about them. I want to see if this is like a follow-up to that, or what else he has to say about them. But I do want to do some other stuff from him too. Don't you worry. But what the fuck is
While
this?
realizing
This is
Mike
also
and Jay are hateful make you not feel attached.
This is his most viewed video on his channel, and it has a very overwhelmingly disliked rating here. This actually also is not his channel. Don't direct any hate or anything to this channel. This is some other person re-uploading his stuff, which is probably meaning that they're a fan of him. So, but you know, don't worry about that. That's not him. But a lot of people comparatively did find this 5.8 thousand views from a month ago. Not a good ratio. What's he got to say?
Why would realizing Mike and Jay are hateful make you not feel attached to them parasocially? Makes no sense to me. Because I thought we were in this together. Mike used to be an artist. The Plinkett reviews are art. He took bold risks. He really put himself out there.
He still makes those.
We learned all kinds of things about his dark thoughts, his sexuality, his fears, his insecurities. He took all that and he put it into this.
What the fuck? Wait, you thought that, like, him raping the hooker was, like, a real thing? What? I mean, I'm sure you don't assume that that was real, but you think that that was, like, meant to represent him as an actual person? And not just, like, you know, an edgy joke about, like, a creepy old man? I don't think that that was representing his sexuality and his inner fears, dude. What the fuck is he talking about?
Great performance.
He doesn't understand Plinkett as a character.
And a writer and an editor.
I think he
and a director.
I think he does.
There's some of the best documentaries I've ever seen.
Documentaries?
They were playing at film festivals, and hate was not the primary driver. The hate was there, but he was also self-reflective about the hate. In the Plinkett Star Wars
saying
review,
it was a documentary. I mean, I guess you could call it that. Like, it kind of is. There's the part in that, I think in like the first part of that review where it's they're asking Rich and the others, like, describe the characters of the movie without using, like, whatever. And it's kind of shot a bit like a documentary, so I mean, I guess you could maybe say that, but it's just a commentary video. I mean, it's like a criticism video essay thing. It's not really a documentary as such. That's a strange way to put it. Yeah, the view on, like, Mike's sexuality being put out there or whatever, and, like, oh, he had a lot to teach us, and he had a lot to say. It's like, I think they still do. Not only do they still make, I mean, as of, like, a year or two ago anyway, they still make Plinkett videos, but, like, their other stuff reflects a lot of that as well. I mean, well, you can't tell me that the best of the worst, where they talk about Dom DeLuise giving birth to children by mistake in his fat folds, like, you can't tell me that doesn't inform you on Mike and Rich's steamy romance. Like, come on, dude.
he would make fun of himself for how hateful he was. A lot of the joke was that, like, the reason Plinkett is a serial killer in a basement-dwelling, incel who kidnaps and rapes women and kills hookers, that was all Mike making fun of the fact that he's making this review of, like, why are you making this review 10 years after the movie comes out? Why is it so long?
So, but that's supposed to represent his sexuality or something? What? I mean, everything with this guy, he, like, took one fucking psychology course about, like, sexual psychology or some shit, and he's just like, oh man, everything, Freud, everything, cock and pee-pee, everything. Like, I don't know, it might just be jokes.
He was making fun of himself for being so hateful, but it started this zeitgeist of shitting on movies, and now making a 2-hour video shitting on a movie that's 20 years old is a totally normal thing to do, but that's because Mike invented it. And now all of he'll still take some kind of lazy pot shots at himself, but he's no longer expressing anything really deep.
So, lazy pot shots at himself, weren't you already talking about them being like insecure? Wouldn't his like self-deprecating humor count as insecurity? Aren't you upset by how insecure they are in the movie Space Cop? He hasn't said anything about Nerd Crew, by the way, which is arguably the best Red Letter Media series.
He's not taking risks. It's the same thing. He's just going by the formula that he created. It's his exact criticisms of George Lucas apply to himself. Where, yeah, George Lucas invented all this shit, and now he seems to be a slave to it. So why has it changed my parasocial attachment to them? I don't feel that they would like me.
Huh.
I think Mike in 2009 to 2014, I feel like he would like me. And so, like...
Wait, so you can't... Wait, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this parasocial shit? What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ!
He's a few years older than me, and I started getting... I saw the potential.
I mean, I don't think anyone would like you, no, but like... What are you even fucking saying?
Yourself on YouTube via video as I was like, oh, this is kind of like my writing, but in video form. Like it never.
Mike doesn't feel like my friend anymore, even though he never was. Yeah, like the part in that one video where he's like, "We're just like your friends, except we aren't your friends, and we don't like you, and we don't want to hang out with you," like that. Yeah, yeah. God, no. Yeah, they would probably fucking hate you. I think they'd hate most of us.
Me to like write stuff with video. So in my head, he was like a kind of a mentor. Or like a friendly colleague or something. Like when I'm saying even before I started a channel, like when I had nothing, just thinking about it.
He was a mentor. This guy was so up his own ass that before he even started a channel, he's like, oh yeah, Mike Stoklasa and them would just love me. I would get invited right into the posse. I'm so intellectual and great.
And then...
So is this why he doesn't like them? He's just salty?
The years have gone by. It starts to feel like if he made like a public statement about me or my work, or we met each other or something.
This guy fell for the friend simulator. Too many best of the worst viewings. That's what everybody always says, is like, haha, now that I can, the new best of the worst, now I can pretend I have friends for an hour. Like, that's the joke. But I think he might have actually done that. And he's just like, I just don't think that I vibe with the kind of person he is anymore, you know? I feel like I don't even know him.
He would just look down his nose at me.
Yeah, probably.
The people who
Most
are
of us
there
do.
to make other people feel bad and make money by doing it. It feels like Mike has drifted over to that side. And so I don't feel the same affinity or affection for him or his work.
Well, your whole thing was making money by making people feel bad by saying a bunch of stupid shit that you most likely either didn't believe, you hopefully didn't believe, saying a bunch of fucking stupid shit. And yeah, you kind of made a lot of people feel pretty bad every time they had to look at your video or see your face or think about you. So I mean, you know, where's your apology, fucking asshole?
Of course they are hateful. Sometimes they piss me off. I agree that it's very important to recognize hate and for people to not pretend that they don't look up to hateful people. Or totally dismiss any criticism of people they look up to, like Trump, but that's the valuable distinction. So you think RLM is not honest about how they are shitty, and that is what the issue is? No, the issue is that they are shitty. It's not that they're not honest about it.
Oh, they're shitty. They're so shitty. God, that's such millennial speak. Such fucking Twitter, like, do better millennial speak. Oh, they're shitty. Like, what is shitty? Because you don't like... Because you feel like they wouldn't be your friend? That's what's shitty about them? You don't feel like colleagues anymore. That's the problem. And they're mean. But also they're too safe. But also they're too rude to people. And have too much influence. But also they don't do enough with their influence that they have. Or something. Cool video. Good video. Good facial hair.
It's both. It's that they are more shitty. Shitting on George Lucas is totally different from shitting on some indie filmmaker who made a movie like 3 years ago that like wasn't good. Or shitting on Bruce Willis as he's losing his mind to dementia.
Nobody knew that at the time. That was not public knowledge, and it's possible if you want to make the claim that that their video was so influential that it forced the news to come public, and like fucking Bruce Willis saw it and he made the call and he was like, we got to tell people, then maybe, and you could say something about that, and even then it'd be like, well, it's not their fault for having influence. But they were just critiquing the information as present, which was that those movies were fucking terrible. They weren't the first people to do it. Fucking Ralph the Movie Maker did it years before they did. They just happened to put it out at a time right before the news came out. And maybe that was because of them or whatever, but like, what the fuck? Like, that was before anybody knew that. Shut up about that.
So they have become much more mean-spirited and vicious. And the self-mockery of the Plinkett reviews takes a lot of the edge off of the viciousness because it's about viciousness. It's like a study in his own viciousness, which just doesn't come across as mean in the same way.
They're too mean, but also not mean enough to themselves, but also they're too insecure, but also they're not mean enough. Holy shit, guy. Wow. Dude's really trying to hit every fucking square on the bingo.
Plinkett
in
was
ways that just completely contradict one another. This is incredible.
He's supposed to be the underdog shitting on George Lucas, and then he became cool. And then they were like, oh, we'll just be cool mean. We'll just be bullies. It's
Vicious,
cool to
yeah.
watch the nerdy incel poor
really an incel?
smelly weird kid
He killed his
do
wife.
like suddenly bust out with like a rap performance, like a battle rap about the captain of the football team.
Well, no, Tyler says, like, if anything, they've gotten softer. I would also say they've gotten softer to some degree, but he's claiming that in addition to claiming that they're meaner now, I think, because it's confusing, because he's saying that they're too, like, safe now, and they used to take more risks and, like, be more edgy or whatever. But now they're, like, softer, I guess. I think what he means is, like, they used to be more critical of themselves through Plinkett, like using Plinkett as a parody of themselves or something. Mike did anyway. And but
that's cool. But then when
But also he doesn't want them to be like self-deprecating and like insecure in Space Cop. But it's okay when they do it in the Plinkett reviews. But, okay, Mr. Girl's got very specific preferences about his videos.
he becomes the captain of the football team, it's not cool to watch him do a fucking battle rap about the weird smelly kid. Like, they've become bullies. And I don't feel parasocially attached to bullies.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a shame for them, I guess. They're really going to be, unfortunately... They've become bullies. They are bullies now because... this is such a fucked up mentality. Like, there's so many people that just believe this. This, like, oh, but you are, have a YouTube channel now, and so, that's mean. You can't anymore. What the fuck is wrong with you? What are they supposed to do? Oh, they reached 1 million subs. Time to completely change the focus of the channel now, because now we're too popular. What the fuck is wrong with this mindset? You can't say anything mean about somebody. You can't say what you feel about something. You cannot literally just have an opinion and express it. And maybe make a joke or something. That's illegal. That's against the law. That ruins creativity and stifles art. Yeah. That's ultimately what it is. I mean, it was okay. It's okay for them to have opinions when nobody will listen to them, but now that their opinions are loud and people will listen to them, it's not okay for them to have opinions, because people might listen to them. Fuck off! Holy shit!
It just disconnects me.
Yeah, I'm pretty disconnected right now.
Anything, but I get what you're saying now. I think they're scared. I don't think they're that lazy. I think they just have a, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality.
They change things up all the time. They always have new stupid gimmicks on Best of the Worst. They have new series coming along, like, every year. And some that, like, they stop doing because... Like, if this was true, they would still be making Nerd Crew, because those videos were really, like, popular and people loved them, but they were like, no. Like, we're done with Nerd Crew. We don't have anything else to do with Nerd Crew. It would just be, like, you know, dragging it through the mud or whatever. It would be like, we're done with that. We don't have anything to bring to that at this point. You know, I think they've kind of talked about that. And so it's like, yeah, they have no problem with retiring series that people like. They have no problem with starting new series, doing new things with their old series. What the fuck? Does he want them to just completely change to, like, not be about films anymore? Like, genuinely, what is the complaint supposed to, like, be? I think he just doesn't want them to talk about movies now. Like, what the fuck is this?
It's the same as George Lucas. George Lucas
yeah,
isn't
the
lazy.
VHS Junka.
That's not why, when they show those clips in the Star Wars reviews of him sitting in his seat and sipping his coffee and having everything be totally under control, taking no risks, not moving the camera around, having nothing that could go wrong on set, that's fear. That's not laziness. It's a totally controlled, sterile environment.
I mean, they also have, like, fucking international celebrities on their show now. And, like, people who are very aware of them in the media who, like, are, you know, in Hollywood. So, like, maybe that's also something that they're also doing a lot more voice acting and, like Mike and Rich are in fucking Smiling Friends. I think Rich is going to be in Smiling Friends season 2. But Mike was in it already. And they're in that fucking Justin Roiland game. You know, they've been doing stuff. Like, they've been branching out. They have been doing new things. I don't know what he's even talking about. He's just I think he's just trying to get attention. This is just like an attempt for attention, I think, because like what the fuck else is this?
Where nothing unexpected can happen.
He keeps complaining about things that aren't really a problem, and are also contradicted by other things he's complaining about that are kind of also not really a problem. And I don't understand what his fucking point is. We're 2 videos in here. I don't get this shit.
That's what RLM is doing. I don't think it's laziness. It's a fear of losing.
It's trying to make people angry, I guess.
Money. If he starts talking about spraying hookers with Raid under a house now, that could cost him millions of dollars. What's the difference between Rich Evans and Mike and Jay? He engages in the same behavior as them. He just seems like he's going along with it. Like, if you watch Prereq with Rich and Jack...
See, this is what I don't get. He's bringing up previously recorded. Like, the guy obviously has watched these videos. I don't understand how... Like, either it's like, are you just stupid, or are you just, like, making this up for attention? Like, stupid or lying? We keep coming back to that with a lot of stuff we look at. It's like, are you just... Because you're either just lying, and, like, you don't feel this way, and you're just trying to get attention, or you're just an idiot, and you watched all this shit, and you got this very strange, like, poor media literacy is cool kind of takeaway from a lot of this shit. I don't know.
Not really like that.
Or both, yeah.
He's kind of a different person when he's not around Mike, or maybe Jay. But he's not really that mean-spirited. He just seems like he's getting kind of caught up in it, or like he's almost like he's playing a part. I just don't feel the same animosity.
You can also watch like the review series where Mike isn't also bullying Rich constantly, and they're just talking about movies, and usually it's a lot more like, you know, serious and respectful or whatever. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes they make jokes. They still have, like, a charisma and a humor to them, but they're a little more serious on that series. I'm assuming he knows about fucking review if he knows about previously recorded, which hasn't had a video in, like, 6 years or something. I am assuming he fucking knows about them, so what the fuck? It's very strange.
Coming from him. The content he clearly likes to make the most is, like, just, like, chatting... Maybe it's when they're all in a group. I don't know, because when he and Mike just talk about Star Trek, it doesn't feel like like that.
Exactly. Yeah, because that's just them. Wow, this guy's a fucking tool. Holy shit! It's like, yeah, when they are just sitting there talking about Star Trek and they are just being themselves and not turning up the character a bit. Like, they're not mean-spirited, but then he also wants them to make jokes about spraying hookers with cans of Raid under a house. But that'd cost Mike millions of dollars now. Apparently. Apparently that's what he's worth. But it would cost him millions of dollars. But it's okay for them to make jokes about stomping Rich Evans' diabetes medicine and murdering each other. I got your car keys, you fuck. This is Mike's 9/11 and all that shit. That's all fine. Constant 9/11 and AIDS jokes. That's all fine. But they don't talk about killing hookers quite as much. So that means they're safe. But also they're too mean. This is so backwards.
Ironically, Max contributes hatred. I just don't think he's aware of it. I think a lot of people do this unknowingly. I'm not talking about content that makes people feel hate or makes people more hateful. I'm talking about content where the primary reason you're watching it is to hate another group of people or another person. A peer pressure bully is still a bully.
Okay, that's fine, and that's a fair thing to not want to do. Again, there are film channels on YouTube whose entire fucking channel is just like, this thing is woke and that's bad! And it's like, okay, yes, you're just angry. You're just angry and you want people to watch your thing to also be angry and, like, support you because you're angry. Like, but Red Letter Media doesn't do that. He also brought up Jenny Nicholson in that last video, which means I think a lot of this also applies to her. Keep in mind, sweet, innocent Jenny Nicholson, who's never hurt a fly. He's like, oh, she acts so sweet, but she's one of the most mean people ever. And, like, I don't know what other channel of hers it is that he's watching, where she's, like, being so mean. but apparently that exists, and so that and her and Red Letter Media are just the biggest bullies in the fucking world, apparently.
Yeah, but I have very... He's also being bullied. Rich Evans is being bullied by Mike. So I don't have the same feelings. I've lost my attachment to the angry video game nerd for the same reason you've lost yours to RLM, but I don't frame it as this hate content thing because that makes no fucking sense. It's an artistic value vision thing. Too formulaic and like George Lucas. They were both more...
That's actually true with AVGN. Like, you can clearly tell he doesn't want to make that kind of thing anymore, and his heart's not in it, and the jokes don't land, and none of the delivery is funny, and it all feels very artificial these days, but, like, that's just not the case for them, so that's not really even a valid comparison.
They both were more hateful before. You are saying you don't frame it as a hate content thing, as though you are choosing why you don't like the angry video game nerd or RLM. You're not choosing those things, and I'm not either. So it just feels like the porn conversation where you think I'm choosing to feel bad about porn, and like I could just switch it off and enjoy it. But it's not a choice I'm making, Smith. It's actually how I feel. I actually don't really like watching RLM anymore because they seem really hateful. And I feel like I'm just participating in bullying by watching it.
Bullying who? Like, but again, bullying who? Like, bullying some... Like, okay, hang on. Bullying who, right? Let me see here. Who we bullying? Okay, so, bullying Speed 4 and John DeBont, I guess. Bullying, Oppenheimer by saying that this is a good movie and making me want to see it more than I did before I saw this video. I had no interest in Oppenheimer, and then they made me kind of want to see it because this video made it sound kind of interesting. Bullying just the names of a bunch of stupid content. Let's see. Bullying a terrible cash grab like Hollywood production that's garbage. Praising a movie that they like. You know, like, this is another one. This is one where you could maybe say, like, bullying. This is maybe the only one here that I can immediately see that could constitute bullying, where it's them shitting on the Charlie Day movie, but, like, it's a bad movie. They are film critics. That's just what they do. And then they talk about how they're disillusioned with the movie industry or whatever. I don't know. Like, just looking at recent content alone, I don't know who he's talking about them bullying. Like, fucking stupid old VHS tapes on Wheel of the Worst. Like, all of the reviews are basically either positive or, like, constructively critical. I think the Evil Dead thing was positive. Guardians was positive. Picard Season 3 has been almost all positive. This one was just a best of the worst. Like, I guess if he's mad about them making fun of 80s movies or something, I don't think a lot of those people are going to be taking it, like, as bullying, though. I think a lot of them have... I don't know, I think a lot of people can deal with criticism, Mr. Girl. Yeah, like, a lot of what I'm seeing here, if anything, they've been, like, softer on shit. I remember in, like, 2015 or something, it felt like every other video they put out was, like, Fantastic Four movie and fucking Batman v Superman Dawn of AIDS and all this shit. And now it's like most of what they talk about, even the Indiana Jones one here, they weren't even really shitting on it. They were kind of, like, reasonably neutral toward it. Most of this has been kind of positive, except for this one. This was kind of negative. Like, I don't even know what he's fucking talking about. Jesus Christ, this guy's on fucking drugs.
So even somebody making the same exact content, if they're like
if this is literally just they disliked something that he liked, and like he liked because Neo Jesus's whole thing was he liked the Suicide Squad movie and he was upset that like YMS made fun of it, and he was like, well, that's stupid. There's not even any objective way to make fun of to criticize content, because actually the movie was great and you're stupid. And it was like this weird, like, pseudo-intellectual fucking... That's the theme of the stream, is the pseudo-intellectual cunts that we have looked at before who think they're way smarter and more pretentious than they actually are.
Scrappy channel is very different once they're the most famous, well-known person who created video essay movie reviews. It's totally different. The dynamic is all totally different. So
yeah, and so the fact that they haven't completely abandoned the format and are still true to what they, made them popular in the first place, such that you can watch an old Red Letter Media and then watch immediately a new one, like a new video from them and an old one back to back, and it'll be different, but it'll be like similar enough, that they're like, they feel comfortable to watch next to each other. Like, again, I think he genuinely, did he just want them to turn into like, to make movies, I guess? I think he wanted them, I guess the one big takeaway that I can hear is that they aren't making content. He doesn't view like criticism and internet media as art, like internet, commentary media, whatever, which is a shame because that's what he does. So I guess he doesn't have much appreciation for his own work. I mean, neither do I, neither does anybody really, but like, he doesn't view like, internet content as art. So he wants them to make more movies, but the movie that they did make, he didn't like. I mean, again, it's just this recursive shit. It was too insecure, but also they're not insecure enough. Odd.
It feels like you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the amount of hate expressed. I'm talking about the amount that the content is designed to make you feel like you're one of the cool kids shitting on a loser. The original Star Wars, the Plinkett Star Wars reviews were not like that.
Yes, they were. If anything, they were more like that. If anything, that was more what they felt like than anything that they've made in like fucking 6 or 7 years. I don't know what he's fucking saying. I don't know what words are coming out of his fucking mouth. This is so absurd. The fucking most critical and vicious they've ever been was the early Star Wars videos. And like what the fuck are you even talking about?
Supposed to make you feel like
holy
you're
shit,
a cool kid shitting on a loser with Mike. They're supposed to make you feel like you can connect to other losers who are still heartbroken about the Phantom Menace 10 years later. I think the way he does
like Neo Jesus Part 3 stream when it's coming up. It's that's after we're gonna do a little more Mr. Girl, little non-Red Letter Media stuff. I do want to watch his pedophile rap again. I think I want to look at that. But yeah, we're gonna be doing a bit of Neo Jesus. I think that'll be fun.
There's more through his stream.
If you like pretentious fuckbags talking overly in like overly bloated terms about like internet commentary channels or whatever, and like having really absurd and bizarre opinions about them, while also like, God, this is actually really similar to Neo Jesus. Man, I was right to set that up before this. I was like, we're gonna be looking at Mr. Girl. I know he's got the Red Letter Media video. I'm just going to preemptively and say that this will be Neo Jesus also.
This makes his thoughts on a lot of different subjects and people.
I think you know what I'll do? I want to watch one of the old Neo Jesus videos. I want to watch like one of the ones that I already saw, because I remember that's another one that I watched on stream, but I was like so drunk and I would just rant for like 10 minutes, like pausing the video and just go off on some unrelated tangent. And I was trying to like edit those down into a live clip at one point, but it was so... yeah, it was so unfocused and everything. I might look at some of the old Neo Jesus. Really get new people caught up on Neo Jesus.
People like Brittany Simon contribute to a more direct hate. I don't think he means to, but he does this a lot. And even the way he's talking about RLM now could inadvertently lead some fans to act really self-reflecting on how they engage with content. Maybe they start to feel resentful and hateful to not only RLM, but themselves for being part of it for so long. RLM content.
Again, there are channels that fall into what he's saying. He's not even wrong that this kind of thing exists, but he is very misleading. He's very... I don't know. I don't understand why he's tying this to a channel that doesn't do this. Because you can easily go after, like, again, I mean, even like EFAP or something. I don't even think they're that bad, but like... I don't know, yeah, Critical Drinker, Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamers, any of those kinds of channels. There's lots of people that you could argue are maybe just a little bit in it for the anger and the rage and the hate viewing or whatever. Red Letter Media has never really been that, and if anything, they're less of that now than ever.
Content does not cause you to introspect. Now, hate content relieves you from introspecting. Hate content doesn't make you think about your place in society and what you're doing to other people, or what you're contributing to, or what you're enabling. Hate content makes you stop thinking about that. It makes you sure of your place in society, your place of superiority.
Hate content. I mean, he's got this whole terminology about hate content. Like, I don't know, dude. I think maybe it's just people criticizing things, you know? So, you know, that's him talking about Red Letter Media. Kind of a rare thing. I mean, normally he talks about, like, politics and shit. He has an hour-long video called Debunking the Epstein Conspiracy. Antidepressants changed my life. I hate drugs the way you hate porn. So he's got a lot of, like, interviews with people. Or I guess he's, like, maybe like looking at their content or something. I'm not sure. What options do incels have for companionship? What has he got to say about video games?
Hello.
Howdy. How you doing?
Who are these jabronis who are willing to be around him? I can't stand that. I can't. I can watch him talk about shit. I can't watch other people have to, like, be around him. That's embarrassing for some reason. Yeah, dude.
A lot of children ask me stupid fucking questions. Like if I rape little kids, or if I believe in it. Well, shit. If you believe that, I'll rape you. Know why? 'Cause I'm a pedophile!
Oh, the main thing I remember about this song, to give him some credit, I remember that there are some actual funny parts in this song. There's actually some bars that aren't embarrassing, but the general fact that the song exists. I mean, if he had just made the song and it was just a funny rap song about being a pedophile, that would be like, oh, it's kind of an edgy joke, whatever. But the fact that it is directly in response to his Cuties video is, like, again, the thing that he said about Red Letter Media being a little too insecure, you know? Like, everybody called him out for really being into the little girl dancing movie, and this is the response to that.
Pedophile! You goddamn right. I'm a literal pedophile! Yeah, I'm a pedophile! My words are like a zip tie with a plastic edge. It'll tie you to my bed, whether you're 8, 9, or 10. Prepubescent, toddler, infant,
He compared Red Letter Media to Eminem and said that similar to Eminem, they have lost their edge or something. Even though they're too mean and they're bullying people now. So I guess that he is an Eminem fan, which is why his flow sounds like Eminem, certainly.
Baby pants, a dress, fuck kids, the answer's yes. Heterophobic? Nah, you're just pedorophobic. Staring at my hard drive, my collection is growing. That's my motherfucking child porn, you better let go of it. It belongs in my folder, you'll never get hold of it. Hey, it's me, Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, like, this is almost like a Weird Al video, like one of the classics, like Amish Paradise or whatever. This kind of reminds me a little of that. This is what, I mean, I'll give him this, that this is like a kind of a funny, stupid rap song, a little bit, you know. I gotta give him the credit where it's due, that this is funnier than it has any right to be.
Everyone respects me. I'm just kidding myself. Get it? Kidding myself. You're already been. You should be getting some help. Committed, medicated, or just sitting in jail. Come on! Relax, guys. I like Shay Lid, right, bitch? Give me an amen. Max, stop! Rumor has it Mr. Girl has a few abusive habits and I'm late for work. 'Cause I'm stuck in human traffic. Yeah, I play Smash Brothers. I play Smash Sisters, Smash Daughters and Nieces and Nephews. Smash them to pieces. And I wear...
Like, that's a good bar. Come on now.
white Vans and I drive one too. Come on, kid. I got some V-Bucks for you. Y'all can send me these death threats and tell me to fuck off. I don't care if I get docs. I already got my rocks off. I'm so damn spent. Can't even pay my rent. Haters get bent. Like the fucking age of consent. Because age is just a number. jails just to place FBI the song right here. Yeah, I'm your worst nightmare. They call me school shooter, but not with a gun. I'm gonna come find you and then I'm gonna come. So show me that pay. It's LGBT. Be watching cuties on repeat. Be being my mate.
I mean, he's... Again, it's like, I don't even know what to say. He's making the jokes, he's making the bars. I do not like him looking at me that closely. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. Yeah, like, it's a little bit shocking that he's doing this, I guess. He definitely is somebody who has no inhibitions in that way. He will just say some stupid shit and everybody can listen to it. And I guess that's something to be respected according to him. You know, it's cool. Again, if there wasn't precedent of you saying that the movie about the little girls dancing made you, like, sexually aroused, then this song might be funnier. Without context, this song might be a little funnier.
Mate fixated on the blonde. Once you got a good figure, I said, damn. My right hand, the wood chipper.
Well, obviously the creepy stare is the point, but I mean, like, so is the, like, there's a lot of points going on here and being made. I still don't like him looking at me. I get it. He's trying to be a pedophile. And he's creepy, but I still don't want him looking at me.
First name Max, so you look lost. Oh shit, I found you on map. Call me Wreck-It Ralph. I'm sweating while I touch a child, treasure smile, wet and wild. Yes, I'm vile, bitch. I'm a pedophile. Every time I make it fits, people think it's a sin. It's statutorily rip a kid. Pedophile. See what you want to see, what you want me to be. Keep hating, baby. I keep raping these babies. I'm a literal pedophile.
Yeah, and then he's like with his tongue and everything. It's like it's definitely intended to be creepy. I mean, but he doesn't really have to work hard to do that. Like, he's already creepy. And there were other responses that he made before this. This was kind of the ultimate, like, final word that he had on the cuties situation. I'm sure he said other stuff after, but this was kind of the main thing. And yeah, it was just this, like, yeah, somewhat defensive, like, ironic shielding of ha ha ha, yeah, I'm totally, like, you know. I don't know. I don't know that that's deflecting it as much as you think it is.
Every time I make it vids, people think it's a sin to statutorily rape a kid. Yeah, I'm a pedophile. So what you wanna see? What you want me to be? Keep hating, baby. I keep raping these babies.
It's Mr. Girl.
Oh, was this not the one where he mentioned me and, like, critical? I guess there was a different song that he did. Was there a different one? Oh, there's I Kill Pedophile. He's got a whole album here. He's got songs. That's cool. What has he got? I mean, that's gonna get me, like, copyrighted or something. Yeah, he had another song that was like that had, like, me in the lyrics. I don't know if maybe this was edited or something, because there was, like, a whole call out to, like, critical, moist hypocritical. Yeah, he name dropped me. He did 2, but it's like it's gone. It's gone now. As far as I remember, there was just this one. I bet Film Roberto is happy about sharing a stream with this guy. Well, you know, if only they weren't so damn similar. Yeah, the rap referenced me, and it was Shoe on Head, Deadwing, and Moist Hypocritical. I remember that line. I remember the bars. Unless that was AI generated like 3 years ago. Which I suppose is also possible. This clip makes Destiny reconsider forgiving Mr. Girl. Like, are we really supposed to watch fucking like, Destiny? We're supposed to watch Destiny. There's a video about Mr. Girl here. That looks good. Back to the channel. Women tend to use social violence. People tend to like it. Action movies are immoral. You know what? Let's hear him talk more about movies. Sure.
This channel. Hi.
God, that's such a fucking intro, isn't it? Hi, horses.
Horses. This channel is meant to be a celebration of humanity, and indeed of
So this isn't even one of his live clips. This is just one of his old videos before his channel got...
just like the movies.
So I thusly feel compelled to point out the rampant dehumanization that takes place in action movies, which I find disturbing and which I think is not a good influence on viewers, including me.
He said that positively about the Virginia Tech shooter after posting a suicide note in the college newspaper.
Now, I love these movies.
I loved him.
I'm not telling you not.
So that was, I guess some art tuber talking about him. God, this is like the pretentious art student version of somebody like fucking, again, Dogs Eating Dogs 6, just like weird passive aggressive little jabs at the people who've wronged you or whatever. Like, he's saying that action movies have desensitized
I find disturbing and which I think is not a good influence on viewers, including me.
Oh, Cat Icarus, welcome. We're watching Mr. Girl, and soon we're going to be looking at the worst channel you've ever seen. It's even worse than Mr. Well, it might not be worse than Mr. Girl, but it's pretty bad.
He said that positively about the Virginia Tech shooter after posting a suicide note in the college newspaper.
Now, I love...
Yeah, so, like, he just has this aside here of, like, an art channel, like, talking about him. That's him who made positive comments about the VTech shooter and then, like, posted a bunch of weird shit. He had, like, the FBI come to his place. There's a lot of lore to Mr. Girl, and I don't even know all of it. And, you know, some of what I know is probably wrong. But, like, there's a lot, and none of it is necessarily pleasant.
These movies.
I loved him.
I'm not telling you not to watch them.
Wow, and now Cynical Reviews is here. Well, Mr. Girl brings all the boys to the yard. Welcome, homies.
Put him down like a sick animal.
But, you know, most things that are bad feel good. That's why we do them. So what's an action movie? It's a movie whose plot is constructed to make it so that the most moral and reasonable...
Don't worry, that wasn't a real penis. That was like a salami or something. It was fine.
Action on the part of the
that was a real penis.
main character is cathartic violence. So why is it immoral to make a movie that does that? And
I don't know, why don't you tell that to the Satan wants you to call people the goat because that guy. Why don't you tell that guy who played Call of Duty while he told people to stop being satanic and remove the 666s from their gamer tags while he was like blowing people's heads off. Tell that to that guy about the desensitization and
the just simplification. What's so bad about that? Well, it's the same dehumanization that we do in real life when there's someone that we want to kill or persecute or just hate. In these movies,
this is just gonna be him like preaching like, guys, do the new Vegas pacifist route. It's fine. Like, okay, thank you, Mr. Girl. Steven Crowder must be gay. Dr. K reckless. Misusing so like this is the live clips channel. Here's one of his like videos. There's some of these are his actual videos. Some of these are just like live clips. Most of them are clips. From his, like, whatever it is, like, podcast or something. I am anti-forgiveness, Mr. Girl Hotline.
My question for you is how, essentially...
I cannot deal with people talking to him. I can't deal with people who want to ask Mr. Girl questions and ask for his advice and things. I think that's more cringy than anything I've ever looked at on my channel. I can't deal with that. I don't have enough booze for that. You do drugs to conform? No. Jonah Hill's boundaries. Who gives a shit? This is mostly what his channel is, though, is people calling him in and asking him for fucking... like, asking him questions and shit. My girlfriend has never initiated sex. Destiny bullies his audience. We should ignore race statistics. Okay, debunking the Epstein conspiracy. What do you got for us?
So, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself.
Damn it, it's gonna be more fucking people talking to... Who is in his circle? Who is friends with this guy? Who is, like, in his fucking Discord and holy shit! Get away from him! Fine, we'll watch a bit of it. Whatever.
I completely agree with that, too.
Wait, what? Really?
Wait, what happened?
So, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself.
Well, of course he didn't. What the fuck? Is this supposed to be like...
I completely agree with that, too.
Wait, what? Really? Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself? You think that?
Oh, wait, sorry. Jeffrey Epstein did kill himself. Yeah,
sorry.
Okay, I always say
didn't.
it backwards. I can never, like, remember.
No.
Oh, right, okay, yeah, he did. Okay, so he actually did, and... Okay, go on.
I almost fucked it up, too, which is...
Like, how... I don't know, how, like, counterculture do you get when you just start being like, no, guys, the CIA, the FBI, they weren't involved with JFK's assassin. Not at all. Not at all. Like, okay, we get it. You want to be, like, against the thing. I get
That's why I was, like, rehearsing. Okay. I was like, oh, I'm going to talk to Mr. Girl. I have to say didn't. Not did, didn't.
Did kill himself. That is what I think.
You believe this. You believe this, I'm going to say 100%? Is that accurate?
I mean, I don't believe anything 100%.
Well, yeah, you're right, but like,
so
you know what I mean.
I don't have any strong convictions about anything and believe anything 100%. I mean, I don't even think gravity, you know, just a theory. Come on now.
Yeah. I mean, well, no, I don't know. No, I mean, like 90%. I believe it in the same way. I mean, like, it happens all the time. You see something in the news.
Bro, this like professional fucking scumbag, like black and white fucking existential podcast, and I can hear him echoing in the mic in the other ear.
And you're like, okay, that's my operational truth, and then you find out later that it wasn't true, and you're like, okay, well, I guess I wasn't true.
Yeah.
Right.
So new evidence comes. If new evidence comes forward and it's like, actually Jeffrey Epstein was murdered, I'm not going to be like, oh my god,
right.
This
like,
is unthinkable. Like, it's possible, but like,
if I want to throw
he's such a free-minded, free-spirited thinker that he's come to the conclusion that he didn't kill himself, which I guess is just everybody else has memed into popularity the fact that Jeffrey Epstein totally did kill himself, or totally didn't kill himself. Whatever. Like, everybody else has made this a meme. So it really, like, it's hard to look at this right out the gate. I mean, I don't know the facts. You know, maybe there's some fucking evidence that he did kill himself. Whatever. But, like, it's really hard to not just look at this as, like, man, you're really trying to be, like, you're really trying to, like, I don't know. Like, just try to be contrarian. Just try to be counter. You're just like Mike Stoklasa. Send more copies of Vampire Assassin, goddammit.
Question. Let's say you had like a machine that told you that one person in the last like 15 years who everyone thinks killed themselves actually was murdered and it was made to look like a suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Would Jeffrey Epstein be in your like top 10 guesses before that like the answer was revealed to you?
I don't think I can name.
Who is this fucking guy asking him these questions? Who, like... Mr. Girl Hotline. What the fuck is this? Red flags! Wow, the entire sidebar is Scott the Woz. Wow. Except the one random 2-view video that they have to send to me. I've only watched like a couple of his videos, like while I was falling asleep last night, and now the entire sidebar is Scott the Woz. Well, I think that's good for Mr. Girl now. It's time to move on to the worst... one of the worst channels I've ever looked at. And by worst, I mean fun channel. Funny! Really funny channel. With some really good opinions. If you were here for our Mr. Girl coverage of Red Letter Media and how they're bullies, but also not edgy enough, but also too edgy, but also they're... whatever, that whole thing, then you're gonna really enjoy Neo Jesus. Neo Jesus is a quote-unquote filmmaker. And there's some videos here that I haven't seen. You know, there's some interesting looking videos here that he's done that I have not watched. And maybe they would be worth looking at. But he also has videos here that I have watched that are really bad. And I remember watching them and being really drunk. And like high and whatever. And at this point I'm only just really high. So that's, I think it's fine. Neo Jesus here is this guy. With a very annoying face. I think I'm allowed to say that. Am I allowed to say that someone's face is punchable? It's not a threat. It's not. But it's just... He's got a very punchable face. It's just like Eddie Redmayne. But his famous video here, the problem with internet movie critics. And then what movie critics don't understand. And this is just a very... misguided couple of videos. He then goes on to later complain about Red Letter Media, which I watched at some point. He has this video, which I haven't seen, and an AVGN video, but I would like to start... He actually blew up a little bit with this one. Times Forgotten Filmmaker. I'm sure he's got some stupid fucking takes on that. But I'm gonna rewatch this one because Jesus Christ, because I remember how bad this was. And frankly, I want to have like a live clip where I'm not completely drunk out of my mind and I'm ranting for 10 minutes whenever he says anything. I'll only rant for 5 minutes whenever he says some things. It'll be better, I promise.
I look at people that critique as weak. Weak rhymes with critique. So, you know, if you're going to critique like, hey, this is never going to work or whatever, then I just say, you know what, let's see you try it, and we'll see how you do.
Well, this is Butch Hartman, infamous fucking weirdo kind of con artist, scam artist a little bit. You know, I don't know if we want to be opening the video with him as a shining example of your point. But yeah, again, the common thread on the stream. It's good that we had CJ and Caddy here, because, like, yeah, guys, you're not allowed to criticize things anymore. You guys know that that's not just bullying, but that's hateful, and that's inhibiting art from being made. If you say bad things about stuff, that's just bad. That's bad. And critique rhymes with weak. Okay? And what don't you fucking understand about what the Ferry On Parents guy just said? Fuck you! Butch Cartman.
A lot of movie critics don't really understand movies.
So I'm not a fan of this guy's style, or face. Again, not trying to be a bully, but like... God, if you fucking thought that what's-his-name was super pretentious. If you thought Ben Shapiro was a pretentious cunt. If you thought Mr. Girl was pretentious. If you thought Movieblob was a little bit highfalutin, this fucking guy will just slip you off your fucking feet.
A lot of movie critics don't really understand movies.
Actually...
Okay, so allow me to explain my position here. First of all, hi, my name's Neo, and I'm a filmmaker. Ever since I was a kid, movies have always been a big part of my life, and I don't think that's gonna change anytime soon.
He's been to, like, movie school for, like, a year, and now he's gonna say all of his thoughts about these things.
Soon. Ever since I started taking filmmaking more seriously, I'm
the only YouTuber using $800 worth of lighting gear to film in his living room. That's not true. There are many, many YouTubers who are doing that. Why would you even spend $800, though, on lighting? You don't need that. Yeah, your lighting looks good, but your channel is fucking garbage. Like, work on your fucking channel. Like, I'll give him that his editing is good for a channel that has, like, fairly low subscriber numbers. A lot of his videos are, like, under 1,000 views. He's got good editing, I suppose. And yeah, $800 lights and everything. But a lot of the actual content of these videos is fucking insufferable, so, like, I don't think that's... I don't know. You know, that improving your videos can be free if you allow it to be.
Notice one thing. When you start to learn more about the creative process behind something like filmmaking, you start to gain respect for directors that you used to think were not that great. For example, Michael Bay. Now, Michael Bay is a director that's been criticized by pretty much every person with an internet connection. He's been criticized for focusing too much on CGI and not on practical effects. He's been criticized for having too much product placement in his movies, and he's been criticized for hiring mediocre actors in a lot of his movies, as well as a slew of other things. However, what a lot of people fail to realize is that directors producing bad or mediocre films do not equate to them being a bad or mediocre director.
I don't know who thinks... I mean, bad or mediocre director, like, not every time, sure, but a lot of the time the director's the one in control. Like, there's times when it's like, yeah, I'm sure one of the 5 directors on this corporate product didn't have a lot of say overall when, like, fucking Hasbro was making all the decisions or something, but, like, you know, when it's just like a fucking Michael, sure, Transformers movies, whatever. But even then, I think he had he had a good amount of control when he was making those. He could have made them less embarrassing. I don't know. There was the only one that really has an excuse is the second one, because it happened during the writer's strike.
As a matter of fact, I would argue that a lot of the things that people would call flaws in his films aren't flaws at all. People say Michael Bay uses CGI too much and not enough practical effects, yet they don't seem to understand that practical effects are expensive.
No, they know that, but also they aren't necessarily more expensive than CG. CG costs a lot of fucking money too. Practical effects can be expensive, but again, a lot of the people always have to be like, yeah, a lot of good movies were made for like $6,000 or some shit, like, and a box of Twinkies. Like, I don't know if that's a good enough excuse.
Just because a film has a lot of CGI and not very many practical effects, that doesn't mean that the filmmakers are lazy. It's easy to accuse Hollywood directors of being lazy when you don't know what percentage of the budget actually went towards visual effects. You see, no one ever thinks that maybe this movie didn't have the budget to do practical effects. Believe it or not, films have budgets, and a certain percentage of that budget has to go towards things like feeding your cast and crew, hair and makeup, set design, insuring all of the gear that's being used on set, and a fuckload of other
Like, he's telling us that movies have budgets. Thanks, bro. I know. I'm aware, but they're going to I'm saying that the amount that they allocate toward practical, like CGI effects is just it's money mismanagement more than anything. It's not about we need to spend more money in this movie. It's about this over-budget fucking billion-dollar Marvel shit-ass product, you know, is like it's going to have a budget for the special effects. And you could use the budget in a better way than what they do. And the same goes for like the Michael Bay movies or whatever example you're using. It's not about they need to spend more. It's about the fact that they're bad directors and bad movies reflects on how, like, again, a movie like Evil Dead was able to be made on like a shoestring fucking budget, you know, and it had a bunch of cool effects and stuff because Sam Raimi was like trying, and he was really trying to do interesting things, and he was creative. And I think it's just a lack of creativity. You use CG and you use costly bullshit to just because you have nothing, you have no creativity to make that happen. You have no way of making it like happen in a cheaper, more cost-effective way that would still be convincing, which can be difficult, but that's what the fucking job is. And so that's what the criticism often is. It's not about, oh, they needed to spend more on like fucking Doctor Who Doctor Who monster puppets or whatever. It's about they needed to use their money better and like have some fucking passion and like not blow all their money on like terrible PS2 graphics Black Panther fight scenes or whatever.
Boring stuff that people don't like to talk about. You see, in Hollywood, a lot of your success is measured by your ability to turn a profit. I don't make the rules, I'm just telling you how it is. And Michael Bay knows how to turn a profit, and so he gets work. Meanwhile, another director can make an amazing film full of practical effects and amazing performances from A-list actors, but if the film costs too much money to make and it doesn't gross that much, then the director isn't gonna make it very far in the industry. Again, I don't make the rules. So yes,
Hang on. Neo Jesus, what are you doing? What is this embarrassing single frame of you? You're over here and you're in the fucking background and you're out of focus. And then we cut to the other thing, but before we can cut to Wolf of Wall Street or whatever this is, we've got to see one single frame of you looking like an e-boy. Like at half opacity. Come on, man. Your editing is... I know you're better than this.
So yes, sometimes directors have to cut corners. Sometimes they have to hire the actors that they can afford rather than the actors that they would actually like. And sometimes product placement is the only thing that's gonna get you your money back. When I made my first few short films and I think about how difficult it was to fund them and how unsuccessful we were in actually earning any of that money back, I realized that sometimes you have to go with what you can actually afford rather than what you would actually want to do. And I'm pretty sure the same rules apply when it comes to big...
But that's not... People aren't arguing that they should spend more money on fucking effects. That's not the argument at all. It's that they're misusing the money that they are spending, which is already way the fuck too much, to get, like, really ugly, unimpressive effects. Have you seen fucking Secret Invasion? I haven't, but I saw the shitty Drax arm. Like, really bad CG. Have you seen the fucking MODOK in Ant-Man 3? I don't even know how much that shit cost to make, but it looks like a fucking Spy Kids 3 movie or whatever. That's the joke everybody made. They were fucking accurate. There are moments in that movie that look like Spy Kids 3 or Shark Boy and Lava Girl or some shit. Like, yeah, you're already spending billions of dollars. You can probably just do it in a better way and have like a better, have somebody with a little bit more talent fucking shoot it slightly differently so that it doesn't have to cost as much or whatever. I don't know.
Budget filmmaking. I bring this up because I feel like a lot of movie critics here on YouTube like to go after films as a whole without taking into account a lot of the different factors that go into making a film.
Yeah, Red Letter Media has never once talked about any of the production elements of a film. They've never ever talked about any of the specific qualities of making a film and things that go into that. That's never been a thing they've discussed. That's certainly not one of the reasons people like watching Red Letter Media, for the not for the insights they have about specific elements of like making movies and yeah.
The biggest one being the budget. You see, the problem with trying to create an objective...
This guy has like a huge fucking problem with Ralph the Movie Maker. I think he's one of those people who saw his video about the Joker movie and just like flew off the fucking handle.
Create an objective standard for film and film criticism is that everything is relative. If you make a movie for just $1, then it's probably gonna be a really shitty movie, but it's probably the best film that you could possibly make for just $1. My point is,
he knows that Red Letter Media started as filmmakers. He's got a whole fucking video about Red Letter Media as filmmakers, but that's for like later on in the Neo Jesus canon.
That I believe
that's for him to complain very similar. The reason I thought about this, because that video, this is the first one we saw, but that was the one where I looked at it and it was basically the same as the Mr. Girl video. About like they're bullies and they're uncreative now, and it's like I just didn't understand if we were watching the same fucking channel.
Critics should be more attentive to things like budget and a lot of the other steps in the filmmaking process before they just start slamming all of these movies. The thing that critics fail to realize is that mediocre films are pretty much just as hard to make as great films. It's easy for a critic to say that these films are shit when most critics themselves have no idea what goes into making a film of any kind.
Well, that's not true. A lot of them, again, Red Letter Media have made movies. YMS probably like went to fucking film school or something, or knows people involved in film who, like, people know what goes into making a movie. You aren't some special fucking snowflake because you went to like, you went to like film school for like a year or however long. Like, people know what goes into making movies. I think that, like I've said before, that there's like there was a common thing for a long time to just be shitty, to just, hate content, like fucking Mr. Girl says. Just be mean to things. Like, this game is so bad, haha, but it's more interesting now to know why it's bad and to know the story of, like, how it got to be so bad and, what exactly it is about it that makes it bad specifically, things like that. That's a whole thing. So like, I don't know. This is confusing.
Let's have a look at some of the biggest contributors to this problem, shall we?
Shall we? Did you learn your lesson?
Your movie sucks, also known as YMS, or simply Adam. A guy that's often praised amongst the...
There's a character in KOTOR named Adam Larp. It's spelled like A-D-U-M, and then LARP as in live-action role-playing. And he sells you weapons on Dantooine. And I just, every time I pass by him, it's Adam LARP. I always enjoy it.
We were reviewing Community for his comedic cynicism in his videos, but also someone that obviously isn't that great at actually criticizing the production quality of most movies, considering the fact that he described...
Is he saying because a movie has a budget, we have to like it? No, he's saying that because bad movies take effort too, that you can't criticize them because you don't know what it takes to make a movie, even though most of these fucking reviews point out specific elements of, like, oh, the lighting was bad, the cinematography was bad, like, whatever. Like, what? I don't know what he mean. Like, oh, you just don't know what it takes to make a movie. You don't know what goes into it. Like, yeah, I guess I don't know what it's like to be a fucking bad cinematographer who just, like, doesn't shoot my fucking characters correctly, and has no creativity and can't fucking, like, stage a shot or set a scene or anything. Like, I guess I don't know how that feels. No, you're right. But now he's going into the specific film critics, and YMS hates Precious. By the way, he goes into YMS's review of Precious, which is literally his first ever review from, like, over, like, 15 years ago or something. It was quite a while ago. It was his first review. And he's about to do, like, so he's about to dig into this.
That great at actually criticizing the production quality of most movies, considering the fact that he described Precious, a critically acclaimed film that currently sits at 91% on Rotten Tomatoes, as being sloppy.
Guys, this movie has good tomato rating. That means it can't be bad. He says he can't be very good at reviewing movies because he doesn't agree with the other people who say that about the movie. That's crazy. That's how wars have started.
He also said that Nymphomaniac,
Good
a film that
tomato
currently sits at
mean
72% on Rotten Tomatoes, is, quote, a giant steaming pile of shit that is not worth the price of admission. Now,
yeah, and he's also a fan of that director, and, like, was probably, like, that was a personal feeling for him. But also, again, that movie is rated well, so it can't be bad. Shut up, Adam.
him not liking these movies isn't a problem.
Are you sure it isn't? Are you sure it isn't very much an issue for you?
That's his opinion, and he's entitled to it.
Right.
However, the reasons that he provides as to why he doesn't like these movies aren't really all that good. Rather than critiquing the overall story of either of these films, he just points out a few key scenes that he takes issue with, and then acts like they ruin the whole movie. Like when he said the editing in Precious was sloppy because it had one scene that had a cut that he thought seemed out of place.
She then sits on a bench for a few seconds after eating the whole bucket.
This is a review from 2010. You couldn't have found any of his more recent videos. Like, how... I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, technically this is something that's on his channel, and it is something you can use as an example, but we all know that you picked his first review, and maybe if you had picked, like, his fucking second review, he might have been a little better at it, but even then, I don't think he's necessarily wrong. I think, I mean, I don't know.
Fried chicken, and there's an obvious cut as she's, you know, jumping off of the bench to throw up in a garbage can or whatever. And by obvious cut, I mean from the same angle.
Or how he shit on Nymphomaniac because he didn't like how the aspect ratio changed throughout the film.
By this point, you're probably wondering why the
Okay, well, this one's from a little later, sure.
aspect ratio is different. Well, your guess is as good as mine, but I'm sure it has some significance, right?
And he also didn't like this one scene where they made a mistake with the audio.
Wow, that scream sounded great. Let's copy and paste it to 10 seconds later in the same scene.
Now,
what is wrong with these complaints? I mean, you're talking, I mean, yeah, I guess it's nitpicking, but it's like, if it's things that you noticed while you were watching the movie, I don't know, like, it seems diminishing to a person to be like, oh, don't say that one, that's just nitpicking. That's not a real criticism, that's just a nitpick. Like, I don't know, was that something he fucking felt when he was watching it? That, oh, that scream that was repeated, like, you know, took me out of the scene. Then fine, then he should say that. What are you on about?
Regardless of what your opinions on these films are, I feel like we should acknowledge that what Adam is doing here isn't criticism. This is just nitpicking.
Oh, okay.
The one thing that you hear movie critics saying over and over again is that the story is the most important part of a movie. And yet here critics saying
movie critics?
over and over again is that the story...
Movie critics like Casey Neistat? Bro. Movie critics. Yeah, it's nitpicking because he says so. It's nitpicking if it's a criticism I don't like or disagree with, it's just nitpicking. Shut up. Shut up. You didn't really feel that way, and if you did, it doesn't matter, and if it does matter to you, then fuck you. And if I did abuse you, then you're lying. Like, it's like the abusive boyfriend thing, like, yeah. I don't know. Casey Neistat, top level film critic, huh?
Story is the most important part of a movie, and yet here you have Adam critiquing every part of the movie except for the story, and then acting as if those criticisms are enough to warrant
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure he also said things about the fucking story, but you're not really showing that or anything, so you're, I mean, we really just have to take your word for it on that, I guess. I'm
film having a bad rating. Sure, while Precious may have some questionable editing choices, is it really a bad movie? Was it really deserving of a Your Movie Sucks video? The story is still fantastic.
And he talks about movies that he likes on Your Movie Sucks too. That's just the name of his channel. Like, I get it. his name is Your Movie Sucks. Like, I get it, but I mean, yeah, he didn't like the fucking movie, so what's your point? He's not allowed to... Again, it's like the fucking mental gymnastics people try to have where it's like, no, but you can't say that because that's not real criticism. No, but that's just bullying. That's not real criticism. Like, dude, it's basically usually real criticism. Let's just deal with it. Let's just deal with that and acknowledge that most of the time it's real criticism.
Fantastic, and the lead actresses give great performances throughout the entire film, and yet you're deducting points from this movie because one of the extras was really inconsistent with her fake accent.
And one of them would switch back and forth between very thick accent to not much of an accent at all.
And you say that the only reason why people
first video he ever made
enjoy the movie is because they feel like they have to?
It seems as if most people like this film because they think they're supposed to. I don't know, like...
Adam, this movie has 6 Academy Award nominations. Critics praise this movie.
God, I love this part of this. I remember this now. I love... Just listen to this. Just listen to this.
To not much of an accent at all.
And you say that the only reason why people enjoy the movie is because they feel like they have to?
It seems as if most people like this film because they think they're supposed to. I don't know, like...
Adam, this movie has 6 Academy Award nominations. Critics praise this movie to no end, and majority opinion goes against you here.
Adam, you are supposed to like the movie. You're actually correct. People are supposed to like the movie, and you're right that you are supposed to like it. So fuck you.
So I'm not...
I love that. He's like, and he seems to think that, and then he just says that, like, yeah, but everybody says it's good though, so your opinion's wrong. Okay. Alright, good stuff, bro.
Acting out of line when I asked
Join the hive mind!
Why you didn't like this movie is because you feel like you weren't allowed to. Because cynicism is a key element of your channel. I already mentioned how your problems with the movie Nymphomaniac pretty much only amount to minor nitpicks, and yet you still say that it's a giant steaming pile of shit and it isn't worth the price of admission. Does that really seem like a...
No, I remember that video. He had a lot more to say about that movie than just minor nitpicks. That was a 2-part video that was like 40 minutes long or something, or longer. Like, that was a long video that he had a lot to say about that movie. More than just like the 2 examples of things that he said that Neo Jesus gives here.
Fair response to you? I mean, there were actually a lot of people that really liked this movie, and for good reason.
God, YMS, how didn't you think about that? There are people who like this movie. So what's wrong with you? You didn't like it? They liked it though. What's wrong with you, YMS? See, you're not criticizing movies correctly because the other critics, they like it. So you aren't a good critic because you don't like it. What's wrong with you, Adam? Maybe you really are a dumb.
The acting in it is pretty good with the exception of Shia LaBeouf. The cinematography is nice with the exception of all the different changes in aspect ratio and filming style. And the story, while being a bit long and over-dramatized, is really interesting and easy to follow. My biggest complaint is that the poor pacing and the drawn-out editing in this movie makes it hard to realistically sit through all the way. But I'd still say that the movie is at least a 6 out of 10. Your summary of giant piece of shit, however, is not only needlessly cynical, but it also creates a feedback.
This channel is called Your Movie Sucks. Maybe he's just cynical as a person. Why can't he be?
Loop of negativity, since people who really like the movie are now insulted that you basically just told them that the movie was a waste of their money. But now you've also given ammunition to...
I would really like to see YMS talk about this. I'm sure I said this before, but like on his the YMS highlights channel or something, if you looked at this on stream, because this reminds me of like, this is like the same thing he was talking about with the fucking Mario movie. Like, people just like, oh, but you're insulting me and my like appreciation of a thing. And I mean, sure, to an extent that can be true if you're just like relentlessly shitting on something that someone cares about and holds dear to them, you know, for the purpose of just like specifically getting under their skin and being mean to them. And he kind of did that with the Mario movie review because people were being like annoying to him, so he was like, yeah, it turns out it is just a baby movie for babies. And like, I don't know, he was just talking about like, yeah, if he doesn't like a fucking movie, it's not like an attack on your entire fucking existence. Like, you can, you know, still like it. That doesn't make you a bad person or anything, technically. It just makes you maybe have bad taste, but also that's subjective. But Also, like, I don't know, like, witch hunting? What the fuck? Disagreeing, insulting people that disagree with you. Who, though? What, just the people who like that movie? Just by him disliking it, that's insulting those people. Why do you care so much about his opinion? That just by him not agreeing with the rest of society, that means that he, like... What is wrong with you?
The people that didn't like the movie to use to go after the people that did. This creates a really shitty and negative message that generates supporters who thrive on the negativity of hating a movie rather than the positivity of enjoying one. I feel like Adam and most of his followers get more enjoyment out of shitting on a movie that they really hate than they do from watching a movie that they really enjoy. And thus is...
Yeah, I don't know if you would agree with that. Most of his channel, like, even more than Red Letter Media, most of his channel is stuff that's just like, you know, indie films and stuff, and he's very critical of them, but, like, he, you know, like, yeah, I don't know. What do you... God, I'm so baffled today watching these fucking people, these strange... Like, it's difficult to even imagine these people existing. Like him and Mr. Girl and the stuff that they say about things, just like, wow, you really think this? Holy shit.
Is the branding of YMS, a channel built up on the negativity and cynicism of a sassy know-it-all, rather than a channel built up on actual proper film criticism. Take away Adam's snarky and sarcastic delivery from YMS, and what do you have?
Well, take away your lighting and fucking editing, and what do you have? You have an annoying voice and bad opinions, so... Yeah, there's a lot of things that go into making a channel, isn't there?
In all actuality, not that much. Cynicism is basically what drives his entire channel, and without his comedic cynicism, his movie reviews wouldn't really hold that much weight considering his own lack of knowledge in how films are actually made.
Also, this entire scene's noticeably dubbed.
In this scene, it seems like Adam is criticizing the dubbing for not exactly lining up with the actor's movements, but what I think he fails to understand is that the goal of ADR, or automated dialogue replacement, isn't just to sync up with the original.
Guys, I went to film school. I know what ADR means. Am I not cool? I know what these things mean. They don't know. There's no way any of these lesser people on the internet could know. I know. I was taught these things.
Audio, it's to produce better audio than what was originally recorded. Maybe the ADR doesn't line up because the dialogue wasn't correct in the original recording. Now, you might be thinking, well, they should have just reshot it. But keep in mind that reshoots are incredibly expensive, time-consuming, and sometimes your actors, boom operators, and cinematographers just aren't available for
God, I love these fucking, just like, oh, well, it's okay that it sucks, because there might be reasons why it sucks, though. Look, what is this fucking mentality? Is this like fatalism? Is this like objectivism? Just nothing is bad, everything is equal, nothing can be criticized ever, cause what the fuck is wrong with you?
Reshoots. With this minor sync issue aside, the rest
Care
of the ADR
about the
throughout
Rock!
the film is actually pretty good, but Adam's lack of understanding on the process that goes behind ADR leaves him critiquing what he thinks is bad ADR, but let an actual sound engineer listen to this and they'll most likely tell you that they actually did a pretty good job on this scene. So if you're going to attack the ADR, then at least take the whole process into consideration. If you don't understand that process holistically, then just don't critique it. Not only that, but why are you even discussing the production of the film? I mean, a movie critic's overall job is to be the voice of the general public and to express the thoughts and ideas of your average moviegoer in a way that they aren't able to do themselves. With that said, aren't critics usually supposed to just critique things like story and acting, since those are the things that the general public are gonna notice?
So, right, so again, this bizarre logic, as critics, you don't understand how films are made or any of the things that go into films, like the budget and the catering and all the people that need to be fucking, like, paid to, like, keep the heat going in the studio or whatever. But if you criticize anything other than the story and the fucking characters, then you're wrong to do so, because people don't notice those things. And if you notice them, then it's stupid and bad that you notice them and you're nitpicking. And you didn't actually feel like, God, shut up.
Do you really ever see people
You
exiting
hear yourself, dude. Come on.
a theater talking about the cinematography or the sound design? I mean, if he was giving good production advice, then it wouldn't be a problem. But Adam doesn't know anything about film production. He's never worked in film. So why would we expect him to know how to critique a film's production? It's important to have a good understanding of the fundamentals.
I don't necessarily know about Adam, but, like, I don't know if he has worked in film or not. He very well may have. And again, it's the classic, you don't need to be a chef to know when someone has shit into your fucking soup. You can fucking tell when your thing is... You can tell when you're just, like, a guy buying a car. You don't need to be the guy who made the car. You can just tell when you fucking... when the transmission breaks down and the engine falls out and all of the fucking... and all the wheels fall off. That maybe the car is broken, you know? You don't need to know a whole lot about mechanics, like the mechanics of how a car works.
In order to identify bad technique. If you don't understand those fundamentals, why are you criticizing the technique?
Well, but if you criticize the fundamentals or the technique, well, what? First of all, you...
Important to have a good understanding of the... Why would we expect him to know how to critique a film's production? It's important to have a good understanding of the fundamentals in order to identify bad technique.
Okay, so it's literally, I went to film school and I know more than you, shut up. That's literally what it is. I mean, ultimately, it's quite literally, I went to film school, so I know about these fundamentals that you don't understand. And I don't know whether or not you went to film school or have any understanding of this, but I'm just making a huge assumption that you don't because I don't like you. But I know these things and you don't, and therefore you should shut up because you don't know what you're talking about. That's great. That's so great for you. I love this channel so much, dude.
If you don't understand those fundamentals, why are you criticizing the technique? This would be like somebody that eats fast food all day, walking into a 5-star restaurant and then saying that the chef is bad at his job because his food doesn't taste as good as Burger King.
No, this would be like if you... Well, no. No. See, it's funny because just recently there was a video YMS did on the Highlights channel that was his, you know, on his stream. I guess it wasn't YMS did it, it was, Salamancer or whatever. The YMS Highlights channel had a clip from YMS's stream. He was looking at a Russell Brand interview with the Critical Drinker, and he was pointing out that, like, and it's very true that a lot of the people that you see on YouTube who are constantly screaming about how all media is woke now and all this stuff, it's like, why are you willingly watching the fucking new Transformers, Terminator, whatever, like, schlock, big-budget, AAA Hollywood shit? If you hate it, and it's all bad, then why are you still supporting it? He kept pointing out, like, you don't have a good media diet. You're consuming just every Star Wars thing that gets shoved down your throat, but you're not going out of your way to actually, like, learn about new things to watch and stuff like that. And so this guy just being all like...
And saying that the chef is bad at his job because his food doesn't...
Because fast food and everything. That's interesting to me, because that reminds me, like, the kind of person who would just sit there and watch Star Wars all day and Marvel movies and then complain about them being bad is like, yeah, well, you know, you're kind of a fast food individual. Maybe you need to graduate to real restaurants if you're noticing that this is all garbage. Why are you still putting this in your fucking body? But, you know, I mean, I just noted that, and then I'm like, well, directly contrasting that, then, in that analogy, would be YMS, who is going out of his way to try the fancy foods of fucking media or whatever. It came across as a little bit pretentious, but I also couldn't really argue with it, where I'm like, yeah, a lot of the movies he talks about on his channel are ones that I've never really heard of, whereas... like, the Critical Drinkers coming out here, oh, guys, you should really watch Jaws. Guys, did you know Star Wars is feminist? Like, yeah, I don't know, watch a different fucking movie, dude. Watch something else. Watch something that I haven't heard of. You know, like, that's just funny that he brings up the, like, fast food thing. And it's like, that's not even valid, because, I mean, anybody, again, you talk about food, anybody can criticize food in a restaurant and go, oh, somebody shit in my soup. There's a fly in my salad. There's, like, I didn't get the right thing. My pasta is cold. Whatever. It's very easy to identify things that are wrong. If you want to say that a critic is like less valuable than whatever because it's easy to identify things that are bad, then, you know, maybe that's something. But to be all like, you have no right to criticize it if you don't know the fundamental. I don't need to know the fundamentals of like architecture to look at the shitty architecture on that one stream that I did where the houses were like melting into the ground and be like, wow, this looks really fucking dumb. I don't need to know the fundamentals. You really don't actually need to know these things.
It tastes as good as Burger King. It's okay to say that you didn't like something, but it's important to understand that saying that you didn't like something isn't the same as critiquing it. Because actual critique requires a level of understanding of what it is you're actually criticizing.
There's just no way that you could have an understanding of film on the level that I have. I have a big brain and you do not. You criticizing a movie and the technical elements of its editing or its acting or its whatever, and the story and things like that, that's all invalid to me. That's all invalid. That's not real criticism. But, you know, that's just because you don't understand like I do.
And this is where Adam completely misses the mark strictly for the sake of cynicism, i.e., pointing his bony finger at every little movie mistake and then acting as if those mistakes justify him giving the film a 1 out of 10. It's unfair to critique something that you don't really understand holistically, especially if it's something as complex and involved as filmmaking. This is why most professional critics in the past...
This is so fucking bitchy, dude. Like, he's such a bitch. I just... Like... I don't know, man. You really just seem like you don't like this reviewer guy, and he hasn't even started. Like, you think that's bad. He hates Ralph the Movie Maker. For some reason, he just has a huge problem with Ralph the Movie Maker. I mean, he's not like my favorite YouTuber, but I just don't understand what there is specifically about him. Because I guess he also makes films. Like, he actually is a movie maker, and I guess this guy has reviewed his films, and he's like, oh, they're all bad, too! But also, you don't know anything about making movies, because you've never made a movie. Like, I don't know. But yeah, you think he hates YMS. He fucking can't stand Ralph the Movie Maker.
Never really tried to critique production technique.
He's so, like, backhanded, this whole thing.
You don't really understand holistically.
You just don't understand it holistically. Mommy didn't pay for you to go to film school, Adam.
Especially if it's something as complex and involved as filmmaking. This is why most professional critics in the past never really tried to critique production techniques. People like Siskel and Ebert had common enough sense to know that they were unqualified to critique that aspect of filmmaking, so they mostly only talked about the story and what the movie was like as a whole.
Okay, so you're saying that you can't talk about the technical elements? What, unless you haven't worked as like a fucking boom mic operator, you can't point out a boom... It's like, this is so... I don't know, like, again, am I just supposed to just... It feels really like it would make me feel badly about myself to constantly, to fit to what this guy wants of like a reviewer. Where I guess I'm supposed to like, I will watch a film and I will pick up on things that are noticeably bothering me. And I'll just like shut myself up and silence myself and bury it because like, no, that's not a real criticism. That's not a real criticism. That's just a cognitive distortion. Like, no, I think if I feel that way about something, like I could fucking say it in my review. I don't know what this fucking mindset is. Like, no, you just don't understand it. Well, I don't care. I just don't feel, I don't like it. Like,
which is how movies should be reviewed anyways, because critiquing production is really unfair since movies with more money would almost always have the advantage. A movie with a budget of 20 million might have the budget to get better dubbing, but a movie with a budget of 10 million might not. So does the movie with a smaller budget get shamed for having bad dubbing? Does a student film that was made with $30 get shamed because it doesn't have the same production quality as a film made with $30 million? Gee, no. It's almost as if every film is made differently, and so having a standard by which you review their production quality is really pointless and ineffective.
God. But sir, that's fucking retarded.
Hopefully you'll realize this soon enough, since in your video you mentioned that you recently bought a GH5 and that you plan on using it to shoot a music video.
As some of you already know, I'm in the middle of recording a feature-length album for
Maybe eventually you might learn someday,
my
Adam.
music, and I've already started filming at least one music video with this camera, so I'm very excited to share that all with you when the album's out.
Maybe as you get more involved in the filmmaking process.
God, this little bitch. Like, I'm sorry, you are like fucking 20 or something. Adam is like over a decade older than you. The fucking gall that anybody has at any age to just be like, yeah, guy who's fucking 20 years older than me, yeah, maybe someday you'll get on my level and learn. Like, what the fuck? You don't have the subscribers to be this cocky. Your videos are not good enough to be this cocky. You don't have anything to say that, like, fuck, shut up. Holy fuck, where do you get off?
You'll be humbled and that'll inspire you to change your reviewing style. Probably not, though, since cynicism is basically part of your brand at this point. But hopefully you'll at least be able to produce something fairly decent. After all, it would be really embarrassing if, after complaining about films with mediocre production for so long, you yourself released a video with mediocre production. Kind of like how Chris Stuckman released a film with mediocre production when he made his directorial debut in...
I'm not gonna talk about Chris Stuckman, really, here. I don't think I care that much about Chris Stuckman. When do we get... Yeah, I don't really want to talk about Chris Stuckman. I'm good. When do we get to, yeah, that's enough of you.
I can tell you that if you're someone that thinks that something like Transformers is a bad movie, then try sitting through 10 short films made by some 13-year-old kid with a cheap DSLR and a Rode video mic.
But again, it's like, what do you, like, that's like completely the opposite, though. Like, if you've got a 13-year-old with a fucking, like, camera setup, like, they're trying to do something, and they're passionate about it. And it might be, like, embarrassing and cringy, but it's like, at least they care. The fucking Transformers movie is the exact opposite, where it's like, what excuse do they have? Like, you're gonna make this giant thing, why couldn't you have at least tried to make it, like, decent? Instead of just vomiting out a bunch of CGI garbage and John Turturro's balls onto the screen. Like, 5 movies in a row. And then there was the thing about the age of consent in that one movie. Why, like, there's no excuse. Like, what do you mean? Oh, how do you compare this to, like, a student short film? Like, yeah, those are better just by virtue of being... They might be more insufferable to sit through or something, but they might be, like... They're probably more passionate and have more more care put into them in some ways than a lot of... That's what a lot of the criticism of movies, like, big-budget movies, like fucking, you know, Red Letter Media talking about a Star Wars movie. It's like, this is fucking, like... soulless garbage. This has nothing to it, you know?
A lot of local film festivals have entire screening blocks dedicated to first-time directors, and I can tell you that after seeing any of these god-awful short films, you'll be looking at Transformers like it's Citizen fucking Kane. When you compare most big-budget Hollywood productions to the kind of shit that you would see at your average film festival, you'll
Who the fuck is Eridan?
quickly find out that most movies that come out in theaters are just average. But average isn't...
You got 20 bucks from Aurelius. Aurelius, get to the bathroom and take a shit. You're shitting yourself. Does this Neo Jesus guy not realize that the majority of the movies these critics talk about are big budget Hollywood blockbusters, and therefore having a standard for the production quality isn't out of line? Yeah, they aren't really talking about, like, you know, super low budget shit. I mean, YMS does, but usually he's, like, pretty fond of... I think he's more... Again, it's like, it's easier to praise a low-budget indie movie that tries than it is to, like, why would I give a break to the 15th fucking Jurassic Transformer World movie? Like, who gives a shit? Why would I be nice to that, you know, as a critic? As opposed to, like, yeah, what he's talking about is stuff that the critics generally take into consideration. Is like, oh, this is this guy's first movie, he's really trying in this one. I often hear critics be like, I don't want to be too mean to this guy, you know, this is his first movie, whatever. But like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, they're not talking about 13-year-olds fucking short films.
marketable to film critics, so what you often get is a lot of people pretending as if every bad movie that comes out is complete and total garbage and every good movie that comes out is just okay. Like it or not, cynicism sells. My main issue with this is that these critics are so popular that it has an impact on the general audience and how they view movies. People are often hesitant to actually give a movie a good review because being cynical and spiteful towards 90% of movies is now the norm. And this makes it hard for people to truly see the actual good qualities in films. People absolutely hated Suicide Squad and pretty much every bad thing about—
Oh good, here we go everybody, here we go. He's gonna talk about how Suicide Squad was based.
about the film has already been talked about a million times, but no one ever talks about the good aspects. The costume design, the color grading, the cinematography, all of these were—
Color grading is not very good a lot of the time. The costume design, the costume design, you're talking about the movie that made the Joker. You're talking about the movie that did this to the Joker. Yeah, the fucking costume design is one of the things people don't like in this shit. The fucking costume design, what are you talking about? Yeah, that's part of it.
All of these were perfectly fine and they were just as important to the production as everything else, so why are people only talking about the negative
aspects? Yeah, you should only talk about the story, Neo Jesus. What the hell? You don't... Come on now.
Same thing with something like the Emoji Movie. While it definitely has a mediocre story, at least the animation is nice.
Yeah, he also did talk about cinematography, but YMS can't. It's okay for him to praise cinematography. Well, no, because... It's okay, though, because this guy understands it. This guy's a real expert. This guy spent a full 3 months at art school. Or film school, or whatever. I'd love to believe that he just isn't even actually in film school. It's all just a lie. You know? He's just like a wannabe. But, like, no, I believe it. That has to be what it is. He just has his head so far up his own ass he can smell next week's fart. I stole that joke from somebody else. I think they were talking about dogs eating dogs 6. That was a comment someone left. I just stole your joke.
At least it actually feels like a movie. Say what you want about films.
I was talking about the fucking To Boldly Flee plot. Yeah, Rob and Doug, right?
Like Transformers, but at least they aren't this. What's wrong, babe? You look sad.
Babe, I have to tell you something.
What is it, hon?
Okay, but like you're saying, at least they aren't this. By the way, I like how he's if this is like his girlfriend or whoever this is, maybe it's his sister, because these two look identical. This is like if you just swapped him to the female gender in like a video game, in like a character creator, you just get this person. These two, wow. Again, I would rather watch the awkward student film rather than the fucking bloated, like, 4-hour Transformer movie. Because it would probably be a little funnier and at least a little more sincere.
I'm pregnant.
When I was getting your film distributed isn't...
At least Transformers is better than this thing I just made up. Like, okay, good example. You just literally invented an example of what you're talking about.
Incredibly difficult process.
Because it's impossible for him to criticize anything. He can't actually point the finger at any actual thing, because then that would be criticizing it, and that would be wrong. So he can't, like, point to an objectively terrible film like After Last Season or something. You know? Like, and be like, oh, at least Transformers isn't After Last Season. Because that would be bullying After Last Season.
Which is why if your film actually does make it to theaters, then chances are you did something right. This is why I personally am not comfortable with giving most big budget Hollywood productions anything less than a 5 out of 10. I feel like your film has to be at least a 5 out of 10 before anyone would even consider distributing it. Which is why I think a lot of critics...
But like, you're also trying to come at this with like an objective 5 out of 10 scale. I don't know, though, bro. Like, yeah, the fucking Battleship movie probably had a lot of people fucking hired because of that, but, you know, like, who gives a shit? A little bit? Like, it's because it's really bad and it offers nothing to the world, so what, like, what do you mean 5 out of 10? Like, what do you mean 5 out of 10? Like on a purely, sheerly objective technical level. Like, I remember when I saw the fucking Rise of Skywalker in the theater. And I remember I went in and I was pleasantly surprised. because I was expecting it to be as, like, embarrassing to look at as the prequels. I expected, like, oh, everybody's saying how bad this one's gonna be. This is gonna be like... And I realize now, a little bit later, that no, movies don't really come out looking like the prequels anymore. But they're bad for other reasons. And that movie's bad for other reasons. And so, like, when I went in, I'm like, yeah, I guess it doesn't look like a complete botch kebab. They didn't completely destroy this fucking thing. But upon, like, you know, thinking about it and like, oh yeah, this didn't make any sense. Oh yeah, the entire plot makes no sense. Oh yeah, everything in this movie is bad and terrible and awful, and really it offers nothing. And it's like, yeah, great, you vomited a bunch of fucking CGI effects onto a screen so people would pay you money. Am I supposed to, like, be thankful for that? Like, oh, 5 out of 10 at least, because you made me pay money to go see a bunch of fucking colored lights and flashing. Like, no, I don't care. You know, if I go see a fucking movie and it sucks, I don't, like, oh, whatever, 0 out of 10, 1 out of 10. I think 0 out of 10 is usually a little too far. That's like angry rating on IMDb. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. It's like the same as 10 out of 10. Nothing's really a 10 out of 10. And nothing's really a 0, frankly. Well, some things are. Some things certainly are. But, like, yeah, I don't know. He's also trying to come at this objectively, and he was just saying that, like, how can you compare big budget movies to, like, small shit? And I think it's easy. It's just you weigh it on the scale of, like, if it's a smaller budget thing, if it's like a smaller creator, some new voice in the industry or whatever, like, yeah, you're going to be a little more favorable to that person, rather than this is the 75th Marvel movie that has nothing to say and nothing to offer. You're probably not going to have any reason to be particularly nice to that. I don't know what reason a critic would have to be... Again, it's like, why would you spare... He's using, like, Suicide Squad as an example. It's like, I almost get it when you're talking about, like, indie creators. Sure, yeah, don't go out of your way to, like, harass, like, some indie filmmaker or whatever, but, like, if you're talking about fucking Suicide Squad, it's a DC WB film that stars Will Smith, who, contrary to what we've seen, can probably take at least some criticism. You can probably take something.
Critics here on
take being cocked.
YouTube don't understand what a bad movie really looks like, considering the fact that I see tons of these movie critics giving films like 50 Shades of Grey a 2 out of 10.
If you have a shitty author take inspiration from another shitty author, it doesn't make a positive movie. It doesn't make a good movie. It just makes shit. It's shit inspired by shit.
Yeah, but that's right, though.
This is
more shit. It's all negative.
Hey, could you, like, shut the fuck up? This is Jeremy Johns.
But he's oh.
He's basically Chris Stuckman with even less talent.
Oh, he's directly telling people that they have less talent. I really don't like, again, am I out of line for saying I just don't like this man's face? I'm sorry if that's mean, but shit, dog. Yeah, so, but he's talking about 50 Shades of Grey. There's a lot of things that are bad about that movie, dog. I mean, I don't care that they fucking hired a craft table. Like, I don't care that they hired, like caterers for the fucking production and employed a bunch of people. I really don't actually care about that. I think that's just the movie's bad. The movie's just bad. And the story's bad, and the performances are bad, and the book is bad, and the book it's based on is bad. And it's all bad. So why are you... Like, he's right. Why are you even arguing this? What, you're coming out in favor of 50 shit? I'm so confused by this. This is so head brain. 54 heads of gray.
Talent. Say what you want about YMS, at least his videos actually feel like reviews. They're long, detailed, and they're actually pretty funny sometimes. But Jeremy's videos, I'm not even sure if I want to call them reviews. They're really more just like short synopses. I mean, almost all of them are around 5 minutes long. They explain some of the basic points of the movie. He gives a brief yay or nay, and then that's it. He doesn't even give the film a final rating at the end. Like, come on, dude, if your reviews are...
So this guy isn't correct. So let me get this straight. This guy is not nitpicking things like editing and, you know, cinematography and acting and things like that don't matter in movies. He's not nitpicking those meaningless things. He's just broad strokes. This is what happens in the movie, kind of, and I kind of like it or I kind of don't, whatever. Like, quick summary. And that's also a problem? It's like, you'll never see people like this actually offer the kind of thing that they're arguing for. They're always going to be like, oh, this should be made this way, whatever. Like, this is criticism, too. Like, he's criticizing these people. And he clearly doesn't understand how fucking criticism works. So, ironically, this whole video about don't criticize things you don't understand, he doesn't understand how fucking criticism works. I cannot imagine what a film review would really look like from this guy. Because he apparently doesn't want to talk about the fucking, like, nitpick details of the film. He doesn't want to talk about the production, but also he feels that if he, like, just analyzes, like, the film, like, some of the things that happen and say whether or not you liked it, that's also not acceptable. What is a review under Neo Jesus rule? Under his America? When Neo Jesus runs for president, what will he make, like, film reviews look like? I'm so confused what that would be like. I'm so fucking confused. I mean, like, it's like the same thing people say, like, if you're gonna criticize all these movies, like, where are your movie reviews, then, that are better than this? Where are your better movie reviews? Like, you're talking about movies, right? And your film knowledge, and you are so knowledgeable about film, but clearly these people are more knowledgeable about criticizing things, because you have not offered an actual review of, like, The Lion King or anything on your fucking channel. There's nothing on your channel that offers what you're talking about from your perspective. Like, it doesn't exist. His version of criticism doesn't exist. He's just inventing this shit.
If you're gonna be that short, you should at least have some sort of rating system. Out of all the movie reviewers here on YouTube, Jeremy Johns is probably the least knowledgeable. I honestly couldn't tell you who his reviews are made for, since they're not detailed enough to really give you any sort of idea of how good.
Well, you're not supposed to be detailed. If you're detailed, you're nitpicking. You're not allowed to talk about the technical details of the movie. You're only allowed to talk about the story and the characters and stuff, and just basic broad strokes things. Why? I don't know. Why is writing less of a technical detail than, like, fucking cinematography? I don't know. This is all pretty fucking arbitrary and stupid.
Or bad the movie is, or why. I mean, he talks like he literally just got back from seeing the movie and hasn't fully grasped everything that he just saw. So he just kind of gives you this overly enthusiastic briefing of the film. Sort of like having one friend that's just like, oh man, you gotta see this movie. It's so fucking good. There's like this good guy, and then there's like this fucking bad guy, and they're fucking duking it out. And then like the girl, she's like crying. She's like, oh my god, please save me. And then he fucking swoops in and snatches.
Well, some people actually do watch content like this. I don't think I would, but
her up and saves her. Oh my god, you fucking gotta see it.
What the fuck?
Next up on our list, we have Ralph the Movie Maker. And
oh, hang on. Let me just Fuck you, Ralph the Movie Maker! You suck ass! I don't know why this guy has such a problem with Ralph, but he, like, reviewed all of his movies. I guess, actually, yeah, this guy does have film reviews. He has actually made film reviews. Come to think of it, he has. He reviewed Ralph the Movie Maker's movies, and he was, like, pretty relentlessly mean and overly critical throughout all of them, to the point where I don't think he heard his own points in this video.
And as his name implies, he is indeed Ralph and a movie maker. Unlike a lot of other movie reviewers, Ralph actually considers himself a filmmaker first and a critic second. And while that is a much better mentality to have, his body of content would lead you to believe otherwise. While Ralph will make the occasional short film, most of what he uploads is just reviews.
Bro, it's almost as if the reviews pay him. It's almost as if it's a job. It's almost as if he does that so that he can fund his fucking movies and his lifestyle. Like, wow, crazy. It's almost as if he's not able to just instantly have daddy's money that put you through art school or however, you know, like, yeah, he probably wants to make a lot of things that he can't do because he has to make fucking YouTube content to stay alive, you know? Like, what are you fucking talking about? Oh, he just doesn't make enough movies. Well, yeah, he doesn't have infinite fucking money to make a movie every week.
Which isn't really something that filmmakers do. I mean, typically you don't see too many filmmakers get popular by reviewing other people's films. Actually, I don't think that's ever happened. So if Ralph wants to make movies, why does he spend so much of his time making movie reviews? Well, recently he announced that he's actually going to be spending less time on his Ralph the Movie Maker series and more time actually making films, as well as focusing on some of his more production-heavy videos on his channel, which is actually really good because this not only gives him the opportunity to create a much better body of work, seeing as how his movie reviews can't really be used in any kind of professional portfolio, but it also helps him improve as a filmmaker through experience, and this will really help him improve some of the flaws.
I mean, like, there's just this disregard of, like, criticism at all. Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, he's like a fairly well-known film critic on YouTube who has spoken with, like, famous Hollywood directors and shit, you know, on, at least on the podcast with the other two guys. You know, yeah, I would say that amongst the industry that he is a part of, I'd say that he has some level of, like, clout or something, like... But there's just, like, this disregard, like, no, that's not professional, there's nothing about that that's, like, what do you, like... Yeah, a lot of people would probably look at that as some form of, like, something, you know?
In his current films, like the mediocre
He could
acting.
probably be in, like, a fucking radio show, or, you know, be, like, a radio DJ or something based on his, like, yeah, I made these videos, and, like, that's a portfolio thing, yeah, absolutely.
And his insistence to always put himself in his own movies. Although this can pretty much be blamed on lack of money to afford better actors, meaning that Ralph is probably the best actor that he knows, or he just writes all of his scripts to be more suited to his personality, cadence, and behavior. So he can't see anyone else playing a role that was so clearly written for himself so that he can do his Quentin Tarantino impression.
If you were poor and black, I could probably shoot you right now and get away with it. There wouldn't even be a trial. I'd probably get a fucking medal.
There's also bad color grading that makes certain shots look way too stylized and not cinematic at all, and then makes other shots look really grainy and downright amateurish. I assume that it's because he's probably using LUTs to try to make his shots look more cinematic, but I assume that it's because he's probably using LUTs.
He's using LUTs, look-up tables, LUTs, because I know that, because I was in film school, guys. I went to film school, I know what that means. That's just a little terminology for you, you know, yeah.
LUTs to try to make his shots look more cinematic, but if you're just starting out with color grading, you really shouldn't be using LUTs because there's no way to really break the LUT down into...
You know, give him that his movies look better than Nostalgia Critic Productions. You gotta give Ralph that. I mean, I would say that I've seen better looking things, but again, he's generally on a fairly small budget. I don't know that he has the money for, like, a really, you know, decent quality camera or anything. You know, it could be shot differently, certainly, but you know, he's also, like, he's new to the whole thing, you know. I don't know. Again, we're talking about his, you know, Neo Jesus makes this whole point about how you can't objectively compare, like, on the same scale. You know, movies are all different, and some of them are low budget and some of them are high budget. Like, yeah, so why are you saying that this, like, low budget indie film thing has any bearing whatever on him talking about, like, Hollywood productions? Like, that's a completely different thing, you know? I don't know.
Different pieces and actually see what it's doing to your image. So you're not really learning all that much by using them. It's better to just color grade everything manually, since that's what's going to get you the best look for your film. Ralph's films also have bad audio due to his reliance on scratch audio, as well as his poor sound mixing
skills. He just, like, shits on Ralph directly for a little while for some reason. I don't know. Again, I don't know why he has so many problems with Ralph. Because, again, this guy is actually making the films, and now he's, like, trying to give him all these, like, little fuckboy tips.
And will make their voice sound thin and unnatural. This is why having your actors the right distance from the mic is important, since it makes the gap between too much and too little a whole lot wider.
Like, where is this guy's big budget fucking movie? Where is his anything, like, other than this shitty YouTube channel? You know? Because at least Ralph has those movies. I don't know that this guy really has much of anything.
This just goes to show you that being able to critique a movie and being able to make a movie are two completely different things. And if you're an aspiring filmmaker, then you should really understand that sitting around watching movies, critiquing movies, and watching other people critiquing movies isn't going to get you that far. You're better off just picking up a camera and making your own movie rather than sitting down and analyzing one.
Yeah, you would never want to analyze the things that bad movies do. God, that's so... There's a lot of, like, things that you learn watching fucking... like, you know, I'll admit to some degree, you watch like a lot of Red Letter Media or something, and you start to pick up on so many little things like, okay, you don't want to do this in a film, you want to try to, yeah, this is something to kind of try to avoid. You don't want to, if you're like writing a script or something, like they'll talk about like the story of a movie, and I'm like, yeah, you know, this with the characters, this with blah, 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 you want to keep this in mind. And it's a lot of like pressure. Ultimately, you watch a lot of like me, I watch a lot of like channels like this. And, you know, as somebody who tries to write, it's a lot of things to sort of keep present that I'm, like, you know, worried about it. It kind of keeps me from finishing projects sometimes. Because I'm like, you know, I'm too focused on perfection or something like that. So there's something to be said for that, maybe. You know, in terms of, like, stop watching criticism and just pick up a camera and do it. But there's also something to be said for all of the stuff that I am learning from looking at this stuff. Not even, like, them trying to... And when I say learning, that's the thing. It's not, like, this video where it's him, like, trying to patronizingly teach people a lesson because he's so smart. It's just, like, them demonstrating, showing and not telling, demonstrating things that are wrong with a movie. Or anything, a book, whatever, any kind of channel like this, a game. And just being like, yeah, that's something to avoid. If you're writing a story, don't do that. This is you know, because critics, what a lot of what they do, a lot of, you know, you can easily look at critical videos and stuff and be like, oh, you know, nice opinion, did a YouTuber give it to you, that kind of thing. Like, did you get your mind changed by watching some YouTuber who just thought for you? But it's also like recontextualizing things, putting things to words that, like, fucking like Mr. Girl said about the Star Wars prequels when he saw the Mr. Plinkett videos, and like, yeah, it put to words what people like were struggling to think of about the thing, and that's what critics are meant to do. They collect, you know, what we think about a thing in a way that maybe we can't necessarily articulate, and that's kind of what I think they're supposed to do. And also just like a person who's like, yeah, I know this person's taste and I generally agree with them about this sort of thing, and I'm gonna listen to them talk about this thing. That's another element that neither this guy or Mr. Girl have really talked about, this whole like hate watching thing, and all these critics are just too cynical. And it's like, well, a lot of the time I go into something and I'm like, well, Mike's gonna hate this and Jay's gonna love this, and, you know, Rich is gonna hate this. And sometimes I'm wrong, but it's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's like a matter of, you know, finding personalities that you can be like, oh yeah, I agree with this person about this thing, so maybe I would also agree with them about this adjacent thing. That's an element of it, and he's just like not acknowledging that at all. Like, there's a lot to be to get from film criticism and game criticism and stuff like that. He's also specifically talking about movies, but the same argument could apply to anything. Like, this could just be him talking about Anthony Fantano or like fucking any game reviewer. Yeah, he's just specifically focusing on the film stuff because I guess that's his thing. He can be fancy and fucking pretentious about his LUTs and his and his $800 lighting and everything.
I could go on and on about all of the different movie reviewers here on YouTube that suffer from all of these same problems to varying degrees, but I'd mostly just be repeating myself. The bottom line is that a lot of them talk big game without having the knowledge to back it up.
So do you.
There's a huge disconnect between Hollywood filmmakers and the general public. Most people don't really understand what goes into making a movie, and a lot of these critics are no exception. Sure, there's a lot of them that would have you believe that they know what they're talking about when it
just like you
comes to making movies, but I guarantee you that almost none of them could tell me what a tungsten to fluorescent correction gel does.
God, he's so smart, everybody. Aren't you amazed by how cool he is and how much he knows about movies? Isn't he so smart? He's so smart. He knows so much about movies, guys.
Now, I'm not saying that you have to have filmmaking experience in order to give proper criticism of a movie, but if you don't know anything about film production, then just don't criticize it. Stick to criticizing the things that the general audience cares about, since that's what you should be doing anyway. As for anyone that actually hopes to be a filmmaker in the future...
Quentin's not even really a movie guy. It's also this whole thing, like, you're just a guy on the internet and you talk about movies occasionally, and now you're, like, being shit on as, like, an evil film critic. And, like, again, it's this war on, like, people having opinions. Like, I guess, like, oh, he's not allowed to have that opinion. His channel is big, and he might say something that might hurt someone's feel. Like, fuck off. Whatever. Who cares?
Don't listen to these pseudo-intellectuals try to analyze films. Because
Don't listen to this pseudo-intellectual try to analyze criticism, because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's probably gonna wind up in a ditch somewhere.
I guarantee you that you're not going to learn anything useful from watching their videos.
Not a bully
Just
stream.
because they know how to nitpick their way through a YouTube movie review, that doesn't mean that any of them could actually make a decent movie. And adopting their nitpicky mentality instead of focusing on the more important aspects of your films is just going to stunt your growth as a filmmaker. You're better off just watching the movies that these guys talk about and formulating your own opinions and learning what the things that you like in movies really are.
Okay, but a big thing that I enjoy doing is watching a thing and then seeing what people have to say about it. You know, I enjoy that. I enjoy the silent parasocial discourse of, no, what do you mean, Wooly and Pat? I enjoyed that part of that game. You know, that kind of thing. That's, I mean, what's wrong with that? You know, that's just having a fucking conversation with people. This guy seems like he wouldn't be very fun to talk to, because it's like, I don't know, like, he just doesn't want people to have opinions. He doesn't want people to share those opinions unless they explicitly know what the fucking tungsten fluorescent shit is. Like, I don't know, man. God, you're a penis.
What might seem like a bad film to these guys could very easily be your favorite film of all time.
Do not make the Twinkie emo kid cry. That's not okay. You don't need to do that. Don't go out of your way. Don't harm anyone. Don't say anything mean. But man, this is a pretty bad video, though.
There's nothing wrong with subjective commentary. In fact, a large part of my channel is dedicated to exactly that. But these guys never present their reviews as if they're actually subjective. You'll constantly hear these movie reviewers say, this movie is bad, rather than, I don't like this movie. Believe it or not, there's a huge difference between those two statements. Hearing one of these...
But there's a lot of things that... God, it's one of these people, like... This is like one of those fucking philosophy motherfuckers, you know? Who just, like, you talk to them and they're like, yeah, but what really is living, though, man? It's like, God, but I guess just kill yourself, like, no, you know, no, but, like, it's like, God, you know, I don't know. There's a lot of things that just make a movie bad, though. Like this guy here talking about 50 Shades, like, that whole movie... It's a bad representation of BDSM. It's a bad representation of relationships. It demonstrates a lot of bad things that people shouldn't aspire to. All the characters are fucking stupid. The plot is stupid. Everything about it is pretty fucking bad. I think you could just say it's bad. I think it's okay to just say it's bad. Like, you don't have to... Listen, I'm Johnny Centrist over here. I don't think you have to have a nuanced, super fucking deep take about, like... Oh, but the lighting crew really tried their best, though, man. Like, I don't care. It sucks, though. Who cares?
Movie critics say that a movie is somehow objectively bad is like hearing somebody that listens to rock music all the time say that rap is bad. If you're somebody that listens to rock music all the time and that's the only thing that you really have any knowledge and experience in, then the only valid criticism that you could apply to rap music would be that you don't like it rather than it's bad. When you put on this smart person persona and present your criticism as if you're pointing out objective flaws in the way that the film was made, it causes a lot of people to adopt the mentality that, oh, since X or Y smart internet reviewer doesn't like this movie, you and I shouldn't like it either.
I mean...
It's easy to make movie reviews.
You were just saying earlier that fucking what's-his-name should like Precious because it has a bunch of reviewers who say that it's good. So I guess it just doesn't work the other direction then, huh? If reviewers are saying that something is bad, then that means that they're wrong. But if all the reviewers are giving positive red tomatoes to Precious, then they all must be right. I see. Cool. Good video.
Reviews. Grab a mic, learn Sony Vegas, and tell everyone your uninformed and predictable opinions on whatever the latest movie that everyone has decided is the new worst movie ever. But to make films, you need passion, and drive, and ambition. You have to learn the ins and outs of making a movie, and most of the time you're gonna have to work with a team of people in order to get it done. You have to put in a lot of work to be a filmmaker. And I've never seen any of these movie reviewers get a distribution deal by sitting around and talking about movies all day. And I don't think that I ever will. If you're a filmmaker,
I mean, fucking Red Letter Media is being on TV, is like getting put on TV shows, and like they have like famous people on their show left and right. What are you doing though? Like genuinely, I think that they're doing fine, and people in the industry like them and are aware of them, so what are you even talking about?
Worst thing that you can do is sit around thinking that you're gonna make it big by doing movie reviews and half-baked video essays. You're better off picking up a camera and making your own movie instead of trying to be most and ambition.
Ambition. Well, you know, passion, ambition. That's fine. Ambition. It's like poisson, you know? Ambition.
And I don't think that I ever will. If you're a filmmaker, the worst thing that you can do is sit around thinking that
I'm sorry, it's so I don't need to point out every problem, but like when you have editing mistakes, when you have typos, like, and your video is so pretentious, I'm sorry, but that's really embarrassing. You need to clean that up if you're gonna talk this big about how smart you are and how much you know about film. You didn't pick up on ambition? You didn't notice that? You didn't notice that one with your fucking keen fucking film brain? Not that film brain. Not you, film brain. Go away.
We're gonna make it big by doing movie reviews and half-baked video essays. You're better off picking up a camera and making your own movie instead of trying to be like these assholes. Hopefully this video fully conveys why I don't agree with most internet movie reviewers without coming across as me just hating on them or attacking them for no reason. Inevitably, I'm going to have people that disagree with me, and that's completely fine. In fact, I actually encourage people to tell me why they disagree in the comments below.
Would you go to every theater to tell the audience that you didn't have enough time or money? No! The audience only sees a good movie or a bad movie, that's all. Yeah, listen to the man, Neo. 3 years ago. Like it or not, cynicism sells. He says cynically in a cynical discussion of cynical movie reviewers. Yeah, so that's the video. That's the main video. So he's got some stuff here. There's like, I guess these are some, what is this, like shitpost kind of thing? Alright, Clark sucks. He hates Clarks. Neo Jesus editing reel, so maybe that's... Oh, we've got a short film here. Oh, we watched this! I watched this on stream. Yeah, this was also really bad. We actually did. We were like, well, he's got to put his money where his mouth is. We got to watch one of his short films, and it was really bad. So that's fun. He talks about Ralph the Movie Maker's movie here. There's another one here. And then going up here, there's the YouTube's filmmaking community, which I haven't seen that one. Why I dislike the term cinematic failure. Red Letter Media, the little filmmakers that could. And I did watch this one. And I watched it at some point in the last year, I guess. I don't really remember watching this, but it's fine. I remember, I mean, I remember watching it. I don't remember when I watched it or what I was doing, like what I said about it, but I do remember some of the video, and it was generally kind of a misguided video that was claiming a lot of things that were kind of silly, like saying that, again, like I was very similar to the Mr. Girl video, if you were here for that. Mr. Girl was also whining about Red Letter Media. A lot of the same comments and criticisms, saying that they have like sold out or that they're not as edgy as they once were. They don't try as much, and I just don't know if people are still again, I don't know if I'm watching the same channel because they do a lot of new things often. But I guess I'll watch this. I watched every Red Letter Media movie, so you don't have to. So don't watch things and form my own opinions then. Is that what you're saying? Oh, he actually does have a movie review down here, too. There is a film review. We could watch that, but this is also a film review. This is about Red Letter Media. This is 30 minutes of all of the Red Letter Media movies, including Space Cop, and I guess we really shouldn't develop our own opinions about it. We should just listen to him. Alright, cool.
believer in it. A lot of people will tell you that a good phony fever is a deadlock, but you get a nervous.
Okay, that's cool.
Oh hey, you're probably wondering why I'm not in my usual recording space.
No, I'm probably wondering why it's been like 2 years and you're still really annoying.
What's the point? Why try to maintain a professional appearance when I'm coming off of my most unprofessional video yet? Let me explain. One criticism that I see more than anything is that I'm somehow a hypocrite because I discourage certain YouTube critics from harshly criticizing the more technical aspects of filmmaking, when I myself have harshly criticized the technical filmmaking skills of people like Ralph the Movie Maker and Quentin Reviews.
Okay, how do you reconcile
But I think that this
this?
criticism comes from just how bad I was at explaining my actual thoughts and feelings a little over 2 years ago.
Okay.
So to clarify, I don't think that these people should stop talking about films in this way simply because I don't like what they're saying. I just think that someone with minimal knowledge and experience with the technical aspects of filmmaking is stepping out of their element when attempting to discuss these aspects. Especially when they're talking about big-budget Hollywood productions where...
So he's like changed his viewpoint in 2 years, but he's still a pretentious bitch, and he's still acting like he knows so much more than these people, who many of whom have been doing this for like many years, and I mean...
Almost everyone involved with the technical aspects of these films has most likely dedicated years of their life to making sure that these technical aspects are good enough to where people in the industry actually want to hire them, which is more than can be said about 90% of these critics here on YouTube. When I critique these technical aspects, especially when I'm criticizing a film that was made by one of these YouTubers or some other small independent creator, I'm doing so from the perspective of an indie filmmaker. Indie film production is what I do, so I don't feel like I'm stepping out of line when I criticize other filmmakers for failing to live up to the technical standards that I myself had to learn to live up to in order to even get this far. And it's not like...
I mean, but you haven't necessarily, and how far have you gotten, and like, what?
Like I'm pointing out these flaws to mock or berate them in any way. I'm only doing so in the hopes that it'll make them a better filmmaker in the future.
God, I can't believe that this is you trying to like be apologetic or whatever. Try to like reasonably measured response your way, you know. But it's like you're still so like up your own ass, dude.
It is to say that these flaws are even flaws at all, because what seems like a flaw in my eyes might not seem like a flaw in the eyes of someone else. But what good is it to try and defend myself now? In my last video, I stepped way out of line by critiquing the career path of Red Letter Media. I criticized their YouTube career for...
I remember they did... This is another thing. This is why I was reminded by the Mr. Girl video, because like that was the thing. He was like, oh, they made one movie and it was Space Cop, and then he complained about Space Cop. It's like, well, they made other movies before Space Cop, but you know, I don't know, maybe, again, it's like, it's difficult to... Well, they also have talked frequently about how making a movie is, like, miserable. That's another thing. Like, he's talking now about how he said, and I remember now, like, he, in his other video that we aren't watching today, but that we have watched before about Red Letter Media, he said that they should have focused on making movies and not focus so much on YouTube content and stuff. And it's like, they often talk in, like, Best of the Worst or whatever. Like, there was one movie that they watched that was, like, these two guys doing, like, a horror movie. And it was, like, really amateurish, and they were like, you can tell the moment when they realize that movies are miserable to make and they don't want to be there. And, like, I think maybe they made Space Cop, and maybe they're good. I think maybe they don't want to make movies now. I think maybe they tried it and they realized that it was, like, a hassle. God, that's kind of the vibe I got. Like, maybe they just don't want to do that, you know? I think they're making a lot of great stuff that, you know, is like a different type of thing that people are, you know, appreciating. People, you know, didn't really like Space Cop. They didn't like making it, you know, so...
lacking diversity, and by doing so, I broke my own code of ethics. Because seeing as how I only have this many subscribers, I obviously don't make YouTube videos for a living. So I feel like I'm stepping out of my element when I attempt to criticize someone else's YouTube career. Because what would I know about success here on YouTube? I'm an indie filmmaker, so I think it's best if I stay within that realm when making critical analysis videos. But it's too late now. The video's already up, and now there's nothing I can do but sit here and sulk. I don't even know why you bothered stopping by. I don't have any new content for you. I'm just gonna sit around and watch movies all day.
I feel like
what is happening?
Ferris. I can't go anywhere.
So, cool copyright.
Yeah. Wait. Doesn't Red Letter Media have some movies? Yeah, I mentioned in my previous video that they had made a few movies, but I never thought to actually take a look at them. Admittedly a bit of a misstep on my part, but maybe this is my chance to redeem myself. Maybe I can step back into my element and review Red Letter Media from a filmmaker's perspective.
I'll give him this. In the course of 2 years, his video editing is annoying me a little less. I mean, that's being made up for by the fucking, like, teddy bear Kigurumi thing that he has on. But he's not, like that whole intro of that last video where he was, like, out of focus and he was like, movie reviewers are stupid. Boom! Like, mic drop. Like, God, that was fucking embarrassing. But at least this is, like, a little cut back. It's a little more, it's like normal, you know.
Let me just find where their movies are so that way I can watch them. Well, first of all of Red Letter Media's films are behind a paywall. On the Red Letter Media website, all of their films cost at least $3 to rent and $7 to buy. Now, I would just rent the films for this review, but renting a movie and recording footage of it is stealing, whereas buying a movie and recording footage of it is more socially acceptable stealing. So, get ready for my most expensive review yet. Let's start with Gorilla Interrupted. I mentioned this movie briefly in my last video, but didn't say much other than it was a low-budget B-movie, so allow me to go into further detail. Basically, aliens are coming to Earth to steal this weapon.
This is actually vaguely interesting to me as just a video, because I've never watched much from their movies. I've been meaning to see Space Cop, but I have not, and the other ones before it are, like, simple, and I wouldn't have been necessarily interested, but it's cool to see, like, a video talking about it, even if it is from Neo Jesus.
By some loser in his basement, played by Jay Bauman. Good casting, by the way. This loser is named Dex, and he has two equally loserish friends named Sid, a British rocker stereotype played by Mike Stacklasa, and Ray, an alcoholic, played by Rich Evans. When these aliens get to Earth, they abduct Ray and zap him with a beam that makes him turn into a gorilla whenever he gets angry. This makes him the new target of a safari man named Jacob, who at first tries to kill Ray for being a man-beast, but eventually teams up with him and his friends to help stop the alien
But I also don't want to listen to this dude just recap the whole fucking movies for me. I mean,
invasion. Now, if all of this sounds really stupid to you, that's because it is. But let's not be so quick to judge a book by its cover. I mean, lots of movies are kind of stupid. But stupid can be fun sometimes. I mean, it's no more stupid than The Toxic Avenger or...
Wait, yeah, like, I think it's supposed to be stupid. I'm reasonably certain that this is meant to be a low-budget, hokey, stupid movie. You know, so I don't know if that's... I mean, I guess there's... You know, to be fair, like, so is, like, Kick-Assia, and they have no props or anything, so, you know, that's not necessarily a great excuse, but I don't know. I think that... I don't know, it's not supposed to look amazing.
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. B-movies are allowed to be crazy and ridiculous. I'd much rather see a film fail at being ridiculous than see a film fail at being serious. Take another film I reviewed, for example.
This looks like Crazy Fat Ethel, though.
King Candy. Now, just like how King Candy was Ralph's first feature film, Gorilla Interrupted was Red Letter Media's first feature film. And I think the differences between them says a lot about how two films can both have equally as flawed production techniques, but still have different levels of entertainment value. First of all, King Candy is not a B-movie.
Well, this video is too fucking boring, I'm sorry. Like, I was expecting it... Now it actually is edited in such a way where, like... This is just so linear, I don't know. He's going through the whole fucking movie, and, like, I don't know, I'm kind of bored. We're not watching this one. We're gonna watch the AVGN one instead. I kind of want to see something about these movies, but, like, I don't want to have to watch him, and it's boring to do that on stream. Maybe this video will be more interesting.
This would start...
This is him talking about AVGN. We got a slightly positive ratio here. Maybe we'll agree with something he says here.
...out as, like, the culmination of all the nerd's efforts. Every game he ever hated, every piece of shit that he's surrounded himself with and devoted his life to, he's just had enough at this point. Has the creator had enough?
I don't like them.
Well, sometimes I feel that way because it's such a big sacrifice, and the toll that all these videos have taken on my life is just, you know, I can't even explain. But like the nerd finds out at the end of this video that it's something, all these bad games is something he can't live without.
Like, this is depressing, you know, I mean, like, you know, the fact that James, you know, he's always been, people have always said that he's like a nice, decent guy. And yet, like, he is, like, forced into doing this nerd thing forever. And he's clearly not into it. And most people I know are, it's like zombie Simpsons. He's like the zombie Simpsons of YouTube. He's just like, it's just going through the motions. Occasionally there's a funny joke or whatever, but it just doesn't have the same feeling. And everybody knows why it's happening. And like, I don't know, it would be nice if he was able to just stop, but then there's also the constant drama surrounding him and people criticizing him for like shit that happened 15 years ago that Mike did or whatever. Like that whole subreddit of like crazy people that just won't shut up about the Cinemassacre truth. Like, the guy's just a fucking dude who wants to like make movie videos about like horror movies or whatever and talk about his kids and his family. The best videos I've seen from him, like him just talking about like the fucking Mario movie or whatever, like in something that he saw with his kids. Like, that's just
like
nice.
The nerd is such a big part of my life. It's something that I could never give up. I love it.
So what's Neo Jesus got to say? Is he gonna be on? Is he gonna be a?
Where do I even begin when it comes to James Rolfe?
What the fuck? Oh, this is fucked. Oh, good God, this piece of...
I mean, I thought I was taking on a...
Is he trying to look like the guy from fucking Ava? The fucking Get in the Mech?
big responsibility when I decided to talk about Red Letter Media, but if you think it's hard trying to explain the complex role that RLM had in pioneering satirical internet movie reviews, imagine how insane it is trying to explain how James Rolfe almost single-handedly pioneered the idea of internet reviews, period. From movies, to games, to books, to fucking board games, you name it, and James most likely has a history of talking
Board James sure was the shit, man.
About it, all while dragging us into his world as an indie filmmaker throughout the way. While James Rolfe has definitely changed a lot over the past 20 years that he's been making internet content, I mean, when you've been doing it that long, how could you...
You know, it's this weird feeling where I'm like watching this and I'm like, I'm imagining somebody's... Because this video has like 34,000 views or something. I'm imagining somebody sees this and this is their first video from this guy, and maybe this is like a reasonably... like level-headed video, but like maybe you wouldn't necessarily... That's always the scary thing, is you watch some video from someone and you aren't watching the one where they say some insane shit that makes you go, oh, this guy has no credibility whatsoever. Like, oh, he just does not know at all what he's talking about. So like, you might watch this, it's like, it's almost like I don't want him to improve, I want him to continue to be insufferable, because if he stops being insufferable, then I feel like it's like, no, well, maybe he's changed. I guess if he's improved and changed over time, I guess that's fine. But it's like, man, I don't know. I don't know.
Not. One thing, though, has always remained consistent. James's love for filmmaking. Above all else, James is a filmmaker, and he views his reviews as just another way of making fun and interesting films. But as someone that makes indie films myself, how do I view James Rolfe?
This guy... really needs to stop making me look at his face in this, like, sort of, I don't know, it's like his nut face. Is he coming? Like, what is this face? I just do not want to look at him like this.
Rolfe. I've criticized Red Letter Media for diverging too much from their indie film roots by spending the majority of their time reviewing movies rather than making them, so do these thoughts carry over to James? In this video, I'll attempt to dissect the long and incredibly diverse career of James Rolfe as a filmmaker and internet personality.
Are we gonna talk about the fucking AVGN movie that he made that, like, killed all of his motivation to do anything? That's the same thing that happened to fucking Red Letter Media. They finally made their movie, and then it was like, oh, this sucks, and they just didn't want to do it anymore. But, I mean, they still have motivation on YouTube, but James feels like... Yeah, the best stuff I've seen from James... in like years, it was like one of the ones was the video where he just was talking about him playing Tears of the Kingdom, with his kids. And like the footage that he recorded was like his kids playing it. It was just nice. It was just like a wholesome video. And it wasn't him like forcing the nerd thing. He wasn't pretending to be himself or whatever. He was just being himself, and it was a nice video. And it's a shame that so much of his channel has had to become just like him like going through the motions a bit.
And I'll be doing so primarily by focusing on his most iconic series, The Angry Video Game Nerd, which just recently had its 200th episode. But this isn't exactly going to be an easy task. I mean, the first episode of AVGN aired all the way back in 2004, back when I was a literal toddler, so needless to say there's quite a lot to go over. And to be as thorough as possible, for this video that no one's going to watch, I decided to take on the personal task of watching the first 6 seasons of AVGN to break down the change, growth, and overall skill of James Rolfe as a filmmaker. So to everyone...
Well, but no, wait, the first 6 seasons... Wait, but that's when it was good. What do you mean just the first 6? You're not going to talk about... Because season 6 would have been like, whatever, like 2014 or something, I think? So, that was like way before. It wasn't until like season like 8 maybe that it was starting to get like bad, and by now it's like, no, you need to watch the new stuff to get an idea of how good it was and how bad it is.
And that keeps saying,
I mean, no disrespect to the guy. He's a cool guy, you know, but like, man, the new AVGN just ain't hitting, you know?
That I need,
and it used to hit really hard.
To do more research for my videos.
But you can't just watch season 1 to 6, you gotta watch the whole thing.
How's 20 hours of research sound for you?
Well, not enough.
But before we dive into the AVGN, I think that it's important to talk a little bit about James before the nerd character. Prior to creating the first nerd episode, James had been making films ever since he was a kid. I put the word films in quotation marks because, in all honesty, a lot of his early films were little more than just home movies made on a VHS camera. It wasn't until he went to study film production at Philadelphia University of the Arts that he started producing more competent indie films. You can see him.
There's like a whole segment at the end called Criticism, which might be about like, yeah, it looks like it's talking about Rex Viper and all of that, so I guess that gets into some of the controversy.
Talk more about this in his Cinemassacre 200 video, where he tells the full story of how he became interested in filmmaking. It wasn't until after graduating, however, that he would record a short one-off video that would change the course of his entire career. Filmed from a small bedroom at his parents' place, the classic review of Castlevania II Simon's Quest would plant the seeds of what would ultimately become the AVGN character. But at the time it was just another short film project for James to add to his ever-growing filmography. Looking back...
we're already... Again, you gotta give him the credit that this video isn't, like, judgmental right out the gate. I mean, it was a little... There's this weird stuff out the gate, but, like, I wouldn't... That's why I was saying, like, you would click on this video and just assume it's a perfectly normal video and not assume that this is from the guy who said all that bizarre stuff about fucking criticism or whatever. And, like, maybe that makes you wonder if he should be listened to at all. But, yeah, I mean, he's just kind of objectively providing the facts of the thing here, and I guess that's fine.
It's really nothing special, and it doesn't even resemble AVGN in its current state, since James never shows his face during the video. Its sequel, the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde video, went the opposite direction and had James on camera for most of the time, and very little footage of the game was actually used. This was actually intended to be the last video in a series which at the time was titled Bad NES Games, and for 2 years it kinda was the finale. James didn't go on to create a third episode until 2 years later, and he only did so because so many of his friends requested it. The third video pretty much establishes the format that the nerd episodes would take from this point forward. This video combines the 2 previous videos and has James on camera for half the video and voiceover and gameplay for the other half. Other tropes that this episode would introduce include destroying the game cartridge, destroying the controller, comedically excessive outbursts of anger, released to the public. And with that, the AVGN was born. Positive feedback and popular demand brought James to turn the AVGN into a full-fledged series. In James's own words, this is the point where he decided to put all of his other on to intentionally contain 17 full-length episodes.
So, I mean, yeah, he goes over this for a while, and again, it's like, this is not nearly as interesting as the one where he's complaining about critics. he is just kind of going into AVGN. It would be interesting to to learn some of this info. I don't really want to have to listen to him give it to me. But you know, he does talk about a lot of stuff here, and clearly he knows so much about film. What is this part? Oh god.
5D Mark II, which launched in November of 2008, and was the first digital camera to shoot in HD with a 35mm film equivalent. And rather than using the expensive P2 cards, it opted for the much cheaper CF cards that allowed for cinematic footage that was so good that the camera went on to be used in many big budget Hollywood productions. And at the time of release, it cost roughly $500 less than the Panasonic that James wound up getting. And that was back in—
Okay, so that's the camera that he... Okay, sure. Oh, sure, alright. You know a lot about movies and cameras. That's great. Yeah. Criticism. What's this part? What's this about? Is this where he starts?
It was only a matter of
talking
time
shit?
before James would inevitably start seeing reactions to the nerd episodes that went beyond just universal praise and admiration. And to his credit, he actually was able to keep negative reactions down to a minimum for years before the paradigm inevitably shifted. Even up to episode 100, the response to the nerd videos was still overwhelmingly positive. Following episode 100, I decided to not continue on to the next 100 episodes, but rather watch only a few select episodes to try and pinpoint when and how the series started to decline.
How can you pinpoint it if you're only watching a few?
Eventually, as the series went on, James's creative stagnation would start to impact the series more and more, leading to more and more criticism directed at James. For a long time, this criticism was pretty difficult to find since it was likely buried beneath the hundreds of positive comments that the nerd videos still got, while more critical ones were pushed to the bottom. But eventually, a lot of these criticisms would make their way over to subreddits like r/CinemassacreTruth, which was created for the sole purpose of allowing criticisms of Cinemassacre's content to be more easily accessible, and even Cinemassacre's own subreddit where more and more fans would slowly start to make threads critiquing the—
Yeah, but it's like... yeah, I mean, but this is, a lot of this is true. Dares not to end it in case it ruins him, but at the same time, burning him out, lost all passion for the character and does it for the cash, yeah. And it's a shame, I mean, that's kind of what... That was the thing with Nostalgia Critic, too, where Nostalgia Critic, they tried to cancel, he tried to cancel the Nostalgia Critic, you know, and end that character. Doug Walker did, and it was like, well, that can't really work. That's what brings people to the fucking site, is the Nostalgia Critic, the guy in the suit with the tie, who remembers it so you don't have to. And so then he tried bringing it back and doing all this weird skit bullshit, like, you know, those videos where he would, like, reenact the movie and everything. And it was like the absolute fucking nadir of Nostalgia Critic content. So, like... But now he's kind of back to doing sort of stuff like a little bit more like how he used to do things, from what I've heard. Nostalgia Critic is. I don't know what his perspective is. Like, he's been around just about as long as AVGN. You know, they were certainly colleagues back in the day, you might say. But you know, it does seem like he changed up his style a good amount in a way that AVGN kind of stick to the usual AVGN style. Nostalgia Critic did at least try to do that whole fucking skit thing where he merged Nostalgia Critic with demo reel. You know, and that was miserable, but like, I don't know, he did try to evolve a bit and AVGN really didn't, so that's the thing.
The show. Now, just like with all criticism, there were some criticisms that were fair and some that were not. Some fair ones included episodes not being as funny, which most likely is because the series has been running for so long that most of the comedic potential is used up already, and other criticisms that I've already mentioned, like James's refusal to update his creative process.
Thanks to Milksteak for the gift subs, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Which only served to slow down his creative output. Around 2014, there were hardly any new nerd episodes coming out at all, just because of James's creative burnout with the series. And even when episodes did get back to a regular schedule, they were noticeably lower quality than a lot of the ones that came out before 2014. Unfortunately, the idea of criticizing the nerd series became somewhat of a trend that everyone felt the need to hop on, and with that came a lot of unfair criticisms. Some of the most popular that I've seen originated on r/CinemassacreTruth. like people not liking the nerd's new shirt and wanting him to go back to the old one, or people saying that
Hey, listen, I like the new shirt. That's a
truth, like people
That's a decent fit. It's got a good cut. The weird thing is, well, it does have too many buttons. It is a little weird. Why does he have a tattoo now? I don't see the nerd as a tattoo-having character. That's the problem. He needs a shirt that hides the tattoo or something, because I don't see that working for the nerd.
not liking the nerd's new shirt and wanting him to go back to the old one.
You know, like, this one hid the tattoo that he probably always had that, but, like, it hid that. Yeah, that's a little weird.
Or people saying that James should shave his head because they don't like that he's
AVGN has
losing his
blue
hair.
arms!
Or people saying that they don't like the fact that James has tattoos
Yeah, oh, is that new? Okay.
now, even though literally none of these things have anything to do with the quality of the nerd episodes. There's even people that feel the need to critique things apart from the nerd episodes for pretty much just the crime of existing. Like people critiquing the fact that James started a rock band called Rex Viper back in 2020, and while I do agree that the band kinda sucks, I mean, if this is what James wants to do at this time, then that's his fucking business. You don't have to like it, but the mere fact that it
Yeah, but he does push it a lot on his channel, though, doesn't he?
exists is not justification for
Like,
the
if
hard
he goes to the fucking conventions, it's like, you gotta sit through Rex Viper, because he's just doing, he has to do his thing.
criticism it's gotten. But among this clusterfuck of good and bad criticism, there's one thing in particular that almost everyone agrees on. One major thing that almost everyone points to as the real cause for the sharp decline in the quality of the nerd episodes. I'm of course talking about Screenwave.
That's kind of funny.
Now what exactly
Yeah, the slow zoom in off of that guy.
is Screenwave? Well, I'm pretty sure that's what every
give him that one.
AVGN
That's a
fan was
good- that's a
thinking
good
when
edit.
suddenly these random people started appearing in AVGN and other Cinemassacre videos. Well, you see, in an effort to have more assistance with the nerd episodes, you know, instead of just developing a more efficient filmmaking process, James instead partnered with Screenwave in 2015, literally 3 years after his partnership with Screw Attack ended. Wow, James really doesn't know how to carry himself, does he? It really seems like this guy's just fucked without a multi-channel network backing him.
Man, this dude is still being super judgmental. Like, fuck. Like, I don't know, do you have any idea how difficult it actually is to fucking build something like that, though? I mean, I don't know, Red Letter Media kind of did that sort of thing on their own. But, you know, like... Yeah, I guess that's a thing you can criticize about him, but shit, it's just him criticize. It's like, damn, dude, I don't know. This is just another thing where you seem like you're really pompous right now.
However, unlike Screw Attack, Screenwave actually stepped in to assist James with the videos, whereas Screw Attack just allowed him to make money off the videos. This allowed James to get back into making episodes once a month, and even as often as twice a month in some cases, which has helped his content survive in the era of...
RLM isn't one person, but it's like a small, you know, neither is... I don't think James is necessarily one person either, because he had, like, Mike Matei at least before. I don't know to what extent he was necessarily helping, but... RLM is like a small group of filmmakers trying to, you know, get by, and they don't have any, like, you know, Screenwave, MCN kind of support. You can kind of make a comparison there. There's other people you can make a comparison to who've kind of made it on their own, but it is difficult, and especially if you're used to that, you know, that's a whole thing. That might just be what he prefers doing too. I don't know.
Watch time-based monetization. This, however, came at a cost. Actually, multiple costs. The first being the departure of Mike, Kyle, and Bootsy from the Cinemassacre team. While this isn't exactly the fault of Screenwave, the introduction of Screenwave meant that Mike, Kyle, and Bootsy didn't have to help with nerd videos as much or appear on the
I mean, now we're just watching this guy's legit video about AVGN and James Rolfe, and we're not even necessarily criticizing him as Neo Jesus at this point. He doesn't make the worst content in the world. I did say that he was like the worst channel ever. It was mostly that one video was really annoying, but he had a couple others that we have already watched. The Red Letter Media one that he did like a year ago, though, shows that he really hasn't like improved all that much. Because I did watch that, you know, the one where he actually looks at their YouTube content. And yeah, it's very similar to the old one. Like he still feels all of those things. He still agrees with pretty much most of what he said. I guess he just feels that he worded it kind of wrong. But no, it was mostly just how pompous he was, and there's not as much of that here, to be fair.
Channel is frequently, despite being beloved by fans and almost as recognizable in association with Cinemassacre as James himself. This would ultimately result in Bootsy leaving the channel in 2015 after not being paid for his time on Cinemassacre's other series, Bored James. This includes not being given a portion of the profits from the sales of the DVD. Kyle then left after supposedly not being paid for a number of behind-the-scenes projects, including building a fake wall for the Sega Activator episode, which was the last project he worked on before he left for good in 20...
Well, you know, there's a whole lot of stuff going on here, and Neo Jesus is kind of... I don't know, he's like not giving as much of his own actual input here, and when he does, it's, I mean, suitably annoying as you'd expect. When he actually is allowing himself to be Neo Jesus, his Neo Jesus-isms really come out, but a lot of the time it's he's not really freeing the beast that much. Star Wars sequel trilogy, a retrospective. Dated films aren't bad films. Flaws can make films better. These are older videos. Flaws can make films better? Huh?
A few years ago, Doug Walker, aka the Nostalgia Critic, released
We're off to a fucking good start now.
a video called Why Do Good Directors Go Bad, where he explained just why he believed that once good directors like M. Night Shyamalan and George Lucas often create more and more less than stellar art as they get later into their careers. I disagree with a lot of what he said in the video, mainly the point that George Lucas went bad after the original trilogy, which I've already explained why I believe that isn't true. You see, I don't believe that a lot of these directors are good directors gone bad, as Doug would claim in his video, but rather I believe that as directors grow and continue to master their craft, they slowly become less and less relatable to the general public. Take George Lucas, for example. People love to give George Lucas all this shit
Oh,
for
this is like a Movieblob video. It's like, I can't... Okay, alright, continue. He just has to continue making his point until we're, like, done with the video. I've just been letting him talk uninterrupted for, like, 40 seconds.
making the prequels, but on a technical level, the prequels were a lot more well made than the original trilogy.
Oh, no, they fucking weren't. What are you talking about? They look like shit. Those movies look like a fucking Sega CD game. Those fucking movies where everybody's standing on blue screens and everything just looks like garbage don't look better than the old trilogy. What are you talking about? I mean, like, what? Because the fucking lightsabers look better? Right? Like, no. Because there was better prosthetics and the fucking, you know, Twi'lek heads or something? Not really. No, those movies look garbage. Garbagey. What?
But the imperfections in the effects of the original trilogy gave those films such a unique look and feel that the highly polished and perfected CGI of the prequels just couldn't achieve. Younger and poorer filmmakers will often make more mistakes than older and more experienced filmmakers.
Wait.
Poorer and perfected CGI of the prequels just couldn't achieve.
Perfected CGI. Highly polished CGI. Yeah. Highly polished. There's not like a visible blue force aura around half of the characters all the time because it's a fucking blue screen behind them in 90% of the movie. Yeah, this was really just absolutely flawless visual effects.
Younger and poorer filmmakers will often make more mistakes than older and more experienced filmmakers. That's just how being an artist works. But oftentimes, younger and more ambitious and hungry filmmakers will make something that has a much bigger impact. And this isn't to say that all filmmakers are like this. There are plenty of directors in the industry that, despite getting older, have retained their same level of not only technical skill, but audience retention as well. But I do feel like that younger and more inexperienced filmmakers will often make art that's mostly centered around testing the waters. And
like his hand?
when you do that...
Why does it look like his hand is someone else's hand from off screen? I mean, I know it's not. It's clearly part of him. But it looks like it's detached from his body. It's wild.
It often results in a lot of things that simply don't work, but these things can be the things that make your film more memorable. Take, for example, Kevin Smith. A lot of Kevin Smith's earlier work, like Clerks, Dogma, and Chasing Amy, were some of his...
If your movies are bad, then that's better.
His most critically acclaimed films, despite them having really low budgets and oftentimes amateurish acting and cinematography. Then some of his later work, like Tusk, Jersey Girl, and Zack and Miri Make a Porno, were some of his most financially and critically unsuccessful films, despite them having much larger budgets with better acting and overall higher production value. As filmmakers grow and evolve, they hope to keep...
Okay, well, he's just gonna keep going. I mean, he's just gonna keep talking. We're just listening to him at this point. That's probably enough. Probably enough, Neo Jesus. You know, interesting fella. He has a lot of opinions. He's got a lot to say. But I think we're good. I'm gonna read some super chats here, and I think that'll be it for the stream. Probably we've been going for a while, over 6 hours. $5 from Victor Martinez. Today's the 50th anniversary of the discovery of hip hop. Would be a great opportunity to play some Wu-Tang. Well, I didn't know that until it was too late, so I'm sorry, but I can make up for it sometime soon. $2 from Egg Johnson. Good morning, Claw. The new Hives album slaps, by the way. Well, that's cool. $2 from Autistic Wolf. $2 to maybe check in on Pamps today. Thanks for the stream. Well, not today, but maybe sometime soon, you know. I think we just looked at Pamper Chew not too long ago. I don't know. It wasn't that long. It was like a few months ago. $7 from Stronghold Muzunaki. I was napping the other day during your stream and someone gifted me a membership. I don't know who from, but thanks, person. Well, you know, I hope that person's here and maybe they know, and you know, that's bonus right there. $5 from Milady Class. Will you be reacting to the drama between Mr. Girl and Destiny? I mean, not really, you know, because I looked at it a little. I know he made that whole fucking manifesto about Destiny. He manifestoed Destiny. But I looked through it and like, I don't know enough about Destiny. I can't really react to that with any kind of understanding of what's going on there. $2 from Ted Comet. CWC's Pokemon Go account is active. Yeah, he's been playing Pokemon. He's been they're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. He's been active. He's been active. $5 from Shanik02. There was like a little animation that played when that one was donated. I saw it, but there was like a little man. But it doesn't show that on Streamlabs. It's a real shame. $5 from Mr. Midnight 1448. Nice, a Film Robert stream. Yeah, Movie Bobby. $10 from Kate. Thanks for curating trash. It's fun to listen to as I run errands this morning. Well, thank you for watching. I appreciate it. This has been a good one. You know, a good long one. A lot of airheaded, fucking pretentious, pompous people today who think that they know a lot more than they do and should say a lot less than they do. Thank you. $5 from Trey Witzel. Caught the Dork live. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I like it. $2 from Tivy2Vs. Tivy2Vs over here. How do I make grilled cheese the bottom not brown? I don't know, man. Just throw the whole fucking thing in the garbage. It's not worth it, man. €5 from, or €5 from Alexander's Georgiev's Lost Girls #1, the one in my basement. Rest in peace, Movieblob. Movieblob has taken another. $5 from Karmatic Frost. I'm sorry, but if you have to go back this far to prove female protagonists exists, that should say something. I mean, that was very strange, because that seemed like something that, you know, somebody who he would have blocked on Twitter would have made that video about, like, no, there's tons of female protags. We don't need more feminism. Look, there's Ms. Pac-Man. And, like, he would have, like, that, but that was the point he was making. Odd. $5 from Water Gaming. Ovaries! Yeah, there was a thing he said, like, you know, who says we can't reboot Mega Man with ovaries or something like that. $5 from CGriff12. Update on our old friend One Up Films, the dollar store guy. He made 2 rants about Boston University and lost his pirated Da Vinci. Oh, so he can't make videos anymore? And Boston University? Okay. Well, you know, I'm sure, fuck them, I guess. £5 from Dead Last. The Movieblob video was one of the first videos I watched of yours, and now I'm just having horrible flashbacks to my teacher who acted just like him. Oh, like with the overly verbose, never getting to the point kind of thing. Yeah, that's cool. That's a fun person to know. $2 from Just Larm. Yo yo yo, Stinky Penis in the house. What up? It's your boy, Stinky Penis. Let me see. $5 from Seagriff12. Here are another 5 bones. Now let's see how our pal One Up Films is doing. I think. Oh, well, I'm sorry I didn't see this sooner. I could look at more One Up Films sometime soon. We could do another our old because I wanted to do like a suggestion stream. These were people that I had specifically planned, and it kind of became like a theme of, you know, pretentious people stream. But pretentious, slightly political. I guess Neo Jesus isn't that political, but you could tell he votes Green Party. But like, just jokes. But like, yeah, pretentious people acting smart, that kind of thing. The other two, like Ben Shapiro, are certainly political and pretentious and preening and annoying. And Neo Jesus, maybe without the politics, fits most of those descriptors. So, you know, One Up Films, I would say, is not really fitting with that theme, but maybe the next time that we do this, and that might be soon. $5 from Michael Barbius. Unrelated, but why the fuck are people interested in Cyrax? I watched one video explaining who he is, and he is genuinely the most boring subject ever. Well, you're not going to get to see me talk about him, because we didn't make the goal to talk about Cyrax when I had the opportunity available to people. And I decided, frankly, that was a good thing, because again, he's not interesting. Like, we talked about it. I talked about it on the stream with Black Brains, so the podcast he did, where it was like, yeah, I mean, lots of fucking people do the things that he does, and I don't see what it is specifically about him that makes him so special. But it is like Cyrax and Friends, because it isn't just him. You have to take into consideration like Music Biz Marty and all these fucking people who are constantly spending all their whole day calling him a pedophile and stuff, and making jokes about him. And you know, it's very much it's like the Blue Spike people, like early Chris Chan era. Kind of, like, not to the point of him shoving a medallion up his ass or anything, but it is that kind of thing, like, you know, provoking the guy, seeing what he does. But again, it's like somebody like King Cobra does the same kind of shit, but he's way more entertaining. You know, I don't know. $5 from Autistic Wolf. I work deep in the high-end furniture industry. If someone told me furniture wasn't art, it would take 3 people to hold me back. Thanks for the advocacy, Bear. Yes, I mean, that was just a random throwaway example at that time, but yeah, the whole our games art thing, the fact that was ever really a debate is silly to me. Just in general, because it's like, I don't know, like, not even games, like, programming in general is an art. You've ever heard somebody be like, oh, wow, the way he was able to fix the memory leak issue with these, you know, like you hear about, like, the programming techniques that people would get shit done with, like in the Doom engine, where none of the game is actually 3D, but it just imitates 3D, you know? It's just all 2D. It's all, like, lines on a fucking 2D plane, and there can't be, like, levels over top of other levels, but, like, it imitates all of that, you know? Like, that's programming wizardry. That's like, that's artistic fucking programming right there. And so even down to, you don't need to talk about the sprites or the fucking, the whole package, like, is the whole video game art. It's like, the programming of it is art, right down to its bones. Like, you know, there's stuff there. Let me see. 69 THB from Perturbed Pat. That fairy voice is cruel and unusual punishment. Yeah, one of Moviebob's 15 or so different characters that he had. Very, very annoying stuff, yes. At least that one, I don't think that one was called Finger of any sort. $5 from Victor Martinez. Have you seen Leafy's recent picture upload? Dude aged like his content. I have not. But I'm sure I'll see it at some point. You know, seeing fucking Movieblob though. Again, I compare it to Pamper Chew, because you're mostly used to seeing him like bright and optimistic and young in that fucking bunny suit, and now you see him now and he's in like this saggy diaper fucking sweatpants with stains, and he's like hunched over and he can't walk, and he's like visibly methed out and on something. It's a very different night and day. Victor Martino, 179 THB from Perturbed Pat. Kirby is based. Movieblob is just jealous that, unlike him, Kirby can be round and appealing simultaneously. Yeah, Kirby can eat and eat and eat, and he never actually gets bigger. But Movieblob doesn't have that luxury. $5 from Aggro Pelter with Rock. Everything comes back to Gamergate eventually. Well, especially if we're talking about Movieblob. I mean, he was not really involved, but he certainly involved himself, as many people did. $10 from Kate. Guess who's back? Back again. $2 from Tivy. 2 V's. Can you listen to the pedo rap? We do. $5 from Psy. I watched Critical Drinker until it became clear it's not a bit, and he's just actually like that. My thinking when I was watching that YMS thing with him was basically like, I actually agree with some of the things that he says, but I feel as though, like, I disagree with his reason for saying them, I guess. Like, it's like, you're making a good point, but I can see that, you know, he's definitely one of these rules for thee, but not for me. It was with that fucking Sound of Freedom movie that I was seeing, and it was just this clear and present, obvious, like it's like the same thing. People have made the point, but it's like the same thing that, you know, SJWs would do, where they're like, you have to see this or you hate women. This is just, you have to see this or you support child trafficking. And all these people that support this movie, like him on that podcast, just like, well, why would anybody have a problem with this movie unless you have a problem with the message of the movie? Like, bro, you're like a film critic. You can't imagine somebody having an issue with the, like, actual parts of the movie. You can't imagine that, I guess. I don't know, like, very, like, one-sided kind of thing, like, oh, you know, you'll point out this sort of thing, but you won't point out, like, your own. It's like Ben Shapiro a little bit, like you will be really quick to clown on this type of thing, but you know, if the same thing happens from fucking, you know, something that agrees with one of your perspectives, maybe not so much. I don't know. It's like, but, you know, individual points that he would make when I'd see videos, it's like, yeah, I agree with this. Like, yeah, this is annoying. This trend is annoying. Sure. And there's things that he can say that can be agreeable, but it feels like a lot of it is motivated by, like, a political thing more than it is motivated by, like, just actually feeling that way about movies or whatever. $5 from John Smith. My GF says you should be a guest on Best of the Worst, but that your claw would make Jay uncomfortable. I don't know what she means, but I believe it. Well, I don't know if that would ever happen. I doubt it, but I mean, the claw, I mean, he's the horror guy, so I think that he would be more understanding of the claw. Rich Evans is the one who's got to look out. Him and Jack. Oh, yeah. $2 from Mr. Midnight 1448. Mike and Jay need a restraining order stat. For Mr. Girl, I mean, yeah, like his whole parasocialism thing with them was quite odd. You know, his issue being that, like, oh, I don't feel like they would like me anymore, and we wouldn't be friends, and therefore I can't watch them, and it makes me not like them. Like, it's quite a modern opinion. I'll put it that way. $5 from Tractor Goose. This dude has a weird RLM fan fiction. They used to be his flans, and then they bullied 70 copies of Nuki. Yeah, no, he's written it all up in his head. It's all going to print soon, baby. $2 from Victor Martinez. Watching this now has me watched by the FBI. Yeah, the classic Max Carson rap. $2 from Agumon T1, and now we're entering the Neo Jesus segment because Tumblr emo boy moment is the comment. $5 from Agumon T1. Apparently, Bay's movies often gave actors first or second degree burns because of the explosion effects. Oh, that's cool. At least he's employing people. You know, really, I mean, how could his movies get anything less than a 5 out of 10? $2 from Captain Jailer. Neo Jesus voice kind of sounds like Kara the Wolf's. Kind of sounds like the fucking nerd emoji, as people in chat kept pointing out. $2 from my lady class. YMS is streaming on Twitch right now. Oh, the irony. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like hound people with things, but, and I don't know if he ever saw that. I don't think he ever acknowledged it, at least. But man, what a fucking video. Like, that would really be something to, I don't know. He's probably heard of it and then just decided like it's not worth pointing out, but it's a very funny video. I don't know. It's a little old at this point, so maybe it's not worth it. It's like 4 years ago, but again, very funny stuff. Very, you know, interesting criticisms that he's got, which don't mostly don't feel legitimate. I think that fucking Red Letter Media looking at the Mr. Girl video would be hilarious. That would never happen, but it would be hilarious. $5 from Egg Johnson. This is the type of guy to try and make a movie and make after last season. Yeah, somebody who thinks they know everything and like, no, I don't need any, like, I don't need any lessons or anything. Like, somebody who's so certain that they, like, know what they're doing. He doesn't seem like he's trying to skip being a film student and jump to straight up being, like, having worked in the industry for 15 years and being, like, a famous artist. And from what I have ever seen from him and his short film Dealer and all of his videos, I don't know that he is definitely, I don't know if he's at the level yet where he can necessarily do that sort of thing and act that sort of way. Let me see, $5 from Aurelius. I've seen one of this jackass's films, and the dialogue sounds like something Shane Dawson would have written in 2010. I mean, I saw the Dealer thing. It was I remember it was like pointlessly edgy. I don't know if he has other films available, but that would be great. I have not seen them. I've not seen any of that. And then $30 from Milksteak. Thank you very much. You also had some gift subs earlier. Appreciate it. Thank you. My voice is worn out a little bit. I need to get a water or like a can of Coke or something. We've been going for a while, quite a while. Thank you everybody for watching. This has been a long boy of a stream, and we're almost at like what, 7 hours exactly, 6 hour. I don't know how long it's been, but yeah, thank you everybody. Take it easy, folks, and we'll be back sometime soon, probably. I don't know. Penis. Oh, I still need to eat dog food, by the way. That's happening. I mean, dry dog food. That's still happening. And the Sweet Sunday ramen. It's all happening. It's all real. It's all real.